everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mind. I'm Wyatt from Defense Politics Asia, and this is the episode 54 of the DPA Open Mind. And can you guys hear me well? Just do some audio check. And I thought, bring Draku back. No, it's not up to me. I don't invite them to come or anyone to come. They decide to come or not. So hi everybody. Hi DA20 Fight Back, Jay Relo, John Scott, Steve Rodriguez, Oni, Tomika, Bubs, the Silver, and so we're going to drop the link to join. Give me a while. So cool. Everyone, people can hear me. So good. Okay. I forgot to copy and paste the link to join. Copy and paste. And so how are you guys? I'm not sure if there's a lot of things happening or maybe nothing is happening. It really depends on what you care about. I know there's a few elections that have concluded, including Moldova and Argentina. So no, we haven't spoke about Argentina's election last week. So let's see how this goes. Where's the stream? Okay, it's here. So should be correct. I have pinned the link to join in the chat of the YouTube channel of DPA Open Mic, and I also have dropped it into the Rumble. So if you are interested to talk, you need to have a earphone. You need a earphone. Yeah, you need a earphone. Is this? Yeah, this is okay. This is the highest. Okay, maybe lower a bit. No, higher a bit. Okay. So I have my earphone as well, just to prevent feedback. There's some audio feedback issues. And meanwhile, let me set up my Bluetooth. So weather is very cold because I on my aircon. So Singapore is actually very hot all the time. My cold is nothing compared to the cold. And so I didn't stream this on the main channel because I posted the video on the Putin with the Frostmont, talking about the weather. The winter is coming in Ukraine, and I didn't want to disrupt because I'm doing testing and experiments to see the extent of the prison sentence of the main channel. And if no one want to join, I'm just gonna chit chat with you guys, man. Any question you want to ask me? Any burning question? So the biggest thing that is currently in the headlines is that this truce between Hamas and Israel is about to be broken, and fighting may resume very quickly soon, because Hamas side accused Israel of not following the agreement. There's a few. So they first accused that some of the food trucks are not, or some of the trucks or supplies for humanitarian aids are not allowed in. But the Israeli side say that all of them, 200 of them, is all in as per agreed. And so that's one thing. The other one is there is actually a sequence of the prisoners to be released. So according to Hamas, they say that the agreement is that they will release the prisoners with the longest remaining sentence, and then with those finishing their sentence soon, the last. That's the plan. And however, Israel did not follow that. Israel released the prisoners as per their own comfort, and this actually caused the dispute. And so let me put people in. Hi Steve. Hi Hassan.
Hey guys.
How you doing?
That's the audio. How's things? People in the chat also let me know about their audio so that I can adjust higher lower for them. So Steve, drive safely.
Yeah, so you got this. You got your seatbelt on. That's good.
Yeah, I got the hands-free on.
The reception is not too good.
Probably I just wanted to say hi. I'll come back when I'm at home. I just finished doing night shift.
Yeah. Anyway, the reception is also not so good. It's a bit disrupted because I think it's raining. Is it raining over there? No, it's not. But yeah, because you're moving.
How's it going, Commander?
Everyone jump in the open mic. I'll be back later.
I'll see you soon, Steve. So things is tricky because the main channel is having super low views, and there's nothing much I can do about it. So yeah, I did some tests. I posted a video on Ukraine war talking about the weather. So to see, there'll be some ridiculous stories inside it, and some ridiculous title, and some ridiculous thumbnail, and see how it goes. So it's still performing like maybe just above 50% of what the SIP rep is getting on the war channel. So we shall see. But it's a bit concerning for me because the channel doesn't seem to grow in terms of viewership. It's like basically the same as a year ago. So I have not really grown. Despite all the subscribers, it's like, I haven't grown yet. So it's okay. It's okay. Hi, Yvonne Clausewitz, War College. So
Commander.
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me well?
Very good.
Okay, good. I saw your comment, and I wanted to just kind of pick your brain about that comment. You were saying that, back to the Hamas Israel war, and you said that either way, Hamas wins and the Palestinians lose. I just wanted to pick your brain about that and maybe get a little bit more, expand on that, because the way I see it, and of course I could be wrong, is that if if the Arabs get a chance, they'll throw Hamas under the bus, like right under the bus.
For sure.
Yeah, and especially now that it's out there that Hamas was taking aid from Israel, and Arabs aren't they're not too forgiving when it comes to So and if you mean that Hamas gets like a public opinion win, then kind of by proxy that would extend also to the Palestinians. So I just wanted to get, if you can expand on that, please.
So this is why I find it a bit painful because I did talk about all these things in my videos before about the history of Palestine and everything, and a lot of people cannot agree because they basically suck up all the pro-Palestinian propaganda, and it clouds their brain because they feel that it's impossible. Israel is the bad guy, and Palestine is always the victim, but it's not exactly the case. So not going back to the history part because that will be distracted. Hamas itself, you can if you look from the Western perspective, they are a terror group. If you look from Arab perspective, is like what is it called? Resistance force. Okay, so it's resistance group. So, but ultimately, this resistance group is not a political kind of thing. It's not PLO. PLO have Palestinians, more of Palestinians in mind. I would say, in my opinion. But I don't feel like the Hamas is that case. If you look at they have full control of Gaza. Instead of proving that they are a better government than Fatah, instead they started intifadas. They started fighting with Israel, and we clearly know that who is going to win militarily. So the aim of Hamas is always dubious. And every time they do an attack, they get bombarded by Israel. Civilians die. There's not a decision-making process of any legitimate government. Any legitimate government will always put civilian safety first. This is very important to note. And this is why I discredit Hamas, because if they cannot put civilians first, let's say if they feel that there's a need to militarize, it's okay. You can militarize all you want to build a deterrence against any Israeli military threat. It's perfectly fine. But the thing is, when they went on the offensive, they went to attack, you already know what Israel's response is going to be, but they feel like it's perfectly fine. And you have tunnel systems, but you did not let the civilians use. They don't let the civilians run through the tunnel system to save them, to maybe retreat to somewhere safer. There's no such thing. That is totally abnormal. If you look at Russian forces attacking in Ukraine, every time they encounter civilians, their troops stay with the civilians. They try to get aid. They try to evacuate them as fast as possible. Even though that's the front line, they risk their life. And when they see, civilians getting killed or something, especially in Mariupol, when the Azov battalion become very brutal, the Chechen fighters just went nuts and they just run straight at the enemy to save whatever civilians that they can, because the Azov was using human shields. So, but we are not seeing this in Hamas. Hamas are just taking care of their own, even though they might be Palestinians themselves, they might be Gazans themselves, but it could be the ideology. It's like maybe it's just a prescription of what they think is the way to go is wrong. Like, for example, the Nazis may think that, to kill the Jews or to eliminate the Jews from their land is the right thing to do. But is the ideology that pushed them is wrong. It doesn't mean that they believe in it. Maybe the people who are fighting for the Nazis or maybe for Hamas, they don't fully believe in it. They still care about the civilians, but when they actually have to do their job, they will ignore the civilian life. They ignore the children, the babies. They just act because they feel like this is correct. And this is very sad, because in all scenarios, the Palestinians lose. Hamas win, Palestinians lose. Hamas lose, Palestinians lose. There's no win for the Palestinians. It's very sad, because Hamas themselves don't rule. They don't rule the place.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can't argue with anything that you said about Hamas and the way that they're, addressing the civilian casualty. I'm an outsider almost as much as you, and it looks really bad on Hamas. The thing is that, to me, it looks like Hamas is losing no matter what. The only thing that they can win is, public opinion or public sentiment, and even that is somewhat limited. Benefit to Hamas. It's not like the world is gonna, erase their driving record, their driving tickets, or their, Hamas is gonna hang. They are gonna hang. So they have a very short horizon. Yeah, go ahead.
So my perspective is a bit different, because if you look at the PR war right now, the propaganda war right now, the information war, Hamas is winning outright. The Israeli is failing, because because even the Israeli, some of the propaganda that they put out is dubious, because they are trying very hard to show that there's a command center under Al-Shifa hospital. They're trying to show that all the tunnels, but the thing is their propaganda unit is so poor that sometimes the things that they put out, I'm not even sure it's real or not. It looks fake. It looks like dubious. Like they shoot one tunnel. They film the one tunnel. It's an elevator shaft, and people was pointing out this is an elevator shaft, but maybe that elevator shaft is a tunnel. But the thing is, because by the time they come and film, they destroyed everything. They took out everything. Everything looks fake. So it is a disaster.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. It does look like a disaster for Israel when it comes to the PR war, but Hamas's shelf life is it's not going to be very long. They've they pretty much like as soon as the fighting stops, it's just a matter of time, and Hamas is gonna disintegrate, or they're going to be thrown in criminal court and go to jail and stuff like that. They have no political future. Yeah,
this is going to happen if Israel is annihilated. So let's say if Israel disappears, is destroyed. okay, in whatever stupid kind of development that end up Israel collapsed, and then the entire country collapsed, the military failed, and then Jews get massacred and whatnot. That Hamas will be destroyed next, because the Arabs will not let them leave, will not let them survive. But the thing is, the PR war is important because most of the Muslims around the world believe all this propaganda that is put out by Hamas. There is definitely truth in some of the stuff, or most of the stuff that they say. It's just at the extent, civilians die, 100% civilians die. How much? They put out one number, everybody just suck it up. How would you know? How do you count? I don't even know how are you supposed to count. Everything is in chaos, everything is broken, there's no electricity. So the numbers are dubious, but everybody suck it up. So now the number is like 12,000, 13,000 civilians. But who's counting? And then everyone is old people, everyone is children and babies, and no men, no fighters die. So that is also difficult to to comprehend to.
You're right. How's it going? Wyatt, if I could kind of bring you back into what because I'm a bit curious to what Al Hassan has to say in this regard, like because you put out a lot, and you sure, well, whether one is pro-Israeli or pro-Palestinian or whatnot. I'm pretty sure that Al Hassan has quite a lot to say about that. Yeah, no, not to interrupt it. Like I was curious.
Yeah, I mean, Hamas is clearly associated with the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood has got a bad reputation in the Gulf, the Gulf states, and it's actually a terrorist organization, classified as a terrorist organization in some Gulf states. So that tells me that they don't have that coalition support or broad Arab world, Muslim world support to keep them going after, if there's no struggle. They are, quote unquote, or they identify themselves as a resistance, and a resistance is only alive if there's something to resist. But once there's some sort of resolution or some kind of agreement, then they just poof. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, because what you're pointing out there, this is a kind of political recurrence I see with Hamas, but I'm hesitant to kind of go about it the way you're saying, where the reason to be, where I understand, yes, the reason to be is explicitly, and they make it clear, the end of Israel. But then you have a charter, and then you have the condition thereof, right? And I just wondered, how did you kind of look? How do you see that actually? If you were an Israeli, how would you solve that?
I mean, you can't solve people's ideology. You can't. We can tell by the comments in the group. There are some people that feel very strongly one way or another. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can't solve that. Some people are just damaged. One way or another, they're damaged. Whether it's psychological or emotional or.
Are you referring to a collective damage then in that regard? Like when you're talking about like
yes.
Palestinian, right? Like Palestinians
yes.
or Israelis cannot. They cannot.
So in the DPA chat, I mentioned a reply to, I forgot what's the name. So I replied, so in any conflict, when we look at any conflict, no matter the Ukraine war or Sudan or whatever nonsense, including Israel-Hamas, if you cannot see good and bad on both sides, then something must be wrong somewhere in the information that you're getting and the things that you're believing. Even for Hamas, clearly there is good things about them. They are a force for for venting. Put it that way. The Palestinians, some of the Palestinians really love Hamas in the sense that they really resist regardless. But the thing is, in the Israeli side, they are also good about them. It's not just all bad. So when you have a point of view where it's purely they are 100% bad, and the other side is 100% good, or simply have any side that you believe is 100% bad, there is then is a warning, is a red flag for yourself to review what you're thinking. Even the Nazis are not all bad. Like I just saw on Twitter, the transcribe, they have the caption for the speeches by Hitler. It's amazing. The speeches are crazy. You can apply the speeches in today's politician, it will still work. 100% still work because it's so good. The speeches are it makes sense. It's sensible. It's logical. But when they have this ideology pushed to this extreme, then they start to do crazy things like massacring people and having must invade Russia at all costs, and kind of crazy stuff that so all the good become pointless.
That's true.
Do you know? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So I mean, what Israel should try to do is bypass Hamas. Why was Hamas? Why did it have? Why did it resonate so well with? I think he logged off, but I'll just continue. Why did Hamas resonate so well with the population? Is because they were able to build hospitals and schools and infrastructure and give aid due to the funding that they've received. So if they're it's exactly if countries, and I'm not going to put all the burden on one country, Israel. The burden is shared. This is a huge problem, and if we don't solve it, we're just going to see more generation of death. So if the international community is able to bypass and go to the population, I'm not trained to do that. I'm not an expert in doing that, but if they can reach the people directly, I think Hamas would lose its political capital. They have a lot of political capital, and it's undeserved, and they did nothing to earn that. It's just for the fact that they were a counter to the PLO at that time, that they were just chosen to be that counter to Yasser Arafat and the PLO. But that's not earned, and we shouldn't put too much weight on that. There are probably intellectuals and like social workers who would be better suited and less militarized, that can actually help the Palestinian people in Gaza.
Yeah, if I could just put in one thing here, I dropped off a little point here, so maybe I missed part of the, but I want to just make one thing very clear. You can be a resistance organization and a terrorist organization, and both can be true. So if you take, for example, Hamas, well, what can they militarily respond with? It isn't, they can't militarily defeat anyone, right? That's the case of the matter. They cannot militarily defeat Israel, but they cannot also militarily defeat Egypt. Nothing, right? Nothing. So what do they have? Well, they have attention. That's really all they have, and they got a lot of it too. They are one of the peculiarly like Hamas, not Hamas, but like the Palestinian people. They whatever organization have managed it have gotten a good PR going on. So the Palestinian population are going to be peculiarly attended to by comparison to everyone else in the world, and this is something that Hamas, for example, can feed on. They can feed on this endlessly. Well, you said that, for example, they would lose political capital. I'm not so sure. If that was the case, they would lose political capital a long time ago. But
Hamas have no political capital. They took Gaza by force, so there is no politics involved. That's the thing people don't understand. Hamas did, yes, they won the election by a slight majority, but the thing is, then there was a breakdown because of their refusal to recognize Israel. So there was this breakdown. International, basically the whole world disagree with this election because they say that you cannot have this because that's not PLO signed. The agreement between PLO and Israel is that you must recognize Israel's existence, but Hamas refused. So there was a political crisis, and and then Hamas just basically just fuck it, and then they militarily took the whole of Gaza Strip. So that's what happened. So there is no politics in Gaza. There is just a dictatorship, or rather, a militantship. I don't know what you want to call it, junta or something. Yeah, junta. Maybe junta will be the best word for Gaza. Whereas over at the West Bank, you have dictatorship because there's also no election.
Yeah, and whatever credibility or position that Hamas has is unearned. Whatever they do have, okay, why it's arguing that they have no political capital, but whatever they do have is not earned legitimately.
So I can add on a bit. So there's two things I want to expand on. One is about the PR thing first. So the PR thing, why the PR victory is important for Hamas is that as long as you have the Muslims support all around the world, no Muslim country can do anything to Hamas. That's the thing. So no Arab country is there to do anything to Hamas. They cannot side with the Israeli to bring down Hamas, no matter what they think about Hamas. Because if you are government of any Muslim country or Arab country, maybe barring Malaysia, because Malaysia, to them is just, it's just an internal, it's a good way to unite the people. But especially the people in the Middle East or Arab world, Hamas is a threat to them because they are a militant group. They can actually send roots into their own country and create rebellion, as per experience by Jordan, as per experience by Lebanon, and this thing can expand. So that's why
one slight correction before you continue. That wasn't Hamas. Like, it was generally anything correlating to the Palestinian liberation movement, which was
correct.
Well, which was at some point
it's a militancy.
It was a government supported thing. Right.
No one will support a terrorist organization. That's the point I'm trying to say, because the danger is that they will expand, and that's what happened to the PLO and earlier, where they they go into Lebanon and whatnot. So that's the main thing. You cannot negotiate with this kind of group because there is no government in it. There is no way you can predict what they're gonna do. That's a dangerous thing. So that aside, the other one is we come back to Israel, about what Israel can do. So the thing is, Israel consistently pick a terrible position or division. They keep going hard on hard. They keep wanting to I will set up borders. I will arrest everything that resist. I will oppress them or whatnot. They Israel keep making this kind of decision instead of let me show Gaza what is a good life, what is good governance. Maybe they help the West Bank build up the Palestinian state. Help them to give people a good life. Don't have the police checkpoint. Give them good education. Give them freedom. Instead of that, and then over time, there is no argument because Israel is treating the Palestinians very well, just as the Arab Israeli gotten. But there's no such thing. They also do not encourage Fatah to run the elections. They don't. There isn't. So
can I push back a little bit on that, because you're presupposing like a fair amount of things which are indeed true, but then you have a lot of other factors that come into play. Like, denied potato chips, for example.
Potato chips.
Yeah. For example, so Israel is indeed in control of what supplies you have to the Gaza Strip, but they also they don't restrict necessarily out of sure, there's definitely a lot of security concerns and there are a lot of things that are valid, but then you have those things that are very obviously for the sake of doling out control. So you understand, you are under our heel, don't you fucking move. And that would be pointless things, such as, for example, you don't get potato chips and you don't get certain type of spices. Right?
So chocolate. This is exactly what Israel did, and this is actually no good. is a very, very poor policy, super poor. Imagine Russia do that to Chechnya right now. Imagine Russia do that to Chechnya after the Chechen war. I'm 100% for sure there will be a third Chechen war, and then the fourth Chechen war. 100%, because it's crazy, right?
Exactly. If you want another war, that's a way to go about it.
Yeah, exactly.
And by the way, guys,
I'm not pro-Israel.
Do you guys find it suspicious that the Hamas leadership actually lives in Qatar? Qatar has the biggest U.S. base, but Israel is not calling for the Hamas leadership to be extradited. Do you find that strange?
Because they have no diplomatic relationship with Qatar. They cannot.
Well, at least they would call for it. I mean, Qatar is a close ally of the United States, or the United States would call for the arrest of the Hamas leadership, right?
Because they know that it cannot work. Because Israel is also a close ally of United States, and United States can't do shit about Israel. I mean, like Israel decide to do something that America
even if it cannot work, at least you'd be hearing it in the media talking about Hamas leadership is living in Hilton Hotel in Qatar. Right?
Yeah, they should have bombed it or something, right? No,
it would come up. It would come up more. But shout, we are barely hearing about it. A lot of people are assuming that the Hamas leadership lives in Gaza.
Yeah, but Gary, actually,
that's not. That's only way.
Wait, please. Macchiari, there's actually a public announcement from the Saudis themselves, where they're pointing out that granted, it is embedded in a somewhat long-winded speech, but it's one of those public speeches that everyone has to take attention to when it comes to from Saudi Arabia, because it is the one that actually matters. So, for example, they pointed out exactly what you said there. They pointed out publicly, in front of everyone, Israel's financial support to Hamas via the Qataris. This was a Saudi Arabian official who said this.
Yeah, I think I saw that somewhere. Yeah. I think he said something to that effect. Yeah.
So this is also why I always say you have to separate Palestine from Hamas, because if, for example, if Israel until today, I know that for sure, during the earlier days, they funded and supported Hamas, but if they still support until today, then if you are supporting Hamas because you think that you are supporting Palestine, but you're actually supporting Israel, don't you get my fuck? You people don't think in that sense. Like Hamas is not taking civilians' lives. Von, I cannot say anymore. I know I'm very emotional right now.
My thing is I don't really see anybody on either side in the senior leadership as being a genuine negotiator. I mean, if you look at the Israeli government side, I'm sorry, Netanyahu's a stone cold killer. I mean, he came up through the IDF as a commando and stuff, so he knows all about it. He hates those guys. They hate him. All the guys in the Hamas and Hezbollah, they're all the old timers that were running from Bibi Netanyahu's guys back in the day. So they all hate him. They all have friends and family that have been killed by him and his army. So, I mean, really, how far of the layer of the onion do you have to peel back to find some Palestinians and some Jews that could actually sit down and talk and maybe work something out, like a two-state solution or whatever? Because, I mean, really, all the senior leadership on both sides, I mean, I'm not like an expert on it, but I mean, these are all the guys that have been around for decades. They all hate each other. They all been killing each other. They killed each other when they were young men. Now they're trying to kill each other as old men. It's like, I just don't really see any progress being made with the leaders of Hamas or Hezbollah and Netanyahu's government, or probably anybody that's probably over 50 years old in Israel.
Because they have a young people killing, and I'll give it to you. But the reason is very simple. You will generally see it across the population that it will be the older segment of our general society population that will be gung-ho for more violence for, whatever imaginary reason. And, idolize wouldn't be no different. But sorry, Al-Hassan, you were the one who had the finger up, please.
No, thank you. No, I really don't know if we leave it to the Palestinians and the Israelis, that they will reach some kind of agreement. I highly doubt
Very
it.
hard.
And
Right.
yeah, it's very hard. I think it's close to impossible, or
Yeah, I mean,
just
I kind of agree
whatever.
with you
Just
just because all the parties involved, there's so much vitriol between them all. I just don't see them ever sitting down legitimately and genuinely trying to figure something out. They're all going to be angling to get over on the guy they hate across the table. They can't, that's what I mean. How far back do you got to go to find some guys that can actually sit down and talk?
Vaughn, I'm glad I got a chance to answer you. You always mention that, amusement park, theme park, thing, and everybody has a good laugh. Dude, you're on to something. I'm telling you, you are on to something there. Kick everybody out.
If we could pull it off, it would be the greatest peace plan of all time. But,
Ever. Epic.
we probably got about as much chance of that as actually the Israelis and the Palestinians sitting down and fucking talking. So
Yeah.
No, it's like really, it's like two retards fighting over a shiny toy.
yeah.
So I just want to share how the conversation started, since you guys came later. So what happened is that I posted something on the DPA Telegram, and then we have some conversation. So I mentioned that no matter what happens, Hamas wins unless Israel succeeded and wiped out the entire Gaza Strip. That's so. And then no matter what happens, the Palestinians lose. So Hassan was asking, why, tell me to expand on it. Why, I have this kind of opinion.
And I disagree, by the way. Go ahead, Kofi.
I mean, I agree in a sense of Hamas that wins because, Hamas is playing the media game, and the media's, it seems to me, is more prone to play their story. Because, even if they're not on the side of Hamas, if it bleeds, it leads. So they're going to get more play anyways, just because they're the ones putting out the graphic pictures and the videos.
Do you guys know where the word Hamas comes from?
Yes.
No,
Professor Toby.
Well, people use the word, they might want to know what it means. It's an acronym for an Arabic phrase, and it means it's essentially bravery, right? So the name of this organization tells you a lot about. It's a Muslim organization. It's a theocratic organization, and it speaks to the bravery of the Muslim people in that part of the world.
It's an acronym for the official name, Islamic Resistance Movements. Arakat Kawama al-Islamiyah.
It's a resistance movement, right? So basically it exists to resist Israel. And the thing about that is there's political capital for every Muslim priest in the world, every imam in the world, and every Muslim leader in the world to resist the Israeli occupation of what we call Israel, or that part of the Middle East. Because of the history of the 20th century and because of the history of the people in Palestine, there's just a lot of political capital to be made. You can get votes. You can get sympathy with every person that goes to a mosque by talking about those poor people and how they've been oppressed by the wicked Americans and their aircraft carrier in the Middle East, right? Listen, the reality is that Israel is a British-American project that was created by dominant powers after a war that really had nothing to do with the people in that region. And so it's a very, very easy way to generate popular support. It's basically like having free money. It's free political capital for every Muslim in the world. And that's why Hamas called themselves a resistance movement. And that's why they ditched the PLO after the PLO reached the accords and said, okay, we'll make peace with Israel. Nobody's interested in making peace with Israel. That doesn't get anybody donating to their mosque. That doesn't win you any elections in a Muslim country. That Israel is a festering sore that serves to bring Muslims together, right? All over the globe. And so that problem's not going anywhere. It's just
Toby,
not.
can I just listen? You're the way you're you're putting your arguments. It's very hard to disagree, but I'm going to try to debunk just a few things. First of all, please be patient with me. First of all, people do differentiate between Palestinians and Hamas. They genuinely do, and there are theological differences. There are ideological differences among the Muslim world that do differentiate between those two, and the same goes for Israelis as well. People do differentiate between extremists, even though there's not like a nice acronym for them. The extreme Jews, the far right Jews or Israelis, the BBs, the boo-boos of the world, and the hippies that are just really there are Israelis that just want to live. Now this is key. Leading up to this PR campaign that Saudi Arabia is going to normalize, there were pictures of Israelis in Mecca, in tourist locations, high-profile tourist locations, and I can tell you that there are a lot of people that see normalization as progress, as joining the normal people world, and that is something that this generation, and back to the generational thing, and this the millennials and below that are yearning to join the normal people group.
But those people probably believe
there is opportunity. There is opportunity. That's my punchline. That there is opportunity.
We can all sit around and
thank you for all the fun.
Yeah.
Not
I had a quick question, real quick. What's the deal with the oil field or the gas fields off of the Gaza? I mean, are the Gazans getting into that action, or is it strictly Israel? Or is there any plan to have a joint operation?
Well, that's the thing about a two-state solution, right?
That, by the way.
To me, real quick. To me, that seems like that would be a quick way to flood that area with money and opportunity and expansion.
Yeah, Vaughn, it's an interesting point, right? And this is the whole thing behind the two-state solution. You need a state before you can take advantage of international laws that apply to states, right? Like the law of the sea and the exclusive economic zone and all the things that would make the Palestinian Authority, if it became a Palestinian government, immensely wealthy, right? So there is a huge amount of money at stake in a two-state solution. Just so, if there is no state in Gaza, then the state that has the economic right is the caretaker state of Israel.
From what I can see, it looks like Israel's pretty much developing it. And I mean, I'm looking at it, it's like, damn, that's like right off the coast of Gaza. And, and if I look at it fairly, it's like, well, that's theirs because it's next to their territory. So why not work a deal? But obviously, the biggest hang up is the Palestinian government not being the Palestinian government it needs to be to do that.
So. One sentence. That's why I say Palestine is not a country. That's why I was emphasizing that, because if people who want to support Palestine don't understand that this is the problem, that it's still not a country yet and it's never been a country, then you're not solving the problem. It needs to be a country before you can even solve anything.
No. Why?
Okay,
with all due respect, you skipped a step here. Palestine is already recognized by all normative metrics, already recognized as a country.
In what way?
Yes, it has an observer state, and that by itself makes it much more of a country than the vast majority of other countries that are not recognized.
Hold on, Coping. In what way is it observed as a state?
Sorry?
In what way is Palestine observed as a legitimate nation state?
Well, you can compare it to the Sahrawis in West Sahara, which are subjected to the same kind of settler colonialism as the Israelis are subjected to Palestinians to. And that is done by the Moroccans. Not only is it done by the Moroccans and other Muslim countries, but it is actually utilizing Palestinians who have been displaced from Palestine to get the demographic advantage in West Sahara. Now, of course, you haven't heard about that.
I think if you look at it honestly, there's no major corporate investment in Gaza, so therefore Gaza is not a state. I mean, if BP's not there, then or Exxon or Amazon or whoever, I guess you could say technically that's not a state because they're not. They don't have access to that cash. They don't have access to that investment. Nobody's going to take a chance. I'm going to open an Amazon warehouse in Gaza. Nobody, so that's the. I guess I can see that be the problem. They have to get all that shit worked out first, then they can tap the oil.
Well, I mean, on top of that, they have two different. Go ahead, Wyatt. Go ahead.
So I can add on to what one just a quoted example. To be a country means when you sign an agreement, an international agreement, people can trust that this agreement will be valid. When that is the case, then you are a country. When you are, for example, now you're going to sign an agreement with the Karens, the Chins, or in the Chin state in Myanmar, or the Kachin in Myanmar. They say that they are a country, they have their own army, like just like like Hamas, they have their own army, their liberation army, Do you sign that agreement with them? Do you believe that the agreement will be valid or not? If you don't think that they will be valid, it's not. They are not a country. They are still.
So here we have a good example. The Sahrawis that I just mentioned. The Sahrawis use the flag explicitly. It's not some sort of symbolism. Explicitly of the Palestinian flag. Their flag is exactly the same as the Palestinian flag, except they have a Tuareg symbol on it. And that's it. Now, they will not get the same level of sympathy. And why is that? Well, one can, of course, surmise quite a lot, but one thing is very obvious. They made a terrible mistake of thinking that if you are your occupier and you're using the flag and symbolism against your occupier, if that is a Muslim, then you're going to be gathering support from your Muslims, your fellow Muslims. That's not going to be the case. That's the terrible mistake the Sahrawis did. In Palestine, you will get and whatever, South Sudan, what have you, you will get sympathy from the Muslim world. But insofar as it is an internally Muslim versus Muslim, no, it's not going to be a threat to Islam. You're not going to get an issue. Al-Hassan, if you have anything that I said here that was wrong, then please correct me.
I mean, if you want to look at it another way is this: if you're not getting globalist money, you're not a state.
That is true.
That's where all the money comes in. That's where all the economic development comes in.
For the love of God, please, can we do one at a time? Please.
Let Al-Hassan. He had only one short response to give here.
Yeah, there is a definition of a state, what defines a state. Maybe I won't get into it. I'll try to share it with you guys in the chat. But I honestly think DPA has a better shot of being recognized as a state than Palestine at this point. And the third thing, Coping, please, you had a chat about the gas fields off the coast, and I think you have a lot to share. What was discussed in that chat, because the question was specifically what's going on with that and the exploration there.
Oh yeah, okay. So
and I gotta sign off. I apologize. I gotta sign off. I'll catch you guys later. I'll be listening.
It's good seeing you. Come back.
Thank you guys. All right.
Vaughn wanted to say something. Like Vaughn was having his finger up.
Yeah,
Vaughn, want to say
go ahead.
Before we change subject to too far away.
I also want to make one little point about states after Vaughn, but
So I forgot. Go ahead. I'll try to remember what I was going to say.
I've been trying to say something for like 20 minutes.
Okay. I'll answer Al-Hassan. I'll answer Al-Hassan because he was asking about the gas fields. I will tell you guys in the audience what Al-Hassan was referring to were gas field outside of Gaza, and this was actually alluded to earlier in the conversation here in the open mic. What rights do Gaza have to their own rights? If you get a two-state solution, then actually, this was actually mistaken. Many of you were talking about this as if a two-state solution would actually be beneficial for, let's say, Egypt or Israel. No, because a two-state solution would include Palestine. That's actually a conflicting factor.
Yeah, but the thing I keep on hearing with two-state solution with Palestine is first off, Palestine, like was mentioned earlier, needs to be a legitimized state when Palestine itself, or at least the people, the Palestinians, live in two de facto states that aren't even unified. because those who reside on the West Bank don't even recognize the Hamas government that's in Gaza right now. So how are you going to propose? How is anyone going to talk about a two-state solution when okay, they're not even? I'm gonna let you rock. Give me a second. When the two parts where Palestinians live don't even agree with one another, right? And they're not even trying to militarily support Gaza. They're doing their own thing. And B, no one in the UN really even looks at Gaza as legitimate anyways. You don't see any peacekeepers out there trying to help them, trying to alleviate the situation. I don't hear about any resolutions in the UN right now about A trying to have a stop fire or B trying to give them their own statehood. So we're talking about having this discussion, but we're trying to have a discussion of running before you even crawl at this point. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go rock out.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
sorry.
Go ahead. Go on.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say real quick. When I'm saying stuff like I don't, why.
And then we gotta let my man up here talk. After you're done, Vaughn, we gotta let him, my man over here talk.
Yeah, just real quick, just so people don't get all upset and butthurt. When I'm talking about them not being a state and stuff, I'm just explaining how I see the situation. I'm not saying that they're not a state or they are a state. I'm just saying that, by the metric, if you think about it, Ukraine is a state because they're getting all kinds of money from the globalist West. You don't see the same care and concern going into Palestine. So I would just say in the modern rules-based order world and the change in interpretation, if you're not getting money from the big powers, then you're not considered a state. You're just a proxy or a project.
I would laugh if North
think
Korea.
I think that something also that's very important is how we view Israel itself, right? Obviously, it's considered a legitimate state, but I think, and we have evidence to show this, even words from Joe Biden himself, that Israel is technically I think Toby mentioned that, it is a very big and very effective military base. I mean, a military base that's run by a specific ethnicity of people, and so the U.S. has every reason to protect it. Now, if you think that the U.S. system cares about the plight of the Jews and we will never forget again or all that stuff, it does not. That's not how countries think. When you see these leaders meeting each other and they say we talked about it, they didn't talk about what they told you they talked about. They talked about everything else but that. So, Joe Biden said this. Something he said. This was like in the 90s, I think, and he was basically advocating for aid for Israel. And he said that if there wasn't an Israel, we would have to invent one. Israel is very important to the United States, and that's why when you think, Hamas or the Palestinians have a chance for statehood, the U.S. will do everything to derail that. Like, it'll play as if it's in the middle, but it'll do everything to derail that. On the other hand, though, Israel is a very weak state. It looks very strong. It has way more weapons than they have civilians. But look at the math of Israel. Egypt has 100 million people, and their debt is like $200 billion, right? Israel's debt is like $1 trillion or something, and they only have 7-9 million people. So something there about that country, it doesn't really add up. There's something very strange about that country.
That's the economics thing.
Yeah, that's true. But I always find, like, if you put those statistics together side by side, Israel will look odd, even as opposed to the Western nation.
Let me make it easy for you. Let me make it easy for you.
Mm-hmm.
Ask Wyatt, how come this little tiny, insignificant, resourceless country placed somehow peculiarly, geographically, very conveniently located?
No,
you can ask Wyatt.
That is a bullshit. Because Singapore is a colony. So that's how Singapore is weird. The thing about the debt is that I will prefer we don't go into that, because we go into economics and half of the people that were watching will leave.
Yeah, we have no idea we have no idea.
It's a modern economics thing. It's like, so all developed countries have a lot of debts, including Singapore. But the thing is, you have to look deep into
No. Wait. That had nothing to do about it.
No,
you're going into the economics. I can gladly go into the economics. I can gladly go into the economics, but that was not what you said.
Bro, let him finish.
Why is Israel? Why is
Gabriel
Don't interrupt the commander.
Macchiati was saying it clearly. Why is Israel? This little tiny country, just like Singapore. I mean, it's bigger than Singapore, but like, why do you have like this tiny country, conveniently located, and why does it have like this kind of significance? Well, you know, if you have an external hegemon that has convenience, for example, like Biden, and like Macchiati said, and it's true. I mean, RFK even reiterated Biden, his opponent. He reiterated his own opponent. Oh, but Israel is our aircraft carrier in the Middle East and whatever. Right?
Yeah,
I think Gabriel wanted to say.
Geostrategically, there's. Sorry, what? My apologies.
No, you're.
Hey, my question. I have a question. What is what is Israel's economy based on? I mean, like export wise, what do they make their money off of?
Weapons.
So I can Google.
Weapon sales and software, as the last time I checked.
At one stage, their biggest export was dried flowers.
See, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you ain't making no motherfucking money off dried flowers and shit.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
give a damn how many. I mean, this ain't like the show on cable where, I sell dried flowers and my husband volunteers at the pet cemetery. We have a $4 million budget for our house, and you're like, how the fuck did you get that?
Yeah.
I'm serious. I mean, what do they do to make money?
Israeli military industry.
So
yeah, but they ain't selling that much shit. They ain't selling that much shit.
So the number one.
One thing I wanted to say was
electrical machineries, equipment. Second is gem and precious metal. Third is optical, technical, medical apparatus. Fourth is computers, machineries. 5, plastic stuff. So it's all high tech exports, higher tech exports.
So they're probably importing a lot of the resources to produce the manufacturing. So they're still kind of screwed. Okay.
So basically, a South Korea in the Middle East.
Yeah, something like this. Correct.
With nukes.
Yeah, I think that what Coping was saying about the geostrategic importance of Israel for the Western hegemony is a big deal.
It's funny that they say it's the aircraft carrier in the Middle East, and then you think England was our aircraft carrier, and then England is the one that developed the idea of Israel, and it's another aircraft carrier.
No, Taiwan is a real aircraft carrier.
Well,
exactly.
I mean, anyone interested in
you and your land aircraft carriers?
I mean, for you guys who have ever played that game,
highly...
Civilizations, imagine if you had Israel. I mean, you would win that game quite easily. Like, you have a state that's sort of independent, but you control it. I even doubt whether the nukes Israel
they've got that in the news, Steve.
Are actually controlled by Israelis themselves. I doubt that.
City states in the news, Steve, you can use city states like that.
So, okay, if I can really quickly, and then I'm going to step out, but I just want to talk about this idea of like what makes a state, because that's not a new question. People have been arguing about what constitutes a state for thousands of years. And people have argued over the definition. Now, there's an irony here with regard to Israel, because if you go look it up in the dictionary, it will say that a state is where one group has a monopoly on force in a geographic region, right? That's like the technical definition of a state. Now, think about Israel. When Hamas went into Israel and exercised force against the Israeli citizens, they demonstrated that Israel did not have a monopoly on force in Israel. And that means that the statehood of Israel is called into question by the actions of Hamas, right? In other words, people outside Israel could point to Israel and say that's an illegitimate state because the power in Israel doesn't control the people there, right? And that's the thing. If you have a look at Lebanon, Wyatt has observed that they can't control Hezbollah, right? And he says, what kind of state is that? And that's very true, right? Like, if a government doesn't have a monopoly on force, if you've got different people running around exercising violence in a geographical area, can you do business with that government or not? Is it a state? And this is a very, very old question. So Hamas brings the legitimacy of Israel as a state into question by exercising violence inside Israel and making a claim against Israeli territory. So anyway, the other thing is, like, it's worth thinking about the globalist position about this rules-based order that we keep hearing about, right? Because when you think about what international relations means, it means international, many nations, many different regions with governments that have a monopoly on force. Globalism is kind of the opposite of that. Globalism says there's going to be a central world authority that has the monopoly on force, whether it uses NATO or any other supranational organization. So in a way, globalism is against internationalism. And the word international acknowledges that you have, a multipolar world. You have many different monopolies, many different states in order to have internationals, right? Internations. And so globalism is strangely contrary to the idea of nation states and nationalism. And it's kind of, it's actually like, in a way, globalism and NATO are hostile to every state that exists in the world. They want to dominate them. They want to take their monopoly on force from them. So anyway, that's what a state means. And I'm going to step out and let other people have a go. When we talk about Ukraine, I'll come back.
I just want to add on one sentence from to what Toby said. That is the reason why there's something called a failed state. So that's what everything that he explained. That's why Lebanon might be very close to a failed state, because they will cease to able to control anything. So that then you become a failed state. So next, I think Gabriel.
I'd like to. Go ahead, Gabriel. But I'd like to respond to Toby after that. I want to stay on that point.
Yeah, okay. I wanted to sit on that point as well. Hi guys. It's a very vague definition what a state is, but I think monopoly. I agree with Toby that monopoly on power is paramount for like the constitution of a state. You don't have power. You can have like all the recognition, international recognition you want, but if you can't control your borders, what? So that's what I think that the discussion of a two-state solution has to do a lot with what Toby was saying about the rules-based order versus the international law, because it's basically a callback to a UN resolution that was previously accorded, the two-state solution. So like the nations, the multipolar powers the powers that are pushing for multipolarism are basically upholding international law, like for the world view. They're upholding international law versus the hegemony that is ignoring international law. And so it's like a political move, basically. It's nothing more than that. It's just to get legitimacy out of the U.S. and its allies. That's my idea of what's happening with the two-state solution. I don't think it's actually thought of as a real solution. It's more of a political wrench.
Can I please answer Jay Rillo?
Archimedes got to go next. Archimedes is next.
Oh,
but Jay Rillo had a question regarding the two questions.
Can I finish my point?
Bro, let's let Archimedes talk first, and then you and I can do our thing.
Yeah, well, I think Gabriel and I both wanted to stay on the point that Toby was making, so let's just stay with the continuity there until a new topic comes up. So Gabriel, please go ahead and finish your point, and then I'd like to go.
Okay,
we'll just stay on that point that Toby was making.
Was that the discussion about Palestine legitimacy as a state? It has two sides, basically. One is like, what can they achieve as a people without a state? What protections can they have for their rights and shit as a state? But then there's this other point that is that Palestinians like plight which is like the pro-Israeli argument. They have nothing to demand because they aren't a state, which is kind of ridiculous because it's like a situation of like human rights abuse or whatever, which is something that we see a lot. I don't know how it is in Asia right now, but at least in Latin America, there's a lot of back and forth on like what indigenous populations have access to, and they're like ancestral territories and shit. And so there's a lot of discussion about that. And so like basically the state of Palestine has no bearing on like what rights the people should have, like be it under the Israelis or not. So that's like in the ethical realm, like there's no relation between the Palestinian state or not and what's actually happening in the ground. But then there is this actual like real issue of that if they don't have like the means for self-defense, then they can't be a state. They can't be there's no right. Like without might, there's no right.
Yeah.
You can't your rights if you can't enforce them in any way. So that's what I wanted to say.
I want to quote an example. So, you know, we all know that Taiwan, you know, Republic of China used to be the real China, right? So why it becomes People's Republic of China? The communist China become the real China? Because over time, as the Civil War all wrapped up and everything, you have to recognize that ROC have no control over most of China. And that's why they lost control. So they have to give it to the one that actually have the control of the real China, of the entire China. So that's why the statehood is important in the sense that if you have no control, how do you recognize Taiwan government as the government for the whole of China? It don't make sense. So which is also why every government in exile is as good as don't exist, because like the Myanmar, they have the NUG. They say that they are the legitimate government, you know, from they actually won the elections. Most people don't recognize them. I can tell you, ASEAN don't even talk to them because they don't exist in the real world's eyes. So yeah, so that's my quick point.
Yeah, I think what we're getting towards is that, like Gabriel was saying, is that might makes right, you know. And Toby was talking about how you have a contrast between an international system where you have multiple nations that are centers of power that are independent versus a globalist system, which implies, well, it says that it implies no hegemony, but in fact, it implies that one nation becomes hegemon over all others. And I think that the current globalist system is basically an evolution of the American hegemony after World War II, which itself was a successor to the hegemony of the British Empire over the European system after Napoleon. And in that context, you have to think about what the strategy is of this nation that is trying to be the global hegemon over the rest of the world. And what do you need to do? Well, effectively, it's divide et impera, right? Divide and conquer. That's what needs to happen to every single important region of the world. And that is exactly the strategy that the United States is employing in Eastern Europe and Western Europe, in the Middle East, in South Asia, and in East Asia. And specifically on the point about Israel, the reason that Joe Biden said that if Israel didn't exist, we would have to create it is because what Israel represents is a constant source of tension and division within the Middle East. Israel as it currently is. The United States does not want a solution to the Israel problem. It wants it to be a problem that is constantly dividing the Middle East. They don't want a united Middle East. That's also why the United States is so invested in supporting the Saudi Arabia against Iran, which is beginning to slip out of our grasp, actually, unfortunately. Well, from a certain perspective, unfortunately. It's also why it also comes into the Pakistan question, which we can get into. Taiwan is, of course, a huge part of this. We don't want China to be the hegemon over East Asia. And, of course, with Ukraine, right? And just to bring this back to Ukraine, on that topic, I think that you have to look at the division and conquering strategy of the United States and Ukraine in two different ways. You have to see that, well, what we're doing is, first of all, preventing Europe from being dominated by Russia, which would be a horrible hegemony for us to deal with. But we're also dividing Western Europe against Eastern Europe, right? Because the goal of Western Europe, Germany and France specifically, would be to connect with Russia and make an alliance with them, while Eastern Europe desperately wants that to not happen. They want independence, and they want a weak West Europe, and they want a weak Russia. So that's basically the point I wanted to make. I think that the United States is is calling itself globalist, right? But really, that just is a smokescreen for global hegemony of the United States. As we are moving towards a multipolar world, what that means is a collapse of that hegemonic project. So we're seeing that fall apart in various places, and I think the interesting thing is going to be what direction the United States goes in response to this. Whether we try to hold on to our empire, or whether we try to kind of turn our empire into something that we can actually hold on to. Right now, it's a bit overextended. That's the point I'd like to make. Yeah.
I just Vaughn, just one second. I just want to appreciate the comedy, of the framing of Forrest's camera right now.
No, but I mean, if you think about it, I mean, in the simplistic terms, it's like the Western world. You can see who they consider a state and who they don't. Ukraine is a state; it gets money. Israel is a state; it gets money. Palestine doesn't get money. They don't. They can say what they want, all they want. But you can see what they. Their actions are speaking louder than their words. Everybody talks about what happened.
To actually partially answer Archimedes' question, so the U.S. this is something. Most of the world has been very naive for a very long time, right? I'm from Africa, and I'm telling you, you can invade an African country as the United States, and they'll still think there's a misunderstanding going on. They still don't understand that, their country is about to be destroyed. They're like, maybe we can talk and agree on something. Maybe you misunderstood, or maybe we'll agree to your terms or whatever. So the rest of the world has been like that for a long time, including Arab nations. They have been around Muslims for a long time, and they're very compassionate people, right? And so for a long time, I think most of the global South did not understand how the game is played and how dangerous the world is. Like when the Arab Spring began, most of these governments were not realizing that they're being sniped at. It took them a long time to realize, holy crap, they're taking us out one by one, right? So the problem is now the rest of the world has become a little bit smarter. I remember I saw a video. It was during I think it was the 6-Day War, and it was the head of the intelligence of Jordan was talking on camera, and he said, "Oh, we're going to defeat Israel." He said he got a vision from God. And I'm sitting back and I'm like, dude, you're the head of the intelligence. You're the last person to be getting visions. Like, you should be the last person in your country to get visions. So, but these countries now are a little bit smarter. And Iran is actually really, really smart about it. Now, most of these countries, including Russia, have come to understand, oh man, these Western nations declared war on us, but it was never put on paper. They'll destroy us anytime they find, and it's like a chess game to them. It's like a chess game to them. If you look weak and they can take you out, they'll take you out.
Nunya is getting younger every time he come on.
I know.
Hey, Nunya, is that your Taylor Swift football jersey?
Hey, bro, what the fuck are you smoking? I like.
You're a Chiefs fan? Are you a Chiefs fan, bro?
Guys, it's Joe Montana, 49ers. Greatest.
Okay, you're Niners fan. Okay.
I think I summoned Nunya by lighting this up. But I want to.
I still haven't got over that defeat by San Francisco in the Super Bowl of Denver, so fuck them too.
What Macchiati said is that this president of Jordan that's talking about having a vision. I think that's a really amazing thing, isn't it? That you have a fucking president of a country that's saying that they have this spiritual vision of what they need to do.
No, he was the head of the intelligence.
Head of the intelligence, even worse actually, because at least the head of the country could say that it's for political gain. The head of the intelligence, that's supposed to be a professional, right? I mean, now the thing about it, we have to stop looking at the world of Islam either through the perspective of the globalist liberal West or through the perspective of the multipolar internationalism where it's just about balance of power, right? Because Islam is a very unique thing. It really is quite an interesting religion because it's unlike Christianity. Islam never had a phase where it was not the state religion of its dominant state. Islam was from the beginning the the state religion of this empire that was all conquering. I mean, they crushed the Persians, a great civilization. They completely destroyed them, and now Iran is the biggest Muslim simps of all time, right? Zoroastrianism is illegal, probably. Maybe not. Probably illegal in Iran. And the point that I'm trying to make is that Islam has a conception of the world. Has a conception of the world that is based on sort of a hegemony, just like the Americans view it. But it's a bit of a different hegemony. They view the world as it should be under total Muslim hegemony, right? They don't view the world as them being a single part of many other nations that are all in contact and all in competition. They view Islam as being the number one. And it actually doesn't, the nation state system is not that important to them. What matters is Dar al-Islam, right? The Islamic world. So that's how the people that are running Islam are that are running the Islamic countries see the world. That's how most people that are in Muslim countries see the world. I think that the concepts, of course, most people are just wanting to just live good lives and provide for their family. But anybody that's politically inspired in Islam is not going to be politically inspired in the same way that a European or a Russian or an American would. They want to see Islam grow and become the dominant thing of the world. And the first step to that is destroying Israel, because Israel represents a dagger in the heart of the Muslim world, right? And the second step is actually to destroy India, which is why India is fundamentally the biggest ally of Israel, no matter what. I don't want to get too much into that, but I just wanted to make that point that you guys can't look at the political aims of the Muslim world in the same way that you would see Western liberals or even Russian multipolar people. That's the point.
But why is Israel a dagger in the heart of the Muslim world? It represents Jerusalem.
Yeah,
it's about Jerusalem. It's about Al-Aqsa.
Yes.
Mosque, and that's why this Hamas war against Israel is about Al-Aqsa and recognition that long-term plan of Israel is actually to fully control Jerusalem and destroy Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock in order to build the temple. I know that since I was 10 years old, because my last name is Jordan, so I was interested in River Jordan, in country Jordan, Kingdom of Jordan. So I at that time I was interested in the region and just looking at it and finding out what's going on. And since then I knew the long-term plan of Israel is to take full control of Jerusalem and do this for the temple. It's open in their talks. It's open. It's nothing secretive, They keep talking about it all the time. So, and the Al-Aqsa Mosque is there. Also, Dome of the Rock, even though it's most probably not built by Muslims, but by Adrian as Jupiter's temple, and then adapted. That's just bullshit. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about that. But so many weird things. Is just this is not gonna happen for the Muslims. That they're gonna keep those buildings, their mosques, holy places, long term, and that's why they it's a dagger in the Muslim world.
Oh, by the way, just to clarify very quickly, the point I was trying to make, I actually got the right words in my head now. The point I was trying to make is that now most Muslim countries are able to think strategically. Before they were thinking too domestically or too regionally. Like when you saw the Houthis go after the Israeli ship, that right there was actually way more effective than firing missiles at Tel Aviv.
Good point. Yeah, ships are fucking important. Ships are so important. That's why the Ukrainians are going after them in the in Crimea as well. Ships are fucking important. I think RL is trying to talk or something. I don't know what he's doing.
No, he's agreeing that ships are important.
Man, you look like a weather reporter.
what Makadi just said. It's for a long time that you have some groups within the Muslim world who have a worldwide view and a worldwide reach. And you can see that in Africa, but also in Europe, with the Muslim Brotherhood, with Turkey, with other Muslim countries who have a lot of people coming from their country and who send imams to control their population within Europe, to influence the Muslim world in Africa to a certain type of ideology, to go to a certain direction. Traditionally, the Islam practice in Africa was very peaceful, kind of. And now you see more and more hardliners. And if you look at imams, if you look at mosques, if you look at the money, where it comes from, you immediately understand that it comes from Qatar, it comes from Saudi Arabia, it comes from United Arab Emirates. In Europe, it comes from Turkey, it comes from Algeria, it comes from Morocco. The new mosque who are huge mosque built in Europe, in France, for instance, is with Saudi money. So it's not something new. In the Muslim world, you have groups of people who think that and push a kind of hegemonic agenda, especially in European countries, where religion in some European countries, especially in Western Europe, where religion is kind of the Christianism religion is kind of a target of laicist.
The target of who? Of
France is a
laicist?
perfect example. Laïcism. I don't know how to say that in English. Laïcité. In French,
means not believer, basically.
Lycée? Isn't a lycée like a college? Or am I? I don't know any French.
It's a notion where religion is put aside of politics. It's
secularism. Like secularism.
Who came with the French Revolution of 1789. They got rid of monarchy, but also get rid of the church. And they put aside religion and marginalize it.
So it kind of goes into that saying that religion is the opiate of the masses kind of deal, right?
I
is
think
what you're getting at?
I think they've replaced religion as the opiate of the masses with a different religion.
And they replace it in France with laïcité, which is the new religion. It's the religion of the Republic, the French Republic.
I think in English we would just call that liberalism. I think that might be what you're getting at, laïcité. It may just be untranslatable, but I think it's interesting that you have a word for that in France, because historically speaking, if you look at, there's two countries that are quite unique, I think, in the Western Hemisphere, which is America and France, which are they're republics in kind of a very similar way. They threw off their old monarchy and they founded a republic with a constitution, right? Through force. That is not something that happened in England, which just slowly over time phased out the monarchy. Not something that happened in, for example, Denmark or Sweden, which still have monarchies. Spain, Germany, I mean, every country has its own history about this. But my point is, I think that strain of liberalism that you're talking about, that Republican liberalism as sort of a replacement for Christianity, right? That separation of church and state, I think that sort of is something that is uniquely attached to the American and the French national souls more than any other part of the West.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the Americans base their model after the French model?
No,
that's the modern version of democracy, is the French model.
Right.
Go ahead,
it's
Oral.
the opposite. It's the opposite, because the American Revolution occurred in 1776. Why French Revolution occurred in 1789? That means it was the American was the first, not the French Revolution.
No,
And
but
many
the Constitution didn't come till
Revolution in 1789 came from speeches made by Americans in 1776.
Yeah, but didn't the
So the
Constitution
inspiration
come
of the
later in
French
like
Revolution.
1790s?
1789 was the Constitution, so same time as the French Revolution. But we did have a Articles of Confederation before that, which were already liberal.
But you have a big difference between France and United States. In United States today and also before, it's always got something save America, or I don't know what.
Make America great again.
We never. Every president is always referencing to God. God bless America.
This is MAGA country, baby.
God bless Donald Trump.
Even if actually God needs to
bless
save
him.
America, they always say
Bring back 45.
God bless America. But in France, you will never ever hear a president referring to God. Never.
Yeah, true.
Signed 1789.
That's sad.
Every president of any kind of republic never reference to God. That's the
even Bill Clinton used God.
That's also why America and France are the two least white countries in the West of the European settler countries. I'll just say that. I think it's true. We're the most immigrant friendly, especially America. But France is leading the charge when it comes to putting immigrants into Western Europe, and that's the reason for it. It's America, of course, is immigrant friendly. I mean, it's always been an immigrant country, but France is the most spiritually connected country to America.
A colonizer country.
No, I think there's actually I think there's a
an
very
Israel before Israel.
If you look at France compared to the United States is like China. It's a massive country. It can absorb quite a lot of hits in multitude of ways. Not only in a multitude of ways, the United States is a ruling hegemon. It has the financial everything in order. So when you're looking at it like, how are you going to absorb immigration? Look at the United States. The United States was, like already alluded to, based on immigration, but it's very much an outlier. You cannot compare this kind of immigration ways that the United States were going through that what Europe is going through. It's not even remotely close. What Europe is going through is a very unusual quirk of policy. It has nothing to do with, for example, settler colonialism, where you have prefigurative policy tied to
Romans. Roman Empire also had multiculturalism. They had Vandals coming in. All the Gauls. Everyone was coming in. British. The Roman Empire had the multiculturalism already then, so it's not unusual.
No, it is not unusual. But if you take the United States as a matter of, okay, so the United States was explicitly based. This is one of the few countries in the history of the world that was explicitly based on racism. And the reason it could ever be having that conception in the first place was because it was a settler colonial nation.
There we go again.
So if you look at the United States, I'm sorry, if you look at the United States, you will see at the constitutional level with George Washington, one of the disagreements, they were quite explicit. They were not hiding it. It's same as with this Civil War stuff that they had, as if it was not about slavery. No, slavery was actually quite integral. It was economical, and back then they didn't care about the
You got to pay more money for it.
Wyatt, I paid.
You paid.
Wyatt, I paid.
Because
Let's give this man a 5-minute water break.
No.
The issue is United States
etiquette, bro.
In a moment of creation of the in a moment of creation of United States, it had a unique moment of already being the multicultural, multinational, everything, right? It's all mixed. So in order to defend against British Empire, to fight for independence, he had to create coalition of those multinations, and you just had not been able to, wouldn't be able to put one religion in front of it as a state religion. So they had to compromise. Basically, whoever was creating the constitution had to compromise with all that, but still point to it that they are all religious. So the God save America, that's what is about, because they had to compromise.
What about the rest of the world?
I mean, as an American, I'm having a vision from God that said that we should move on. I don't want to talk about America no more.
Yeah.
Actually,
it's a magical place. It's a special place.
Voz ain't had a chance yet. Let's let Voz talk. He ain't had a chance yet. Go ahead, Voz.
Yeah,
it's the essential.
There is a big difference when people talking about religion. United States and Europe use God as power. We Africans use God as hope. There is a big difference, because if you see, when you go to Africa, you're gonna see a lot of Christian church, a lot. It's just like, it's like a school. They even go fucking university, If you are good, you go to their university. It's like they're trying to control you, and they use God. Whatever they do is in name of God. And because of that, a lot of African people are poor because they believe in these people. Whatever they earn, they pay God.
You listen here.
And we pay because...
You listen here, Voz. Resistance is futile. Just give in. Give in.
But you're right.
Yeah. We're going to get you in the end.
I see this conversation kind of shifted religiously, but we have to understand that religion and politics have been intertwined, at least for the past. I'm going to be conservative. At least for the past 700 years, religion and politics have been intertwined. So, yeah, you can say that, and I would agree with you. Okay, like I said, I was being conservative, but you could still argue, though, that yes, religion was a tool used in countries in Africa to cause leaders to go against their own self-interest, but to say that it was the main point would be kind of disingenuous. I understand that we live in a more secular world. Give me a second, bro. I'm gonna let you rock. I know we live in a more secular world. I understand that, but a lot of people want to use a lot of strife that goes on in the world, especially the conflict in Israel and Hamas, and they want to keep religion as a scapegoat. But there are usually a ton more politics that go on behind the scenes. And religion just ends up being the smokescreen, because that's what emotionally charges people. But we have to keep in mind that there's always a political agenda, and there's always money that's being shifted in the background. That's actually the driving force behind any kind of conflict or behind any kind of strife that a country or people face. It can't just be all that, well, it's religion and people are so rooted in their traditions and beliefs that this is what causes everything. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say, you were saying in the past tense, like they used. Now they're still doing that right now. Yeah, if you go to
I agree.
If you go any country in Africa, you're gonna find like 10 or 15 different religions, but all Christian religions. Even in Muslim countries, they're gonna find a way to introduce this kind of God.
in the
By
past,
the way,
state was
where Church of England comes from. I know it's English, but it's like they just create that because everything was from long time ago. Church of England is just from when we were civilized.
It's because King Henry wanted some extra buns, and the Catholic Church wouldn't let him get it. That's the whole reason why.
Yeah, that's what really explains it.
By the way,
behind it all.
So quick anecdote. So once in a while I like going into Reddit and hearing what they're saying about various events. And there's something I saw that really blew the minds of the Ukrainian supporters on Reddit. It was the tunnel the Russians dug and then they blew it up under the Ukrainians. And man, Reddit went nuts. And I mean, it's a form of coping, but I just love the way that they were saying that, oh, Russia is regressing. It's going back to like 17th century tactics or whatever, or 14th century tactics. And I'm looking at these guys and I'm like, guys, they'll do whatever they have to do to remove you from there. If they have to dig underground. But I gotta say, that was impressive. I was impressed. Digging miles and miles underground.
Reddit's completely compromised.
Well, we need to keep in mind. Sorry, Steve. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying Reddit's completely compromised. You go to the World News page on there, and you will not find a single pro-Russian article. It's completely compromised. There's a bunch of bots in there. There's a bunch of.
I mean, you can't. You shouldn't even call it a pro-Russian article. You should just say a factual reporting of the battle.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's completely compromised.
One thing people need to keep in mind too is all of those soldiers from Donetsk and stuff.
We got an echo. Someone needs to mute.
Someone needs to mute.
No, all those soldiers from Donetsk and stuff, they were miners before they were soldiers, right? So they know the mines, they know how to mine, and they know the terrain. So it probably wasn't that difficult for them.
Yeah, I saw a story specifically. I think it was Wargonzo, and he was with the guys that dug the tunnel. And he said something like 1 out of every 2 guys there is, has a mining background of some kind. So digging tunnels is nothing. And they were showing, these weren't like they just dug tunnels. I mean, they shored them up with lumber. From what my understanding is they can build a tunnel, and then maybe they create a chamber they place the explosives in. So when it detonates, it doesn't damage the tunnel too badly. And they just go up and, clear the debris in the opening and, reinforce that spot where the damage was. And then they just pour it out like you saw. But I mean, yeah, they're going to do whatever.
To answer the question of the super chat, it's not to bypass the Ukrainian position, but to destroy the Ukrainian position.
Yeah, that was supposedly a pretty heavily fortified section right there, like maybe concrete bunkers and stuff that they detonated underneath. So, and then you saw what they did. They went into all the trenches that were feeding off of that, in whatever was there before the hole showed up.
Anyway,
they got swarmed and they had no choice. It was run or die.
They actually bypassed 2 lines of defense. It's 170 meters forward. That's how far they dug. So I would say there will be 2 trenches that they went underneath and hit.
That's crazy. I mean, to think about it, they didn't even know those guys went right underneath them.
I mean, imagine being a Ukrainian soldier. You can be hit from above, from the side, and from below now?
Yeah.
From behind.
The orcs come out of this hole in the ground, get you, drag you back down underground.
It's like something out of a Looney Tunes cartoon. You almost don't think it would be real. It's something that the Wile E. Coyote would try.
Like you're saying. You imagine how fucking terrifying. I mean, either side, but probably more the Ukrainian side, just because there's the numbers of shit that can hit them. I mean, like you said, you stick your head up, there's 20 FPV drones waiting to take your head off, or a squad is bum rushing you, throwing grenades at you. There's a tank driving up, shooting at you. I mean, artillery, missiles, from some helicopter could be, oh, look, there they are in the trees. I'll shoot a lemur. You're dodging a FPV drone, then you get hit by a fucking missile.
The only way that it could happen.
Terrifying just to think of how many ways you can get fucked by in Ukraine right now.
Well, that's why they have to. It has to be a coordinated effort between the soldiers that are doing the breach and the soldiers that are supporting on the front line behind the breach, right? So I think what I just want to say, I think what it says about what the Russians are doing is that they are engaging in that kind of combined arms warfare, right, where they're doing multiple tactics at the same time. And attacking, not just with little attacks, with one squad going forward, but with multiple people across the front line that are all coordinating, and the guy with the tunnel comes out at the same time as something else happens, right?
Yeah, you could almost bet why they were clearing that tunnel and getting ready to breach it, that they were probably having artillery drop in so nobody would hear them moving shit around and getting ready to come out to cover the noise of them clearing that tunnel. I mean, stuff like he's talking about, we're 5 minutes out from breaching, so they start dropping mortars in to cover the sound as they clear that last little bit and then pour out. They got drones up telling them exactly where to go. It's like, hey, there's a guy hiding off to the right, and you see what they did. They just, as soon as they came out, grenades, and then they bummed rushed up the hill, and you could see those other Ukrainian guys just running. It's like I don't think they even knew where the fuck they came from. I don't think they even knew those guys came out of the ground.
Ukrainians will use electronic warfare to block communications. It's a rarity to see that drones are drone operator is communicating with the people on the ground. It's a rarity, extreme. Considering how many times they show the video, but you don't see them communicating. Except in two videos, I saw two videos where they communicating and talking to each other. But still very late, still not real time. It's a few seconds, more seconds late. So it's always yelling, go. That's type of coordination, You go, there's a drone coming in, you have to run, move. There's artillery coming, move, and so on. So it's kind of difficult to coordinate everything. You have to destroy their electronic systems to block your communication. Then it's a huge coordination. So you need a lot of resources in order to really coordinate absolute superiority.
That one video where they show the guys working up on the positions with the FPV drones hitting the random Ukrainians that pop up, and then they clear the trenches and keep moving up, and they're talking to the drone operator. I was talking to Alan, and he translated some of it, and he said it sounded like they had reconned that position so well that the drone operator was calling out what he saw. It sounded like the guy talking to the guys on the ground was their commander, because he said he was saying things like he had concern for them, like be careful, don't go too fast and all that. And he said that he was calling out where to throw grenades and where to go by, like, there's a guy in sector A or red sector, or, whatever. They had actually identified this area. So when they told the guys on the ground where to engage, it was a known landmark that they had already discussed prior to the mission attack. So it's like, the red tarp, they all know where the red tarp is, or whatever landmark they were using. Yeah, so they were calling that shit out. So it was really pretty, that, like you said, that's one of the few videos where you see some pretty heavy duty coordination. And that's obviously because there's probably no electronic warfare there, because you can see that shit all the time in those FPV drones when they get staticky for a second. So it must just be, depending on where you're at, there just must be signals going everywhere. And I mean, it's pretty amazing they get through all that stuff.
So I was cracking up at one of the comments from that Reddit thread that I was reading. And so there are people who don't understand the historical perspective of this conflict, where it started, or even what's going on. Like, there are people who just eat up propaganda all day, which is fine. But I saw one guy come up to a sudden realization, almost, and start struggling with it. And the statement he made was, why are Russians this determined as aggressors? because of the digging of the tunnel, right? I mean, that's determination to another level. But this kid is just at one moment of pure honesty. He's like, why are they so determined? But as I said, it's one of those things where somebody has not.
Maybe he's coming to the realization, like people say, Russia can't lose. They're not going to lose no matter what.
Yeah.
Well, I said this months and months ago, probably at the beginning of this year. Certain countries are good at certain things, and the Russians seem to be really good at war, and they have the mentality for war, and they are a population that's willing to accept the consequences of war. So that's a tough enemy to beat.
You sound like a CNN reporter.
Who? What?
CNN
no, I mean, I get what he's saying. I mean,
there's a difference. They are good. They are good. They are good at fighting.
No, I think what he means is the population, the society. I mean, they're fully bought into the idea of this war and this conflict and the end goals. So, I mean, in that way, they're way ahead of the West because their production is already geared that way. Their mindset's already geared that way. Their culture. I mean, look at what they do. I mean, you got kids, holding up Wagner flags, people traveling all over the world holding up Russian flags. I mean, they've got their people bought into whatever the end goal is, and they've got that advantage over the West. I mean, they've said it themselves. They've been gearing for sanctions in a war for 10 years. They've been playing this game for 30 years, really, if you think about all the bullshit that's gone back and forth.
I would argue that they've been playing this game for 900 years. I mean, this is a country that's been, if you look at their history, they've got a history of people trying to invade them. And that's what I mean by this is a country and a mentality of a people that are ready for war because it's sort of always been in their history,
Mm-hmm.
And so, that's a tough enemy.
Well, I mean, look at the fact that they save everything. I mean, if it came down to it, they could probably pull out Mosin Nagats and capture German 98Ks and fight in Ukraine if they had to. Mm-hmm. I mean, they keep everything. That's like Mehdi, the guy that was on M60s. The tanks that he was on are retired and gone and in the scrap heap. The tanks that he was slated to fight against are still in the inventory of the Russians and either being upgraded or being modified into entirely new vehicles like a Terminator or whatever, or a TOS. So it's like, I mean, they don't throw shit away. They plan for a rainy day, and they may be slow to start, and clumsy, but I mean, even if they're clumsy now, it doesn't matter. It's a machine. I saw a story the other day. I think they have over 1 million men now in the active army or in the military. So I mean, it's like, once it may be clumsy, but once the machine gets rolling, clumsy don't really matter. I mean, you're still going to get steamrolled, and that's what's happening. Except they're not taking the casualties for the most part because they're just laying back and letting the artillery do the work.
All right.
Russians
to understand the point of view of the Reddit guy, the guy from Reddit, was surprised why the Russians are so. It's because he was fed too much with mainstream media propaganda. We're telling for almost 2 years that the Russians have no high moral on the battlefield. They are alcoholic. They are going to the front line with just a shovel, and stories like that.
They are alcoholic.
And have way more casualties than the Ukrainians, and all this shit. And he's still not waking up.
Is from 90s.
Yeah, but mainstream media are telling us that Russian soldiers are alcoholics.
Let him finish.
And they have zero moral. They don't have, they are like panicking, they are surrendering, they are fleeing the fights. That's what the mainstream media are telling us.
Yes.
Especially in France, less in United States, but if you look at news in United Kingdom, it's wow. They're fighting with shovels. They lack ammunitions. They don't have any kind of good technologies. They are barbarians, orcs, whatever. That's what you hear. And that guy from Reddit is just fed with that kind of shit. That's why he's reacting like that. It's logic.
Well, but I would say that throughout history, human had always done this, right? The weird one, they are the other group, and they're different. They're orcs. They're bad people. They're evil. Like, we've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years, right? It's still the same. It's just through technology, you can see through that, and that messes with your brain, right? Like, it creates dissonance. It disrupts the pathway, and when you have that disruption, you feel extremely uncomfortable, right? Your brain has a tendency to get rid of that discomfort, right? You either accept it, or you kind of open up a little bit, or you shut it out. And media or smart people, they can target that, and that's how these things kind of work. And it's just my thoughts. And a lot of times the news media, their incentives is to make money. They have a lot of data to see what kind of news people consume and what kind of news people just scroll through, and they see if we say Russians are bad orcs, and people eat that shit up, and giant circle jerk jerk each other off, then they make money off of that, right? So
that's why I always tell people, it's a massive red flag whenever you hear a politician or a statesman, you talk in terms of good and evil. The moment someone says, they're evil or good, but once you get into that kind of dualistic mentality, you know they're talking shit.
Yeah,
talk in terms of good and evil. That's just oversimplifying everything, and
they're evildoers.
It's part of propaganda.
Yeah.
I mean,
Russians.
This is a little bit off the
suffer
topic.
Millennia of cruelty upon them since Mongols, as far as we know, and there is some simplicity in their behavior and I would say attitude. There is more simplicity, but that's basically due to history and consistent European destruction or Mongolian destruction of Russia and cruelty upon them. So nothing to be really wondering about why they are so. That they are so capable to sacrifice for the motherland, and but I see this. It's more that's coming more from those Buryats, Chechens. Those that are living in more hostile areas. Where the climate is not so great, so they will where they live in their life in more cruel areas, they will be, of course, more easier to sacrifice and to fight like that, like being dedicated to dig the tunnels and do that. It's just the way also to survive. They are consistently through their childhood and through their history learn to survive. That's the thinking. That's what drives them. That's my
every army,
thing
by the way,
say
even
about
in the
it.
United States, they get a majority of their soldiers from the countryside. So it's not specifically very Russian or anything. It just is what it is. And people in the countryside are not paid well. And so the army right now in Russia is paying really good. So it makes sense that a lot of people from the countryside would end up joining the army.
Countryside and South Central LA.
Money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I mean, think about it. They're promising them good pay, good benefits, relocation, apartments, maybe even, like I've said before, they might even homestead the territory once they wrap it all up. I mean, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for veteran guys probably to resettle in other places and do Russia's bidding as far as, populating the areas, making it permanently Russian.
Hey
I mean,
guys,
that's what I would do.
And also,
If you're fan stuff, when they come home, they get treated like real heroes. Unlike, unlike all these veterans
I want to bring up another point real quick. I saw a video today of some Wagner guys getting like rehabilitation and getting their prosthetics put on, and they were pretty nice looking for prosthetics, and they were getting their rehabilitation, learning how to walk and stuff. And I thought, obviously it's propaganda, but I've never seen any videos from NATO or anybody showing how we're helping these Ukrainian guys that are getting fucked up. And they got sent to like Ramstein and stuff like that. But you never see any stories about them getting their legs fixed or rehab or anything.
You won't. But there was a report that I remember watching a video from Alexander Mercouris, and he talked about how there was a prominent Northern European prosthetics company that had to hire more workers because of their backlog was just so insanely huge. And you're not gonna see the videos. You're not gonna hear the reports about how soldiers who are coming from the front are rehabilitating, and the quote unquote success story of them coming back from previous injuries. Because even if you're going off the reports now, depending on how much you believe them, there are a lot more troops on the front line now who are getting just nasty injuries. We're getting basically being maimed to the point where they'll never be able to be combat effective ever again. And just that alone, even though the casualty report, even if you take out the deaths, right, the fact that you could have 75 to 80% of the troops being maimed beyond belief, you can't show that on TV. Ukrainians can't let that be known because, let's say you're a 19-year-old kid, right?
I meant just in the sense of like a feel-good story, here and there.
I'm gonna let you rock, Vaughn. I'm gonna let you rock. Give me a second, bro. I'm gonna let you rock. Okay, you can't allow someone who's like maybe, a 17-year-old kid, right, who hasn't been inducted yet, or maybe they are inducting 17-year-olds, but you can't let that be shown in the public eye because even though they may not die, you don't want the idea of knowing you're going to live the rest of your life, right, being a cripple. That alone is enough for people in this modern age to say, I'm not going to fight because I don't want to have to deal with phantom pain. I don't have to deal with PT for the rest of my life. I don't want to have to deal with a government that cannot support you because even if Russia was to pull out now, okay, there's no way with what's going on in Israel that the United States can pour the resources it needs to rebuild Ukraine. So, I mean, that alone is a crushing blow. You'll never see those reports ever happen. Go ahead, Vaughn. You wanted to say something. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, no, I mean, I agree. I guess I agree with you. I was just saying I would have thought, just for PR purposes, they would have done like a feel-good story here and there, like, oh, it's not all bad. These guys are recovering. Maybe
they actually
show a guy who's able to return.
Actually, do sometimes.
Well, I wanted to ask you guys a question to take it in another direction.
I agree. I agree.
Like, guys, think about this. Think about the last.
Toby, wait. I just want to answer to Jay's remark about that Northern European companies making prostheses, and we don't see any image of it, any footage, video, or reportage about it. Maybe it's also because of corruption. Yeah. All that money, because you can see many footage, many pictures of disabled Ukrainians without any prosthesis. That you can find, and a lot. Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, well, anyway, I wanted to switch gears and ask you guys about the last couple of weeks of media that you've seen, because I get the impression, tell me if you agree or not, but I get the impression that NATO have given up. Like Jens Stoltenberg is down in the Balkans talking about Serbia and making dismissive remarks. Scholz of Germany yesterday or the day before came out and said, "Oh, I think Putin should leave Ukraine." It was the most weak statement you could imagine. Like, I tried to imagine who's he talking to, right? He's talking to the TV mums in Germany, and he's pretending that he's not involved. Scholz was talking like he's a spectator on the outside looking in who has nothing to do with it. He was saying to Putin should leave Ukraine. It's as if Scholz thinks he comes from Latin America, from the other side of the world, that his country is not involved in the conflict and that he's a totally impartial dude giving friendly advice to one of the belligerents. It's really weird. And I get the feeling that NATO have given up at the very highest levels. And I'll tell you why. If we can remember a year or two ago and have a look at the British media, because they were really giving voice to the NATO strategy, Russia was going to collapse. Remember how excited everyone got when the Wagner thing was happening? Oh, this is it. Russia's about to collapse. The whole thing was based on weakening Russia and a Russian collapse, and especially an economic collapse. And I think that NATO have had a look at the economic results and that Russia are doing perfectly okay. I think NATO have given up. And that's really interesting because NATO have given up on their war aims, but they're still on the hook economically to support Ukraine. Ukraine has no economy anymore. I think NATO are desperate for a way out. But what do you guys think of the last couple of weeks of media? Because that's my impression.
I agree 100%.
Speculation that I've heard speculation that there's talk in the U.S. Strategic Command about making suggestions that they should negotiate an agreement. So that sounds like it. And also with Ukraine keep targeting ships, to me that's them doing the bidding of what I think this war was always about, which was weakening Russia. It's not about winning. And they were never going to win. I think everyone knew that from almost from the start. So
yeah, no,
I think they've realized they've done as much damage as they could.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Both of you. I think that they're at the end of the rope here. You've got, in the last week or so, you've had William Burns, the CIA director, go over there. You've had Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense, go over there. You've had the German Secretary of Defense or Minister of Defense, I forget his name. All of these people are going over to Kiev to deliver a message. The domestic, Cameron too. They're all going over with the same message. The cupboard's bare, and actually they're saying to Zelensky, you need to begin the process of negotiating with Putin. Can you imagine?
Hold on.
Imagine saying that.
Hold on.
After
this
yeah, I
is where,
agree. It must be weird.
This is where this is where Zelensky's pissed off. Remember, he had a deal. He had a deal. And these people told him, keep fighting. And now they know this shit is fucked up. They're trying to live. And Zelensky's like, what about me? What about my people? What the fuck I'm gonna do? Because he knows they're gonna kill him if he talking Russian.
Well, he earned that.
After Vaughn, I want to go.
Kill him straight away.
After you, Vaughn, I want to make a point. Go ahead.
You guys didn't watch interview with Arakamiya.
I did.
Do you think that such an interview would be allowed on the air if they didn't desire a respite, actually pause in order to rearm Ukraine? Arakamiya is a guy that was the leading negotiator with Russia from Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
Ukrainian leading negotiator with Russia. That was in when they signed that deal.
Istanbul.
In Istanbul, where they signed that deal and when Russia pulled out of Kiev as a per agreement, and he was saying that only demand that Russia asked for is neutrality, Ukrainian neutrality, not to join NATO. And he was saying, well, we couldn't answer that positively because it's in the Ukrainian constitution that Ukraine has a path to join NATO. So it will be against the constitution. They will have to agree, will have to agree on changing that constitution, and then they can positively sign that agreement and say, what about the rest of it? Oh, it's just that simple, that to give the Russian minorities rights and all that. But it was about neutrality, and about the EU. Say, well, the Russians weren't that against Ukraine joining in EU, but only against Ukraine joining NATO. As
that interview is so
hostile force has, so that interview wouldn't be allowed in unless they are asking Russians to negotiate with Ukraine and forcing Zelensky to negotiate. That's why they allowed such interview. They created
I think
such interview.
I think like with Burns coming and all these other guys delivering messages probably, and honestly, I think if you look at, they had a meeting in Ramstein last week and Zelensky was invited, but Zelensky was not.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think these guys are going there to get a read on Zelensky. They're getting maybe they're getting real talk from guys on the ground, military people that they can trust to give them a real rundown on what's going on, so that they can go back to Biden or whoever and basically come up with the cutoff plan. But I think Zelensky knows this, and I think he's the one that's acting crazy as far as, keep holding the Divka, keep doing this, keep doing that. I don't really think the West is, behind it anymore, and he's the only driving force left. And these guys are going there to try to figure out how to cut him loose. And I think they're kind of laying the groundwork because think about it. Zelensky goes to Ramstein. He told them what's up. Zelensky wasn't there to keep him in line or shut him up. And that's a big burn. I mean, why didn't you bring Zelensky? Because he could have asked for money while Zelensky was briefing NATO. So, I mean, something's up with that. I mean, I think he's, and there was, I didn't get to watch it yet, but there's something about him acting crazy, or people took it as crazy look in his eyes. And he's, like you said, he knows he's on the chopping block. He knows he's probably going to die when this ends badly for Ukraine.
Well, what's worse is that he's panicking. He's panicking so much on the national stage because he even tried to head over to Israel back when it was, I believe it was when Biden was making his visit over there. He tried to butt into that. And even Bibi said, not now, the time is not right, because he knew that Biden was going to approve the was it $14.3 or $15.3 billion aid package that was going to Israel. He knew that the moment that they approved the first package being sent over there, it was another package that he wasn't going to get. And slowly but surely, it's going to be like political attrition, where all the attention and all the resources that would go to Ukraine over the course of the past, 17, 18 some odd months, are going to be going strictly to the Middle East. So Zelensky is, he's overtly aware that he is now playing second fiddle to Israel. Of course, I'm not going to get into the whole fact that, you have a bunch of relatives in the State Department, where I'm not going to get into that part. But no, go ahead. Go ahead, Nunya. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just about to say, that, to your point, we also need to keep in mind that even prior to October 7th and what's going on in Israel, they were looking to minimize this in the media, and they were looking to get out of it prior to that, right? Now, this is the easiest way out for them because the new priority is Israel. So, for them, they just want to make this as painless as possible, wash their hands of it, walk away, keep the media stories to a minimum, and eventually people will just forget about it, because that seems to be what happens these days.
See, there's one thing I think a lot of people are getting wrong, which is people are thinking it's about money. I don't think it's more about money. I think the US could still keep on printing money. Even the Democrats allowing the Republicans to more or less block this package, I think it was more intentional than anything else. And here's the way I knew this. So even before they started discussing all this stuff, Russia started taking back their strategic bombers back to Engels Air Base. Now, the only way they'll do that is if they were confident that the US is not sharing intelligence anymore with Ukraine on targeting within Russian soil, because those bombers are the most prized thing the Russian military has that they would not wish to lose. And more or less, I think Ukraine had a timeline. There are other considerations, political. They are causing a lot of damage to European politics. A lot of those right-wingers are popping up here and there. So the whole thing had a timeline. Secondly, obviously, the attrition the Ukrainians are taking are immense. See, even the Russians that came to realize they do not emphasize the Ukrainian deaths as much as you think they would. And I think that's important. And I think they do that intentionally. If they wanted to, they could speak all over the media and push the narrative that over 500,000 Ukrainian soldiers are dead. But they're not going to do that because they want this to continue. They want this attrition to continue. And they'll keep saying we want peace. They really are not going to negotiate They just want the attrition to continue. So Ukraine is in a bad place. I don't know how they can get themselves out of it. Personally, they'll have to negotiate, but it's not going to happen because I don't think the Russians want to negotiate.
Yeah, I mean,
the Russians want to negotiate. They just
not
want
gonna be
yes for an answer.
Americans.
See, the Russians are prepared to negotiate. If you give up,
it's not going to be a case where the U.S. It's not going to be a case where the U.S. bails out. It's not going to be a case where the U.S. bails out Ukraine in this situation. The Fed already met last month. They're not going to raise insurance rates, or excuse me, they're not going to raise interest rates in the U.S. Okay, interest rates are going to stay stable, which means they're not going to be able to rely on interest rates to help bring down inflation. The U.S. cannot just go and print more money to help fund the war because that's going to be a detriment to us at that point. Our economy is already at 7% inflation. They're trying to bring it back down at 2%. Okay, because they're not going to raise interest. If they were raising interest rates, I would agree with you. But because they're not going to, which means they're going to do quantitative easing, right? And I know this is only sticking on the U.S. side, but if we're not willing to increase our interest rates, we're not going to print more money, which means the money has to come from somewhere else, and the funding has to come from somewhere else to give to Ukraine. All right, especially now, like I said before, you have a lot of family members who are related to prominent people in Israel that happen to work in the White House, so we're going to make sure that whatever funding needs to go anywhere in the world, it's going to end up going to Israel first. And of course, I think our administration stupidly not thinking about this, but eventually, inevitably, we're going to have a conflict in Southeast Asia with Taiwan. So there's of course that to contend with. The United States is on the verge of having to fight essentially a 3-front war. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah,
I'm way more cynical than that.
When was last time UK sent aid to Ukraine?
There's no problem with funding. The funding of Ukraine is basically they want to slow it down. They just want to make a pause and rearm Ukraine again, reorganize the army and get a training. That's all United States. It's not funding problem. It's more like weapon supply problem, not funding problem per se. But I see it a little bit more differently too. There's another force that driving this. It's the Ukraine was Democrats' project from Democrats. Okay, that was their alternative funding for the party campaign. Okay, that's and that's why that Bitcoin scam and all of it that happened. It was Democrats that were protecting that. SKL, what's his name? Okay,
Sam Bankman.
They were protecting him. Yes, Sam Bankman, SBL. They were protecting him, not Republicans. Well, now the last year, the Republicans got into power in Congress, and I was looking if they're gonna be able to switch the funding from kickbacks from Ukraine to their coffers, but it seems not. They weren't able to switch those funding. The lines are still going to the Democratic coffers, not to the Republicans. That's why they blocking this.
Jordan, those
Basically,
two people are not very different. They're not as different as you think they are.
I somewhat agree.
Yeah,
I somewhat disagree because the Republicans were the main ones in the earlier years. This is before the old switch to 2012, but the Republicans were the old backers of Ukraine. You know,
Steve, your internet sucks.
I think this is a neocon thing.
Your internet sucks.
Yeah.
I just want to make this point real quick that I understand a lot of people historically believe that the Republican Party in the U.S. are normally the war hawks, and a lot of that stems from the Vietnam to the first Gulf War era. I understand that. Yeah, first, thank you, Desert Storm. I understand that. But if you look at the course of the past few years, it has been the Democrat Party who have been the war hawks, right? The Republicans are not that much different. The only difference is the Democrats want to focus more on Ukraine, whereas the Republicans, who I believe are showing that they're far more Zionists in their party, want to focus more on Israel. So it's no longer an issue of whether or not it's one party or the other that are the war hawks. It's more of an issue of the fact that it's the same philosophy with slight variations between both parties.
And there's no difference between
Democrats are able to sell a war better than Republicans can. They can do the whole tier thing and say, "Oh, we are doing it for look at those women in Afghanistan." You know, look, they're able to do that way better than Republicans can. I mean, you know, but more or less, I don't think it's really there's a divide between both of them. But at the end of the day, I think all of them are very aware of U.S. general interests. Even those people, even those liberals you see who are anti-war, living in Seattle and whatever, they're aware that the only way they can keep those beautiful houses, the U.S. has to keep those bases all over the world. They're aware of that at the back of their mind. They just don't want to see children getting killed on camera. That's the difference.
The Republicans don't give a fuck about these people dying in Israel.
It doesn't matter, Voz. It's the same. It's the same. Every one of us is from a different country.
You know,
let me finish. Every one of us is from a different country, and every one of us is from a democracy, and every one of us has a bunch of political parties that, if you look at under the hood of what they agree and disagree on in terms of things that matter, i.e. foreign policy, they all agree. It's one uniparty in every single country. That's the point I'm trying to make. So it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or if you're a Democrat. Like was just said, the Democrats are a little bit better using flowery language to explain things. But that's it. Like, guys, we don't live in democracies anymore. I'm sorry to say.
You know, here in UK, I believe it's the same in the United States. You're never gonna see a conservative say free Palestine, even though they disagree what Israel is doing. They're never gonna say that. But the lefty always gonna say, fuck you. We're not gonna vote you.
And to your point, if any of you guys have been following on Telegram the protests and the riots occurring in the United States, they are almost entirely from Democrat-held cities. Almost entirely. Every single major protest, and I would even argue even the major protests throughout the world are in cities that lean towards liberalistic ideologies throughout the world. That's where you see the vast majority of these pro-Palestinian protests.
There is a correlation, but that is not a causation. If you look at the demographics in terms of the population, what they believe in, what their biases are, that is a correlation. It's almost like a coincidence rather than it's a causation. Them being a democratic or Democrat-controlled parties or left liberal leaning is not the causation of why the protests are breaking out. I just have to make that clear.
You know, in UK, the opposition in Parliament, the front bench, about a week ago, half of them left the post as the front bench because people in this rally in London, they were shouting, call for ceasefire or you won't get voted. And some of them saw this and say, wow, fuck off.
Wyatt, what were you going to say, bro? Wyatt, you going to say something?
Oh, I almost going to forget what I want to say. Let me think. I forgot what I want to say. Actually, what I want to say is that every country ultimately don't really care that much about other people's citizens. I just want to highlight because it's not their job. Their job is to take care of the citizens of their own country, particularly the people who voted for them. So there will always be some kind of injustice, like this state or this town voted me more, so I'm going to give them more money. This also do happen, but generally the focus is always their own country.
Yeah,
so,
but that depends.
Which is why you to expect. So you to expect your own country to say no morally, ethically correct PC stuff. Yeah, I mean some will do it, like the more left-wing people, the progressive will of course say nice stuff because they are PC people, but ultimately it's not their job. So yeah, I know I'm not sure what to argue about.
Oh, sorry, Wyatt, I don't share your point of view. Especially in the West, maybe in Asian countries, politicians, local politicians, their job is to focus on internal politics and what happened in their country, yes, but not in the West, and especially not in United States. where you have Congress from Florida, from Arkansas, from Kentucky, from Florida, from California, from New York, we're talking about Iran, we're talking about the Middle East, we're talking about China, we're talking about Russia, so on. And you have the same in European countries. You have an elected guy from I don't know which European countries in the European Parliament talking about stuff in Africa, talking about Russia, talking about China. They don't give a fuck about their own population, and they don't give a fuck about the people who have elected them.
Okay, I put
That's
it in
why
another way.
in many European countries, people are fed up with their politicians, and they don't believe anymore in the political class, and for obvious reasons. And if you look at the Israeli-Palestine conflict, apart from some exceptions in some European countries, the vast majority of the political class, they are all one-sided to Israel.
So,
despite what the population may think.
Yeah, so it's a
Wyatt,
national
I
interest.
think you meant national interest. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a national. So like, okay, for smaller countries or for weaker countries, of course, they don't have much foreign diplomatic needs. They can't do much. They don't have influence. Like even for Singapore, our foreign influence is very limited. We do too much, we get smacked. So, but for powerful countries like France, United States, then their national interest is a bit more. So, for example, France need to mess with the African countries because that's where they get cheap resources. They have to. Then it's for their people, but of course, can say that it's for the rich people, but it's the same. It's there for themselves. So it's for French. So the Americans will do things for the Americans, but which part of the Americans, debatable. Debatable.
And that's the thing. Like the ruling class of politicians, they have to do that technically for their people, but they cannot tell their people that they're doing it because it's very different and opposite end of what they preach as in liberal democracy, humanitarian. Because what they do for their own people against other people are the polar opposite of that.
And it's not just that. It's sometimes that the things that you need to do, right? In the short term, nobody will support, for sure. But the thing is, the benefit comes long term. For example, America entering World War II. The Americans during those days is anti-war. They just want to stay within themselves. They don't want to get involved with the outside world, especially Europe. After their experience of World War I, they say no, cut us out. That's why they need Pearl Harbor to happen. Even though they know the attack is coming, they let it happen because they need to enter the war because this will have long-term implications to to American interests. So they have to do it. So maybe Netanyahu is also thinking exactly the same thing. He feels like, I need this attack to succeed, the Hamas attack, the October 7th attack to succeed and succeed in a very brutal way so that he can justify a very brutal crackdown on Hamas. So, it's a long-term consideration, but they will never tell you honestly because they can't. If they tell you, you will be anti-war. Of course, you say that, no, you cannot do that. But imagine if America did not enter World War II, America will just be a regional power like China. You may not be a global hegemony because you will have USSR or you may have most likely Nazi Germany and Japan dominating most of Europe and most of Asia. Then Britain will be gone. Britain will be like a colony or the conquered state of Nazi Germany. And then everybody will be for us, this conversation, I will be speaking in Japanese or German to you guys. Then we will all speaking in German. This could be the reality.
Some of us wouldn't be here, honestly. Some of us, it would honestly. I truly do believe the man in the high castle got that part right. Some of us would not be here. Yeah.
And actually, to just kind of add on what Wyatt is saying, if cameras were put into the rooms where these leaders are talking, let's say Richard Barnes and Rishkin are talking about Ukraine, and a camera was put in there, the public would be in shock because these people they're not going there with emotions. It's literally okay, what do you want? Move this side, and then they're very practical. So countries are like that. They don't like they're not emotional about stuff, and everything is planned. So there are a lot of pro-Russians who look at this war and they say, oh, America made a big mistake. They didn't know what they were doing, blah, blah, blah. You can't be sure about that because we don't know what their goals are. Their publicly stated goals are not necessarily their real goals. People say, oh, they didn't get what they got in Iraq, from the war in Iraq. You don't know what they were looking for.
You don't know what they were looking for.
If you go there thinking it's oil, then you'll be wrong. But if you go... But there are some people who have theorized that it was going to war for the sake of going to war, so that you have a new generation of people who are trained, who can actually fight. Now, if you think about it like that, then you're like, oh, then that makes sense. So even this war today will make sense to us in future, but it's not for what people think. It is not for Ukrainian democracy and all that crap. That's not true.
So Machiavelli, make a good point. You know what? Yeah, I'll wait. Give me 5 seconds. 10 seconds. So, for example, imagine what happens behind the scene between Trump and Kim Jong-un. So when they met, right? Maybe you then close doors, suddenly Kim Jong-un will start to speak in English. They say, hey, brother, they will hug and, they will talk, hey, so now how, what shall we do? Oh my God, the things is getting a bit messy. Then they will make some plans. Maybe they are all friends, because they understand each other because they are all leaders. They need to deal with their internal politics. And maybe inside the room, if you have a camera, you'll be shocked by how open they are to each other. This likely is going to be the case, because if you look at some of the transcript of some of this US president with other leaders or whatnot, you can see that in their conversations, they are very, very direct. They say that, hey, what is your plan? What's your plan? What are you trying to do? They will talk very openly with each other so that they don't have any misunderstanding. And this is also why you have the Cuban Missile Crisis able to dismiss, because to be able to resolve, because they talk it out and then they say, hey, this is not the aim, it's not going to reach their strategic aims, and okay, we're going to pull out, we're going to make a deal, and everything is solved. So, but if you look from the public perspective, it makes no sense how the Cuban Missile Crisis suddenly just disappeared. It don't make sense. So I was expecting the Ukraine war to be like the Cuban Missile Crisis. I thought that the Russians will put some missiles on Cuba, and then they will force some conversation, and then after that they will just call it off. And everything will be fine. End up they went to war. So it's like, what the fuck? RL, I took more than 10 seconds.
Yeah, maybe in United States the decision makers are basing their decisions on rational things, but it is also open to mistakes. But then let's talk about European countries and leaders of European countries. What are the rationalities there? They are just shooting in their foot. Germany has its industries destroyed. What are the rationality thinking in Germany? Same, look at UK. UK is in deep shit. Economically, financially, they are losing a lot of ground. What are the rational thinking there? Of course, if you consider them as total vessels, you might understand why. But even a vessel will not shot a bullet in its own foot.
Oops. I disagree with Machiavelli.
Oops. That's why I don't get what happened in Europe. Yeah, maybe in United States, yes, they were planning maybe to crumble Russia, but mainly to put a rift between Russia and Europe, so Europe never became a peer competitor to United States and never get away of the grip of United States. Yes. They were thinking that, but they made a big mistakes, because now it's the position of US dollars internationally that is shaking. So they made mistakes also.
Macchiati, I disagree with you. You know, about democracy. It is about democracy in Ukraine. If you see Libya was about democracy. Afghanistan was about democracy. Iraq was about democracy. Wherever they went before was all about democracy.
That's bullshit. That's the bullshit for public opinion.
Pause. You have to.
They have to sell it.
You have to explain. You have to explain what you're saying better. There's no way you mean that on face value.
Trolling.
But when he said Afghanistan was about democracy, that had my eyebrows raised. Just gonna say. Go ahead, Wyatt. I don't mean to cut you off, bro. Go ahead.
It's correct. What America is trying to do is to destroy the biggest competitor, EU, because EU is the biggest competitor to United States. Next is China, if I'm not wrong. China is easier because China is dependent on selling to United States. So as long as United States suddenly don't buy anything, China economy will just go downhill. So EU is a bit more difficult because it's a competition in terms of technology and other form of exports, and they are competing more or less the same market. So to cause the Ukraine war, cut off the cheap gas from Russia, Germany goes downhill because EU is getting very, very strong actually, especially with Germany, controlling the EU for so long, and then they're getting cheap gas, and then the second pipeline was going to go to start. It was a big threat because there's US being US, they will destroy whoever is going to be competition. So that's what happened. So but now it kind of like boomerang back into their face, into the American face. So now they're stuck. The Russia is not collapsed yet. Russia is getting stronger. EU, which is their ally, is breaking down, and then then China is also getting stronger because they pushed Russia into China's side, and then China as a result have resources. Previously, they are not buying that much from Russia because Russia is not selling to them. So now Russia have no choice to sell to them. Now China have security, so China becomes stronger as well. So basically, United States in one chess move blundered, and everything just went downhill.
France was
I don't think that the United States wants to destroy the EU in the sense. I mean, the EU has always ultimately been under the heel of the United States. Also, eventually the EU is going to implode on itself anyway. There was no way you could really have any sort of economic union, but such a disparate bunch of countries. So it was eventually going to collapse. I mean, the only thing that really held the EU together from its inception was really Germany, and to a lesser extent England. Now England has left it. Germany is in the midst of a recession, which is only going to get worse, which was bound to happen anyway. So I don't really think that there was some grand design by the United States to destroy the EU. They knew it was, and they were basically, all of Europe has pretty much been a vassal state of the United States since the end of World War II. So.
But the cheap gas will make them stronger.
Your wise teaching moment is whoever is friendly with Russia is getting stronger. That's your teaching moment, right? When Germany is friendly with Russia, getting resources from it, getting stronger. Now is China getting cheaper resources. Almost unlimited resources, it's getting stronger. So America should learn. Be friendly to Russia. You'll be the strongest.
This is why,
you'll stay the strongest.
This is why Russia is always the ultimate enemy for United States, because Russia is the only country that, along with United States, can become a superpower all on their own without anyone's support. Because they have the resources and they have the manpower, the technology. Only Russia can do it. India cannot. India do not have the resources.
Self-sufficiency.
Africa.
And that's kind of the problem with the EU is that it wasn't self-sufficient. So it was never a real threat to the United States. Russia,
which is why it's the
only other country besides the United States that, if they had to be, could be completely self-sufficient. But I would say the United States does have the advantage because militarily, they got an ocean on either side of them, so they don't really have to worry about any sort of really foreign incursions like the Russians have had to been obsessed with since since World War II. So, and also the United States actually has more natural resources and more brain power, a lot of things than Russia does. Russia does have a lot of internal problems, although I'd say they're in a lot better shape than Europe. But that's really what it comes down to.
Because
what I think is
how
go ahead, wife.
how I
Go ahead,
view is
wife.
a bit different. So how I view is a bit different because if you look from the United States point of view, yes, EU is still largely under US control through NATO. But EU is not the American thing. EU is a European thing, which is why EU constantly want to build a European army on top of NATO. They already have NATO. They don't need a European army. But the reason why they want a European army is because they want independence from the United States. And we do not know how European Union will evolve. Because
but Wyatt, I want a pony. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. There's no way that
they don't. But the thing
there's
is,
no way that the EU can
How badly do you want it?
an army. It depends.
So
when
it's
you
just
want
like
it.
Israel.
A lot usually around Christmas time.
EU
So just
never
like
gonna
Israel-
EU never gonna be free from United States.
So if you
Ever.
if you look at it, it's a threat. It's a threat thing. For example, Libya will never become a threat to the European Union, but they destroy it anyway. Palestine going independence can't really actually threaten Israel as well. Israel will continue to be the stronger military power, but they will suppress it. The same thing. It's just a suppression of a potential threat. And if EU suddenly really, for some reason, suddenly have some kind of agreement with Russia, and they become an even stronger union or stronger ally between the two, they don't need the Americans anymore. And that is a dangerous and it's a dangerous thing. And if it start to roll in that direction, it will be too late. So they have to put a stop to it. They have to demonize Russia, start the Ukraine war. It sounds very evil, but that's how I look at it.
I actually agree with Wyatt in a way that most of these nations, by the way, they're actively working like that. They're actively in competition. Even nations that look as if they're working together, like you remember after that earthquake in Haiti, the US kicked French businesses out so aggressively and just freaking took over most of Haiti anyways. Like that's how they are. They'll smile to each other when they meet at meetings and whatever, but they're usually very aggressive against each other. And it also depends on what elite is on top of each country. They may have their own interests. So the elite in France seem to have their ideas of how to, to make European Union more or less as if their pet little thing and have more power within the European Union, and have independence from the other side of the Atlantic. Countries do this all the time. It's like a thing they do.
I'm glad you brought up that comment, Wyatt, because I wanted to actually mention that beforehand. Was that if the moment the super chat you just had? Can you hear me? Is my mic working? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Jordan,
I'm glad that you brought up that point. Okay, I'm glad you brought up that point before. Brought up that super chat. Because I wanted to say this: the moment that Germany decides to cave in and just start buying Russian oil however they can, regardless of what the U.S. or the rest of the EU says, is the moment that Russia is ironclad going to win the war. Because at that point, they're going to get all the money that they need. And not only that, but Germany is essentially like a de facto leader of the EU when you think about it, because they're the biggest economy of any of the European nations. So if Germany decides to cave and say, hey, we're going to buy Russian oil and buy Russian resources, see ya, dude, then the rest of the European countries are going to follow suit. Because like I said, they're a de facto leader. And once that happens, you're going to see Russia's prosperity and Russia's military power skyrocket. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if after that, they start annexing, and I mean like actually annexing their surrounding neighbors, or at least parts of the territory of the surrounding neighbors, to fill out not only a barrier from Russia proper, but also to boost their population, because a lot of people don't realize this, or a lot of people neglect it. The world as a whole is going through a baby bust, right? And Europe is catching the shittiest end of the stick. But what Russia is doing now, as far as depending on how much they take of Ukraine, they could actually be fixing that, because they'll get an injection of population through people that they will absorb, but they'll also get an injection of population by any troops who decide to, like Vaughn mentioned earlier, they may homestead it. So you're going to have people who are going to go there, homestead the land, and possibly create new families, which will not only make Russia economically more powerful, but socially more powerful, because they're going to fix their population problem. Go ahead, guys.
Well, can I just say something about the baby bust?
I just want to say one point to your point.
Hold on,
and that's
the baby bust.
I just wanted to say that the German. I'm just going to talk over everybody. Why not? Like
you know,
everybody else
you
does.
need,
I just had my hand up.
you need to understand
Yeah,
Jordan is behind. You know, you need to understand Jordan.
You should
Jordan is behind.
You should understand that the EU is trying to create a state. EU is still not a state. So when you talk about Germany as a leader of EU, it's actually they're attempting to have a leadership, but they don't have it proper. It's not a state yet. It's like a 50-year, 60-year term project. They actually created a European Central Bank that is not working as a central bank of normal states. It's very punishing to the members, not beneficial like every other central bank is. So Fed is actually supporting euro. It's creating the support, holding up the support for the euro, buying up whenever they need it to prop it up. So United States could have destroyed the EU as a project after 2008 crisis, but they supported the EU not to collapse. That's how it works. And creating the military for EU is another project that takes long time to create. Absolutely, it's a part of trying to become independent from United States, but it can't because it's still not working. It's still not working as a state. That's what the long-term goal is.
I mean, the whole reason they blew up the fucking pipeline was to keep Germany from caving early, because they probably would have caved already. And then the pipeline got blown up because, I mean, I think at the time the pipeline got blown up. There was a lot of protests in Germany, a lot of questions, a lot of energy stuff, and then all of a sudden the pipeline got blown up, and it like took care of all those problems for whoever, So I think the pipeline was designed. Germany would have caved early.
The United States.
I mean, I think the pipeline was just meant to extend that.
It's just never going to happen. The idea that Germany and Russia are ever going to be pals is not going to be, never going to happen unless the United States allowed it. We blew it up once. The Germans didn't do anything. In fact, they kissed our ass.
I mean, that's taking the pipeline out guaranteed it. I mean, for the time being.
Go ahead, Nunya.
Yeah, Jay, I just wanted to follow up on your point about, the thought that these Russian oil and gas flows are eventually going to go back to Europe. I think this is a belief that a lot of Europeans have. And, I'm just going to lay it out to everybody from Europe. You're not getting that cheap oil and gas anymore. It's gone. It's already been rerouted to India and China. You're never going to see it again. So stop thinking that way. Just get used to the 4 times higher LNG coming from the U.S. and, a lower standard of living, because that's what you signed up for. That's what your government signed you up for. I'm sorry, but someone had to tell you.
Nunya, I'd like to.
No, Russia has a lot more resources.
Don't be sorry, Nunya. Don't be sorry, Nunya.
So
don't be sorry.
Oh no, sorry. Just time out. I'm not actually sorry. I was being facetious.
We got it. You're joking.
The worst part is, though, even though their standard of living in Europe is going to go down, you're not going to stop the influx of immigration from North Africa and the Middle East. Hence the reason why you see fuck shit go down, like you saw on Thanksgiving night in Dublin, which is why you saw the chaos and the hellspawn that came out of that.
Yeah,
because as you see more, as you see,
that this
but
immigration is going to be better for Europe. My argument is because
it's not.
People
Bro, I
are
never
not
said
fungible.
That.
It's
The
not
point I
going
was
to be
making,
and all, you mentioned
point I
the
was
baby
making.
bust. There's one more thing I wanted to say about the baby bust is that actually the countries that are most affected by the baby bust are actually in Asia, Japan, China, Russia as well, parts of Russia.
There's a worldwide baby bust. The only place there's not a baby bust is the continent of Africa. They're the only ones who are still making babies, even though they can't afford to have them.
The level
That's
of
not the point I was trying to. That's not the point I was trying to make.
Rate in South Korea is the lowest in the world, and you look at the replacement rate in Japan. It's much lower than it is in Russia or even Ukraine. So these are the countries that are really being affected by the baby bust. So there's degrees. Yes, the whole world is being affected by it with the possible exception of Africa. But even Africa, the numbers are starting to slow down. But where it's really being affected is in Asia.
So I'll correct it. Only East Asia, or
well, the industrialized industrialized
yeah,
countries,
industrialized Asia.
industrialized
So
countries,
because
countries
if you
that
look at
matter.
Indonesia, if you look at India, Indonesia, Bangladesh, maybe Sri Lanka, Pakistan, they all have high birth rate. So they have this enormous young population. So which is why Indonesia is getting
Yeah, and
caught
Palestine
by
too.
China.
Gazans,
Yeah.
like half their population is under 20.
So
By
it's
the
basically
way,
global south.
Jay, we can afford it, but we're not allowed to.
It wasn't meant to be a slight.
And by the way,
it wasn't meant to be a slight towards Africa or African nations. But the fact of the matter is that if you look at GDP wise, right, maybe you have Nigeria who's got a decent GDP, but most countries in Africa cannot sustain the populations they have without perpetuating the third world level. I understand. I'm not disagreeing with you, bro. I'm just saying, but they're still having children that they cannot feed properly. I'm not trying to throw shade. This is just a matter of fact.
I know what you mean. I'm just saying.
By the way, it's basically called poverty, and it's affecting everybody. But again,
not everybody.
The average age of Europe is what, 43, right? The average age of Africa is 18. Before they start having a problem, it's gonna be decades from now. So their labor situation, I mean, they just need to know how to utilize their labor well. But their labor situation is gonna be
older is more wiser.
But there's something else I wanted to mention. I think Nunya said. You say that the relations between Russia and Europe are never gonna be okay again. I promise you, these nations are very strange.
I didn't say that.
One day, I'm telling you, one day these nations, they did this in world wars back in the day, and all these wars they fought in Europe. One time they're on this side, the next time they're on the other side. These guys can shift very, very easily.
No, but I didn't say that though. I said that the gas is gone. So unless Russia builds more capacity, there's no more gas to sell to them. I agree with you. Eventually, they'll get to make up, but they need more capacity.
By the way, the way it can work actually, you remember Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2, the Russian government had refused to do Nord Stream completely. The reason why they agreed to Nord Stream was because Angela Merkel tied it with the Minsk agreement. The only way the Germans agreed to go ahead and push the Ukrainians for the Minsk agreement if only Putin agreed to another pipeline. The government of Russia had said no to another pipeline completely because they were just a mess. So in future, they may make another deal. Bring back the gas. It's not the Russians who really want to build these pipelines. They can make much more money in the East. The pipelines in Europe, they're just problematic. But in future, they could make another deal. With these countries, you never know.
Presently, Russia is doing a lot of pressure into LNG. That's very expensive for everyone. So they will prefer not to LNGize it and just send it through the pipes that are already existing, like Nord Stream 2, that one line. They will immediately switch because they still have overcapacity of natural gas, and there's a lot of more options to expand capacity. So it's not gone. Yeah, it's going. Some part of it's going towards China instead of the EU, but it's not totally gone. So at any time, US gives up on pressuring Russia, it's gonna return. The gas is gonna return through the pipes, not through the LNG ships like it is now. Because now it's coming into Europe as LNG, not as natural gas through the pipeline. That's the only difference, and it's much more expensive for everyone.
Russia was at 95% capacity last month. They have no capacity, guys. That's what I'm saying. They'll have to build it. They're outbuilding it, actually.
And if you want Europeans going back to Russia to make any kind of deals, you need to replace the elite in Europe. And I think you will never see that change happening.
I mean, I agree in that sense because, I mean, really, there's no incentive for Russia to deal with these people. And there's no reason for them to be merciful or give them a good deal or forgive and forget. I mean,
Everybody dies.
really, I mean, they might do it down the road because the opportunity's there and it's just too good to pass up on the money. But I mean, I don't really see the Russians
the only thing I will say,
anytime soon. Not after what we did to them.
The only bit of pushback I'm going to give against what Nunez's rebuttal, and it's only tacit pushback, is the fact that I think eventually you're going to see Turk Stream opened up. I think Turkey is going to end up being the new gateway to the rest of energy to Europe. And I think that will serve as like a bridge in order for Europe to get cheap gas back. And I believe that as this war goes on, I agree with you. But as this war continues, right, and as Russia makes those deals with the Middle Eastern countries and Eurasian countries such as Turkey, Germany will be a country who will co-opt that and support it because they're going to want to get as cheap as energy as possible. That's why I kind of disagree with Nunya that Europe is never going to see cheap gas again. They may see maybe not as cheap as they are used to, right? It may be cheaper than what they're getting now, right? I know this is very nuanced. Yes, they're going to get cheaper than what they're getting now. I just don't think they'll ever get. I do agree with you on one point. They're not going to get what they used to, but I don't think it's going to be like that forever. I think Turkey's going to end up being the gateway to allow Europe to get that cheaper gas again, and they're going to co-opt and try to push along any kind of peace agreement that Ukraine is probably going to have to be forced to do. But with that being said, okay, we haven't let our boy Mike over here hasn't had a chance to speak yet. He's been quietly waiting in the corner. He hasn't had a chance to give his take. So.
Hey, Mike.
Mike is gonna come with bullshit. You know that.
There's gonna be a miss about the folk season. I just want to say it's good to see all the generals and the commanders here. What I'm about to say is about first. I would say this is what I'm trying to say for almost forces. Zelensky is a drug addict. Period. That's first thing. Secondly, Russia is fighting fighting in three fronts. First one is a physical war. Second is technology war. Third is the resources. Because right now, the reason why the European and America is panicked, not because of Russia is winning. Yes, they are winning, but in not what most of us are paying attention to. And where they are winning on is the technology. Russia is now becoming self-efficiency. They are now developed their own technology. Now, things that Europeans used to sell for them, now they are now developed and keep moving forward on their own. Right? So then that is one of the reasons, that's one of the biggest things that make European panic and American panic. Because now the more Russians keep working more, the more they keep developing more technology, improving their technology, catching up to the West. All these sanctions become a nightmare for the West. And as time go by, the way I'm looking at it right now, maybe in the next 10 years, 15 years, Europeans are going to be moving to Russia. The way they are running toward the American, UK, they will be running to Russia. Because Russia are now developing and now moving to the different level entirely. Because the entire Project Europe, right? I'll call it Project European. It's now become Project EU. It's now becoming something called Globalism. So the rest of the Europeans cannot help themselves anymore. They have to rely on globalism, whereby this is a this sanction is a huge blessing for Russia. Serious, in my own view. Okay, please.
I'm really surprised by your change of tune.
Mike,
really.
I'm so surprised. I'm sorry.
Hey, man, welcome to the club.
I'm sorry, I say you're gonna come up with bullshit. But now, wow. Where that coming from, bro?
No,
Yeah, I don't mean no disrespect, Mike, but I mean I'm glad you kind of starting to figure shit out. And I don't mean like you weren't. I'm just saying, you were going by what you know, and now you know more and you got some shit figured out. I mean, at least you agree with us to some extent, or at least you see our point of view.
Yes, I do understand about the way I'm looking. Also, look at the war, things going on. Right. Like I said, Zelensky. I mean, as a leaders of the nation, best thing leaders could have done is look over his people. The good healthcare. Look at the what's name President of Erdogan, how he look over his people. And the second person that I really admire is Xi Jinping. See, if Xi Jinping is like as stupid as Zelensky, he could have jumped into this war supporting Russia. This guy has been finding all kind of excuse not to get involved because he's looking toward his healthy of his own citizens. He does not jump into this war to avoid. He try everything to avoid jumping to this war to make sure that all his citizens, all his people, are more not getting in trouble. Zelensky, like I say, this guy is a drug addict. He's stupid because I cannot find a logic to his mind. I don't think it's because of money, because this war is a West war, not Ukraine war. This is a West war. They are using you to die for it. So I can't find a logic to make, because if it's like money, this guy could have took enough money and run away all these times. It's not money. Only thing that could keep him going is drugs. That's the only one thing that somebody could just lock into, like, he's gonna win. That's my own view.
Yeah. No, I mean, think about it. I mean, you got to be on drugs to send women to the trenches.
Yes, definitely.
I mean, we got at least one possible dead female in a video. We've got one possible pregnant POW in a video. We've got a possible Nazi chick affiliate in a trench getting surrounded by Russian tanks. So
is that the Valkyrie? Is that the one we saw earlier this year? The Valkyrie, when they're called
there's a
Valkyrie.
Nazi lady. They think her name is Risha or something, and she's some, celebrity Azov whore, I guess. And
it's got to be. Yes,
it might
blonde-haired chick, right?
In the
blonde-haired one. She's blonde.
No. This is the chick in the trench when they're talking about the tank coming, and you got the wounded guys laying around. And I don't think the blonde chick that's dead in the trench is her, because if it was her, she's a high-profile kill. They would probably be talking about it. And instead, you just see blonde hair. Because, I mean, think about it. If it was this Nazi chick, they probably would have lifted her head up and, oh, yeah, fuck you, bitch, and showed her face and proved that she was dead. But since
she's like a celebrity, though, amongst the Azov.
Sending women to
Guys,
the front.
Well, you know what I mean. She's like a well-known person.
Sending women to the front is not a bad thing if they're, ugly blue hair types. I mean, I'm all for it then. It's just when you start sending the good-looking fertile chicks to the front line, it's bad.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it was this chick, because some people were speculating it was this RZA chick, and it was like, well, if it was her, they would make a big deal about it.
And by
she's like, she's one of those Azov people, they would probably be on a deck of cards.
That video of them in the trench and everything. That video was captured by the Russians, right?
Hold on.
The Russians must have confiscated that the video for them. So it's not the Ukrainians that provided that video. The one where they're in the trenches where she's saying that the tanks are coming. So she must have been killed for them to get that video, right? Because I don't think Ukrainians.
Well, see, that's the thing. You got to figure out who released the video, and then you'll know if she's still alive or a POW or dead. And like you said, I mean,
she was the one filming that, so she's dead.
Yeah.
I want to take the advantage of having Semilian here. If I remember right, you're from Argentina, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. By the way, can you hear me?
Oh, great.
New
Right.
brand,
Let's
brand
talk
new,
about your new president.
Okay, new
And
topic.
you know,
brand
you
new
know,
Okay,
president.
you
okay.
know,
Before that,
we had
I'm
another
going to raise
Argentinian
the
here before
question
him.
in a different angle. What is it about this
Francisco has a hairstyle
reactionary
like
right-wing
Miley.
wave that's currently ongoing? Like you have the Dutch president, you have the Argentine president,
Yeah.
and then you have other right-wing parties that are coming up front across Europe, South America, Central America. So what's happening there? That's my question, actually.
With their hair?
It's
I don't
called
know.
election inside democracy.
And
I
It's
said
called
that before.
election with democracy. That's
I
what it
said
is.
that before. All this bullshit about work and stuff is gonna bring a lot of right wing in power. If you
All that
see,
It's
if
easy
you
to
see,
understand in a certain point of view. It's because the standard of living in all those countries have
has
plunged,
decreased.
and in the case of Argentina, it has plunged for decades.
Exactly.
Honestly speaking, I think is whoever explains why people are suffering better than the other one. Whoever explains it first will go in before the others. And anything that's happening, people can be suffering. People don't have any income, don't have any savings. Their businesses are going down. If I come up and I'm a right wing and I explain it better, people will take my side. If the other person on the left tries to talk and he's not good at explaining, he's not a good demagogue, he's not good at being a good orator, he's gonna lose. So I don't think it's really about politics. Each one can explain why the masses are suffering with their own ideology.
I just want to touch on what Yuri just said. He said something along the lines of it was democracy in action. And I think he's exactly right. And the reason why that's been enabled is because, social media. And I think that's a good thing because it gives the ability of independent third-party candidates outside the quote system to actually have a voice and connect with people. And that's what you saw in Argentina. That's definitely what you saw in Holland. So I think, we can question whether the Argentinians made the right choice. I don't know yet.
We did, by the way.
But I think that it's a good thing that they chose somebody outside the system. Same in Holland.
Yeah, but when you've got inflation reaching up on 140%, I mean, at what point do you say we might as well just take a chance, take a gamble? Because you've been doing, and on either side, I mean, because the guy from the Peronist Party, right, and their party had been in power for like 20 some odd years, they hadn't done shit, and the inflation only got worse. You might as well take a shot on somebody new. You may as well take a shot on somebody who's going to give some radical policies.
That's why I raised the question.
And they did the same thing. And they did the same thing.
Well, to your point,
they did the same thing over in Brazil with Bolsonaro. That's why he only got one term. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Well, to your point, there's a saying when you're drowning, it makes sense to jump aboard a sinking ship, right? That's exactly to your point. That's where the Argentinians are.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about South
that
America.
Answer that you all gave just answered the question that Earl was about to ask.
I don't know about South America, but here in Europe, people always, doesn't matter what you think about Russia. Russia is a very conservative country, and a lot of these countries in Europe, they think the shit is happening in the country and they don't agree with. So the right people in political, they see like, fuck it, let's vote for these people, give them a chance. We're gonna stop the immigration, we're gonna deal with Russia, like the guy who won election in Netherlands, in Holland. He disagreed with the sanction in Russia. Look at Viktor Orban. He disagreed. The guy who won election in Slovakia, he disagreed. So these people is gonna give Russia a chance because the way Europe is going nowhere. Like here in the UK, everyone is saying, let's give these people a chance. The third gender. What the fuck is a third gender?
What's more interesting, I think. What's more interesting, I
Jay,
think,
mind if
with
I
Malay.
ask you a question?
Go ahead, bro.
And this is a question to all of you. Now, based on the question that I just did, and that's about this right-wing wave that's occurring, how do you think this will affect geopolitics?
I
Well,
think
you're
it'll
going to
be
see the rest of the
minuscule
world start
personally.
becoming far more conservative than they have been over the course of the past 30 years. You're going to see a stronger rise in nationalism, and I think you'll see a lot of countries wanting to unfuck themselves, politically, or excuse me, economically and sociopolitically. Because when you focus more on your country, you look at the warts that your country has. I think the more right you go, the more nationalistic you become, whereas the more left you go, the more globalistic you become. So you stop worrying about your own problems and you start worrying about the problems about the world as a whole because you think the whole world is your community. When in reality, what we should be doing, right, is focusing on the individual nation state first, unfucking those problems, and then you can look outward. So that's why you're seeing the pendulum start swinging back into balance. How long it is before the pendulum swings back out of balance, that's yet to be seen, but you are seeing it swing back into balance.
Hey guys, can I say
Pendulum is
something?
always in balance.
Go
Yeah, what's
ahead.
up?
Yeah.
If you want to answer to 7 million question, yes. Otherwise, let people want to answer 7 million question
He's
first.
from Argentina as well, you know.
I wanted to say about the rise of the right. Like the previous rise of the right was thanks to feminism. Like I've been saying that for a while. Like one of the greatest achievements of feminism was to make the right take power in America without coup de grace. You know, like the previous times the right was in power, it was thanks to military juntas, and now the last time it was thanks to all the feminist rhetoric that pushed all the population to the right. And now we're seeing like the similar situation, but on steroids, because now it's not just feminism, it's trans and gay and migration and mass surveillance and forced vaccination and so on. So like the left has pissed people off so bad that they're like, just give us anything but this. And that's what happened in Argentina with Milei. It's like a bunch of people. I have a cousin that's trans, you know, and most of my family in Argentina is super left wing, you know, feminist and shit. And they're like, even like they were voting for Milei. They were like, please just give us anything but what we already have. So yeah, I was.
That's
my
point
This
in
is,
Europe.
in my opinion, this is a repeat of what happened 80 years ago. This is repeating again the same thing. The right, since the left took control and implemented all the social policies enabling the prosperity of 50s, 60s, 70s to grow so at such a high speed all over the world. Actually, the right has been taken over and it really took control with Thatcher and Reagan, and in increasing its own policies, implementing the policies, and that's why the collapse of the system, because they destroying all the policies that enable prosperities, and this is strengthening its position because they want to double down all the time, just like America is always doubling down in crisis all across the world. Wherever the war or crisis develop, they double down with it. When it fails, double down again. So this is what rightist policies are enabling. But it's not going to last forever because the new generations coming in, learning what's correct position, and basically there will be reaction to these catastrophic policies that are destroying the prosperity of the people, giving it to the rich. That's what's going to happen. Same thing as in the past, as 80 years ago. There will be reaction because the new generation, you can see these gentrified people. I mean, the all the senile leaders of the throughout the world, they're not going to last. The new generation will take over. Actually, there will be the next leaders in 10 years. The leaders that come in will be in their 40s, not in their 80s. There will be like a whole generation skipped in the leadership, and brand new leaders are gonna, with their inventiveness, with help of AI, maybe. But there's gonna be reaction, and leftist policies will come back. Of course, as the woman enabled this woke culture to show up in the left, because they have nothing to talk about it. They completely forgot about economic policies. Women will have to defend and change this. They're gonna be suffering because they cannot compete in sport with the transgenders. They cannot go to the threat of the rape in the bathrooms, right? Everything in the jails. So it's their job to repair this problem with woke and transgender policies. They're gonna suffer. They'll fix it. We cannot do it. Let's do it.
To answer the question, it will depend on which leaders, because all right political movements are not the same. And the perfect example of it is in Italy with Meloni. Meloni was elected by advertising being anti-immigration, by being anti-globalist, by being anti-gay, LGBT, and all that stuff, and anti-war, and so on. And what you see is the exact opposite. She's kind of pro-immigration. She's kind of pro-EU. She's kind of pro-Ukraine. She's a globalist.
She lied about everything. She didn't keep any of her campaign promises.
And so it depends on the political right in each countries and the leaders in each countries. It will depend. We will have to see the result. Like for Milei in Argentina, we can say many things about him, but in fact we don't know him, and we will have to see what result he will bring. Not just because of him, but also because of the political system in Argentina, because he's not alone. He doesn't have full power. Yeah, like Donald Trump in United States. He tried to make many things, but he wasn't allowed to do it because there are other centers of power. So it depends in each countries. And about the effect on geopolitics.
Yeah, RL brings up a good point actually.
I don't see
Elias
it
be outnumbered on both sides.
a huge change. I don't see European countries turning right, like in the Netherlands, going suddenly pro-Russian and anti-American or things like that. I don't see it like that.
And also, I see people getting so fixated on individuals. Every time an individual comes up and gets power, everybody just keeps on getting so caught up with that individual. They will always disappoint you. In these complicated nations like Argentina, United States, one person can't come in there and do all that. It doesn't work like that. And so, you at the end of the day, they'll do something you don't want them to do, because when you listen to these politicians talk, right, especially in the US, everything they say, even an 8-year-old can understand. Now, when it comes to things like economics, an 8-year-old is not supposed to understand what the president is talking about. But the reason why they talk like that is because everything is being dumbed down. You can't directly tell people exactly what's happening because most of it is not nice to hear, So at the end of the day, it's all about whichever elite is in power and what their long-term goal is, And I wanted to actually make a comment about Argentina. I saw an article which made a lot of sense, that actually, if it wasn't for like Putin's government and the government that came with him, Russia would easily be where Argentina is right now, with like 150% inflation. And that would be the one Russian government that Europe would be fine with. A very weak and broken up
Yes.
government. It
That
made a
was
lot
the
of sense.
goal. That was the goal.
Hey guys, do we want to move on and answer NGS's super chat about Ukraine?
Okay, Vaughn, you up.
Oh, just one more comment about what Jordan said about the new generation. I'm not so optimistic as you, because when I see the new generation, Greta Thunberg and her followers, which are a big part of the new generation, I'm kind
She's
of
fucked up.
afraid.
No,
She's fucked up in the head.
no.
Don't worry.
Those that you
Yeah,
see now are supported by these present
here
leaders.
in France,
They're supported.
here in
They're not
France,
future leaders.
the youngest generation who are going to vote, that means a very tiny minority among the youngsters, but those are the ones that are involved in politics, are mainly voting for the Greens.
The only reason Scotland is still part of UK is because of new generation. Because 16 years old were allowed to vote. Otherwise, Scotland wouldn't be part of UK anymore.
Hey,
All right.
Vaughn,
Well,
what question were you
Vaughn, what's
asking?
going on in Ukraine?
Yeah, Vaughn.
Wait, one more thing about that. About the new generations and shit. I had this discussion. This is a long story, but I'm gonna make it short. I had a discussion with a like informatic engineer who studies and diagnoses like the future of AI, and he was talking about like the singularity of AI as a risk to humanity, and I was retorting that it's already a risk. It doesn't need, because his point was that AI has to have a purpose to be able to be destructive for humanity, and I made the example of like viruses that they have no purpose. They're not even a life form, and their like structure, their default structural organization is a risk to our organism and to society. Like it can become a pandemic and destroy humanity. And so my point was that like right now we're dealing with a bunch of forces upon our culture that are totally unprecedented. And so like the cognitive destruction of the new generations with like the oversaturation of screen time and shit is something that it's unpredictable to me. I can only see like the decadence that it produces, the destruction of like normal biological habits and necessities. So like the future generations most likely will be a degenerational process. And like what we see about all this dumbing down of politics and of public discourse, especially in the West, to me is not necessarily part of like a master plan to control humanity. It's just it's a symptom of the like the material forces that technology has applied upon society, to which we are not biologically equipped to handle. And so, yeah, maybe some people will be saved from that influence, but it's going to be a super minority, and the majority, like if we continue in a democratic process, is going to hold sway. And so the devastation of these technological forces are going to define the future. That's my point. Now,
Vaughn, you were going to say about Ukraine.
Yeah.
I mean, where do y'all want to start? You want to just start at Kherson and just work our way up?
Sure.
I mean, like
question was
Kherson,
about Avdiivka. The paid question
yeah,
was
I mean, it
about
won't take long to
Avdiivka.
get to Avdiivka because Kherson is, I mean, they're contained in Kherson. They can't do anything other than just harass the Russians. They're obviously getting hit harder and harder every day with fabs and stuff. I've noticed that the Russians have really started focusing on Krinky. with a lot of aircraft delivered ordnance. So, I mean, they may still be there, but I mean, honestly, that's wrapping up or contained. So it's really nothing. And same with Robotny, it's just positional fighting, and it's not going anywhere. They're not expanding. The Russians aren't compressing it yet. And then everywhere else along there, it's just positional fighting. Obviously Avdiivka is the hot spot. So if we go into there, you can say they're starting to break through in more places, like on the eastern front side that's closer to Donetsk. They've got the industrial area, and they've started kind of trying to probe out and push out from there. Then you got the south is the side. It seems like the only place they're really getting hung up. But it seems like the gray area down there is bigger too. So, maybe they've pushed the Ukrainians back, or they've withdrawn to better positions, but the Russians can't advance because maybe it's still under fire or mined or
Didn't
whatever.
they launch a counterattack out of Bakhmut front too? Didn't Russia launch another counterattack out of Bakhmut?
Yeah. But and then you've got the north side, the coke plant, and they've established themselves there, and there's some high buildings. And then I saw an article. It was on Telegram. It was in all the there's how Telegram is with all the military posts and stuff. And they were saying like the 110th, the 90th, and I think it was, I don't know, maybe the 83rd or something, OMB, whatever, probably some kind of territorial mechanized units were on the verge of being wiped out, is the way I took it. And then you've got the 47th mech that's up there around the coke plant, and they're getting fucking hammered, because that's the video of the people in the trench when the tank was coming up with the check. Those were 47th mech people. And like I said, whoever released the video tells you if they got away or they got killed or captured. So if it came out on Russia, that means all those people are dead or captured. And I mean, from what I understand now, they're saying that Avdiivka is closed off to reinforcement or evacuation. And obviously doesn't mean it's closed off like they're touching, but it might mean that with the amount of FPV drones, artillery, mortars, and everything, ATGMs, that nothing can pass through that area that can't be engaged by some system or multiple systems. It might even be in some parts they have terrain features under their control where they could even engage with maybe heavy machine guns or small arms to some extent. So it's just a shooting gallery. It's not to say they can't get stuff in or out, but it's obviously become extremely dangerous to even try. Like, it's probably getting to like it was in Bakhmut, where you saw the guys trying to get out in the end, 2 and 3, 10, and maybe 1 or 2 guys made it because they would just get hammered, And now it's 10 times worse because you've got all that artillery available like they had then, but they've got drones everywhere. I mean, they've got so many drones, they can afford to send suicide drones to chase down a single guy running through the field, or 2 or 3 guys. I mean, it's like those guys assaulting the trenches. They had drones telling them where people were, and then when the guys popped up, they had drones killing them for them. They didn't really even have to do nothing.
The vast majority of drones being used are still are they still the Shahid drones that they've been using, or are they mostly Lancets? The vast majority of the drones.
These are just like FPV drones, like, you put your goggles on and they strap an RPG to it, or like some kind of like C4 type charge. I mean, they fly them right, you'll see some guys duck into a basement and you'll see this drone come hover and they fly down the stairs, and a couple seconds later, it blows up and collapses the whole thing.
Yeah, because I haven't heard of many reports of Shahid drones being used anymore. I was assuming that they were still buying them from Iran, but I haven't heard much about them being used.
They make their own.
I mean, I would imagine they're just making them out of 3D prints.
Go ahead.
Well, anyway, so Avdiivka, I mean,
it's called geranium drones, which is the licensed version of the Iranian Shahid drones made by Russia. They bought the license.
Yeah,
I'm very impressed by the cluster bombs used by the Russians. That 500 kilogram airdrop bombs that shatters cluster munitions in a line. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. If you look at the American one, that seems to me to be more like you would be hitting artillery with it, or like a SAM sight, because the way it hits. The Russian one is just way more effective because it just lays down that long line, probably like a rectangle pattern, and the charges look like they're bigger. And then the other thing they were saying about Avdiivka is, and this is just people's, conjecture, that they believe that everybody that's still inside the salient fighting has probably been wounded to some extent or another based on the amount of ordnance the Russians have been putting in there and the uptick. They said, obviously it's, again, propaganda. It's what people are claiming. But they're saying since the introduction of all these fabs into Avdiivka that the casualties on the Ukrainian side have tripled. But they don't say tripled from what.
Yeah,
but, I mean, you can tell the tighter that pocket gets, the harder it is to hide. And I mean, even if you're underground, you can't be taking shockwave after shockwave of these 500-pound bombs. And plus, they do suck the oxygen out, and it's probably only a matter of time before they find where you're at. I mean, you can't have a fire, you can't stay warm.
They're unable to rotate their troops in and out, so you eventually reach a point of combat fatigue. But I guess like what's going on now, as I understand it, weather-wise too, the other challenge that the Ukrainians have when it comes to rotating their forces, evacuating their wounded and resupplying them logistically, is that everything's turned to mud now. So just the way the weather has turned, they're into the height of the mud season right now, because it'll be like several weeks before everything freezes over. I don't know exactly when that starts, but that is making things extremely difficult. And that's kind of like why you're not seeing the Russians engage in any sort of like real advances anymore. Everything is like kind of brought to a crawl on both sides. So now it's just become artillery and drone strikes. There's not really any more movement with armor or even infantry.
Yeah, I mean, and then if you get up around like Soledar or Bakhmut, you've got them pushing through on both sides of Bakhmut to some extent. I mean, a lot of it might be positional, but they have made gains. And that's another potential weak point, because the units there, they had to skim units off of that to send to Avdiivka. And then you've got that area above that. They've skimmed a bunch of units out of there to send down to Avdiivka. You've got like the 4th Tank Brigade operating somewhere around Kremenaya. And it seems like they're running pretty low on artillery because, they post pictures and, I know they're in that area because there's snow on the ground in the pictures, and there's snow on the ground today. And, they're stupid because it's like, you can see the woods. It's the exact same forest that I've seen 1,000 times with the same sandy dirt. And then these dumb fucks are taking pictures of their positions and, talking about how they fight in the cold and dusting off their tanks and shit. And it's like, if I can see it, I wonder who else can see it. But I mean, you can tell just by looking at the pictures of these units. I mean, it's all old men now. I mean, it's a bunch of old guys. I mean, there's nobody. I don't know whether you saw a kid's face. Anyone that looks like Civilian or anyone that age in a picture. It's like guys like John or me. Maybe
they're pulling out some units from Avdiivka and replacing them with others, like terrorborn units. It's obviously they're pulling out very slowly from Avdiivka because they seen it is the done case finished already, so they're pulling out some units.
There's rumors though that there's blocking troops on the backside of Avdiivka too, though. So.
Oh yeah, and by the way, the I don't know whether you guys saw this video. The 110th made a video on the leader of the 110th made a video where they are saying that they are now leaving, and they say that the 53rd are cowards, and
I saw that. Yeah.
Yep. And so the amount of, I mean, they're getting hit by real raw ordinances. Like this is just explosions, boom, boom. I don't know how those guys are going through hell right now. And then Jay, you asked about the drones they're using. So they did use Shaheds yesterday, and they hit Kiev really badly. But also, if you YouTube Russia drone factory, you'll see the drones that they're using. They're not necessarily using Lancet 1 or 2. They're basically, they look like DJIs, but you can see how they're assembling them and how they're putting and how they're testing them.
I mean, I've seen drone. I've seen drone factories where they're just making the skeletonized frames to carry the battery pack and the motors in an ordnance package, and it's just skeletonized plastic. And they had stacks of hundreds of
Those
them.
are FPV drones. Cheap.
Yeah, that's what I'm
FPV
saying.
drones,
I mean, just FPV drones. This one factory, this guy had hundreds.
Yeah, modular FPV drones that they put them together. The soldiers, operators put them together and then fly them. But there's besides Shaheeds, Gerans are licensed Russian production, but they create lawnmower sound engine, but they making the different one that's a little bit slower, but probably longer distance, or they can put more charge in it with less fuel, so they sound different. So they probably combine all of them. And there's I posted a video, YouTube video about a new type of drones, helicopter look-alike but smaller size. They have a capacity of about 150 to between 50 and 200 load that they can load, like optics with rocket launchers with the gun mounted on it. So there's a new type of drones that they're applying to, probably going to be used for the evacuation of wounded, resupplying the front lines and all that, because it can carry some loads. They're about what was it, 1,750 kilo total weight of those helicopter type drones. It's unmanned chopper, basically. Unmanned choppers that can carry.
Okay. Mind if I make a question here? And
Winter
it's
is
mostly the
coming,
following.
and Russian walkers are coming.
Che, tenés que hablar, si no.
Yeah, I'm never going to talk otherwise. But essentially, the question I was going to ask: what's the capacity in regards to EW that's being displayed in Atlica, and how do you think that affects the possibility of joint operations? Because we're seeing very small squads.
I don't know what you mean by joint operation.
Like the operation.
Nobody can know that. That's big things.
I think he means
Guys, let him
combined.
finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Shut
Let him
up, guys,
finish.
shut up.
Let him finish.
Essentially, the point I was going to make is the following. We're seeing the operation of very small units precisely due to the technology that's being displayed and used. And part of that technology, I do believe, is the electronic warfare technology. Communication is not very easy in an environment filled with technology that can tap into your communications or completely deny it, which in turn makes large unit movement either a necessity as a whole combined unit, which is very risky, or alternatively, you have to move in very small individualistic maneuvers that are risky, like we're seeing those tanks just individually go to the front line, not get artillery support at all. So, yeah, that's my question. What's the effect of electronic warfare here? What do you believe is the effect?
That's a
I mean, I don't
strategic
really
level. Nobody can know that, man. We can know about individual soldiers that they use a drone gun or something like that, but we cannot know about strategic level secrets. That's what you're asking about. How communication between the units work, how they cooperate, the drone, all that. Those are secrets. Nobody can.
No,
figure
Jordan.
that out.
Most of what we're talking about, we are speculating, so we can speculate a little bit.
Yeah, it's about electronic warfare. You have to understand, you have to understand that electronic warfare is a double-edged sword. That means if you manage to make a bubble of electronic warfare that disrupt any kind of communication, it also disturbs your own communication. That's why when the Russians are doing a combined arms warfare, they are not doing the same way as the West can do it or have done it in Iraq, because the Iraqis have no electronic warfare which was really potent. The Russian electronic warfare is potent. Even the West is admitting it. But in fact, the Russian electronic warfare is also disturbing their own communication. That's why they do it their own way, which is not the same as in the West.
Hey, Mike. I mean, Vaughn.
Which gives the impression that the Russians are not as effective as the West in combined arms warfare. But it's just an impression.
Hey, Vaughn. A question. You served, didn't you? You have like the characteristics of having served. I wanted to ask you: is there like any means of non-open transmission communication in the army? Like, I don't know, maybe laser Morse code or something like that.
You're muted.
Like direct. Vaughn, you're
Vaughn,
muted.
you're muted.
I can't hear.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, you had like SINGARS, which is a satellite encrypted radio and stuff like that, but you know, that's high-end stuff. I mean, you know, America will spend the money to make sure, you know, we have them in our tanks and Humvees, and a guy's got one on a backpack rig. But I don't know if the Russians would be able, you know, willing to spend that kind of money to do that, to have that kind of communication link. Because I mean, if they don't need to use the EW, then they really don't have to. And those little Motorola's and stuff seem to work just fine. And I've seen videos, we talked about it earlier, where they coordinated assaults on positions with suicide drones observing and telling them where to go, and them basically having real-time information on, you know, where to toss grenades and where to shoot, and, you know, what to bypass because there's nobody there. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on with just that.
If I can add to what RL said, it's true. If you turn off electronic communications in the battlefield, you turn them off for yourself. But there's another aspect, which is also you don't gather any intelligence. And so I listened to a Russian guy talking about electronic warfare a year ago or so. And he said that they would deliberately leave communications open in sectors where they wanted to listen to find out what was going on. And so knowing what's going on in the battlefield is really important. And so you've got to use e-war sparingly, because as RL says, once you turn off communications, you turn off all communications. The other point I wanted to raise is, like, this war is pretty much over in terms of NATO's given up. If we talked about this earlier, Ukraine is bleeding to death. Ukraine has no economy. And so I think when we look at the battlefield now in Ukraine, Russia is just applying pressure. Russia is quite happy to keep the front lines where they are. Ukraine has to ship all of their equipment and imported diesel thousands of kilometers across a frozen steppe with no infrastructure to do it. They've got to feed and keep electricity and internet on for the whole country just about. Russia has got very short supply lines. The US is paying for all of that upkeep. And NATO has given up on the idea that Russia is going to collapse. They've given up on the idea that they're going to retake Crimea or the Donbass. NATO's war aims have failed, right? And now the US, and to a lesser extent Europe, is on the hook for keeping Ukraine on life support. Given that that's the situation and that all wars end with a political settlement, don't expect the Russians to do some massive advance and take over a whole bunch of new territory and waste a whole lot of Russian lives and treasure. They have got Ukraine exactly where they want them. And more to the point, they've got NATO where they want them. NATO is bleeding money into that country. And frankly, the less that Russia takes over militarily, the quicker they take the whole lot politically. Again, it works into the hearts and minds of the Ukrainians as well. Because let's not fool ourselves. If Russia wanted to go full Gaza on Kharkiv, they could. They could flatten cities in Ukraine. They could kill civilians. They could march into cities. But then they'd be fighting a war of occupation against a very hostile population. Whereas what they're doing now is they're hanging Zelensky on a tree. And they're saying, see what you get for joining NATO and threatening us. And the whole of Ukraine is seeing what you get. What you get is NATO losing interest, right? NATO's perfectly fine to send all their treasure to Israel, but NATO's given up on Ukraine. And the longer this goes on, the more the people of Ukraine are going to realize how badly they got used and for what, right? To weaken Russia, to cause the overthrow of Putin, which is a pretty that's a pretty bad reason to lose a whole generation of men. So I think we're in the end game of this war, but don't expect combined arm operations. So this is why I brought it up, Million. You know, we're not actually watching like a real hot war. Russia is not employing its full military might, and I don't think they're going to either. They're going to get a political settlement, and I don't think you should expect them to advance or increase the size of their own frontline logistics, or more to the point, to reduce Zelensky's burden. So I think the Russians are in a waiting game. Time is on their side. They've defeated NATO in terms of not collapsing. Their economy hasn't collapsed. So I don't think we're watching a battle for territory where, you know, Russia is bogged down. I think it's Ukraine that is bleeding and NATO is bleeding money. So it's just a matter of time before the West finally accepts Russian terms. Vaughan and I talked about this on VC, and we kind of agreed that, well, he can say, but we think that there'll be a settlement, a political settlement, and the West will ask Russia to pay the debts of Ukraine. And Russia will agree, right? And then they just won't, right? And the West will know that Russia's not going to, but it'll be a face-saving exercise, you know. The other thing is Biden owns this war, and he owns the loss. And so we may have to wait to 2024 when a Republican comes in and can say, that's all the Democrats' fault, and make peace then. So it might take that long. It might be that Biden and the Democrat Party do not want to own a really, really bad face-saving loss to Putin. And so they'll prolong the conflict and keep Zelensky popped up and keep pumping money in there just to prolong the inevitable, so that you know, that because it would be catastrophic to lose to Putin really badly just before an election. That would be the end of you politically. I mean, they'll probably lose anyway, but that's why I think we might have to wait until like the next American administration before we actually see them capitulate. Well, anyway, that's my point there.
Toby, I basically agree with what you were saying, though. I wouldn't say that NATO is. I mean, you look at how much money NATO just recently just pledged this week towards Ukraine. I think Germany alone pledged a couple of $1 billion, and this is when their country is already officially in a depression. And the United States is going to continue to pour. I think what was Biden asking? I think it was $114 billion more. So the United States is kind of like all in this war because they basically said, well, you know, we broke it, we own it. So they're going to continue to put money into the war. I also believe that this war will probably go on for at least another 18 months. And I believe that the objective of the United States is to somehow, you know, hope against hope. I don't know, maybe Putin has a stroke or who knows, to something like that, to weaken Russia as much as possible, because they just can't stop fighting now for, you know, political reasons as well as military reasons. So I think this war is going to go on for a long time, and I think that despite what you hear in the news, the political will in the United States is among the administration. I'm not talking about the populace. They're more than willing to pump more and more money and resources into this war, at least for the next year.
So just to follow up on Toby's comment, I agree with it 100%, everything that he said. I don't think that this is going to last too much longer. with one caveat, and this goes back to the discussion we had a couple hours ago about knowing the real intent of a government's actions and stuff, and what they really intend to do. We assume that Putin doesn't want to take Odessa, right? And if we assume that he doesn't want to take Odessa, which I think initially that was never in the plan. So going back to what Toby said, yes, I think if somebody was to come and negotiate with Russia right now, Russia would say, what we've captured, we keep. You're neutral, blah, 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 and done deal.
Why would Russia not want to take Odessa? I don't get it. Of course they would.
Well, I'm saying initially that was never in the design, right? They wanted the two, Donetsk and Luhansk, and that was it. So, and then they captured the other two, and then they had the elections there. In between Odessa, there's another two. They have no interest in taking those two, as far as I know. Other than, let's say, if Russia says we're willing to negotiate without any preconditions, what we have, we're keeping. We're going to allow you to keep what you have there. And if anybody pushes back or doesn't agree, which is the current stance that, the West has towards it, we're not even going to negotiate with Russia. Eventually, Russia is going to make a decision. They're going to say, these guys, either if we can't trust them, we're just going to have to take everything that we're going to take, which would include Odessa. They don't want the shit northwestern part. They don't care about it, never have. Odessa, they do care about. No. So what I'm saying, though, is they'd be willing to negotiate a deal right now, leaving Odessa off, if the West would agree to it. The West so far hasn't. At some point, Russia's going to say, okay, we don't have a dancing partner. We're going to continue to move. Well, and I think that's going to happen.
But I also think that there's no trust. The Russians have zero trust
right.
for the West. So they're not going to believe anything that they say about, right. You leave us. So the Russians almost really have no choice but to take Odessa. Also, you got to look at it logistically. They have to link up with Transnistria, the area there. Mm-hmm. There's like Russian troops. So they pretty much are forced to take Odessa. And basically, they would leave all of eastern Ukraine to the West to deal with, because there's no resources there anyway. And it would be to Russia's benefit to make that a permanent economic economic liability for the West. So, because it would force the West to have to, because once they lose all their ports, what the fuck is in eastern Ukraine? Nothing, right? It's a giant.
You mean Western Ukraine, right?
Western
Ukraine. I'm sorry. Yes, Western Ukraine. You're correct.
Well, you've also got to think, John, if I may, you've also got to think about how it plays out politically in Russia. So Putin and his regime have staked the whole war on denazification and demilitarization of Ukraine. They also are demanding pretty clearly that Ukraine is not in NATO. So then the question is, well, how does that happen, right? And how is Russia satisfied? It seems pretty clear that what that means is that Ukraine becomes a client state of Russia as a material fact, because Russia is not going to tolerate a bunch of people who are just saying, we won't join NATO, but then Russia have no control over that. When they said they were going to demilitarize the country, if you think for a minute about what that means they want total surrender. They want complete control of the whole of Ukraine. That's the only way they can stop this happening again. If they don't control Ukraine, they can't make sure Ukraine isn't in NATO. They already tried the Minsk Accords. If they go back and do Minsk again, Putin will have failed in the eyes of every nationalist in Russia. And so that won't be acceptable to the Russian regime. So this is why Russia is going to get the whole lot. They don't need to take Odessa by force. They just need to have their men who own all of Ukraine. The oligarchs who are going to call themselves Ukrainian after the peace settlement, they're all going to bank in Moscow. And it'll be Russian banks that own all the mortgages in the west of Ukraine, not Polish banks, right? That's basically how you know who won a war. which empire's banks hold the mortgages in the territory afterwards. That's who won, right, after the peace settlement. And it's going to be Russia, because otherwise the political consequences for Putin's regime inside Russia are terrible, because they won't have demilitarized. They'll just be going back to Minsk. And as you said, no one trusts them. So this is why it's so hard for NATO to make peace, because they've really got to give it up. And that means that everybody that's pro-NATO, everybody that's been doing business with NATO is going to have to leave Ukraine. And that's Russia.
And by the way, when it comes to demilitarization, people I think underestimate how Russia is determined on that particular part of demilitarization. It's the one primary goal that they have. In other words, they are not going to stop. You see Ukrainians saying that Russia is not serious about negotiating. Russia is pretending to be serious about negotiating, but they are not. All these fighting age males of Ukraine, I hate to say it like this, but they have to kill a majority of them so that they are not a problem in future. If you leave a ramp state right there in limbo or under the control of NATO, they will definitely be used against you, because they had all these years, even before 2014, to basically drive this population nuts with hatred. To get that out of that population is extremely difficult. Those people have to either die in battle or get to be too old, and that their kids don't remember any of that anymore. So the demilitarization part, Russia for sure, I believe they have to complete that. Otherwise, this war would have, it's not even equals to the territorial gains. And then secondly, I know a lot of people assume that the collapse of the Ukrainian military especially is going to be gradual. Trust me, it could be quick. It could be caused by a mutiny. I personally believe they have been balancing themselves on the verge of mutiny this whole time. But their internal structure is so brutal and so cruel that they have stopped that from happening.
Yo.
About demilitarization and denazification. For me, demilitarization is already done. Ukraine can't produce anything. Everything they have comes from West. So demilitarization is done. But I have an issue with denazification. It's like getting rid of Hamas for Israelis. We never succeed. Each time they bomb buildings with civilians, they are creating more terrorists. You can't get rid of an ideology. It's impossible. Because ideology is an ID, and IDs travel through space and time. So I don't get that point.
If I may, if I can comment on that, imagine the amount of political influence we need to do that.
Wait. The main question remains: what is the goal of the Russians? Will they push for Kharkov? Will they push for Odessa? Will they push for Zaporizhzhia? Will they push for Dnipropetrovsk? And so on. That's the main questions. And it has nothing to do with American election, a Republican coming to power. No.
By the Ariel, let me quickly answer your question about justification. So one of the things the United States did when they defeated Japan was to change the education system. That is the most effective way of denazifying a country. That so-called patriotic education you see like Ukraine doing always ends up in war. At the end of the day, you have to have an enemy, and it's going to end up in war. That's the same thing Japan was doing. So that would be the most effective way.
It's worth pondering how much political control you need in order to denazify. I don't know who's doing that.
No, RL, man, your mic is screwed up, man. You're like blowing everybody else away. No one can hear anything.
West of Ukraine, which is just next to Europe. European countries, and the West, Galicia, and I don't remember the other province name of Ukraine. It's part of their culture. that will prefer to transform themselves into a rebellion or a kind of a terrorist group than anything else. They will never surrender.
Oh, any generation can be changed within education using a certain timeline. Within time, no mind is permanent. and
Again,
no culture is permanent.
you can't get rid of an ideology unless you occupy those people. And the difference between Japan and Ukraine, Japan was an island. Ukraine is not an island.
Look at how effectively the West
can still get funded by European countries.
They totally got rid of it. I mean,
and Russians will have to physically control those Western Ukrainian territories, which is impossible.
Hey,
it's impossible. And the solution of having a realm is the better solution. Yes.
Anything when you're talking.
Hey, one point about ideology and how do you eradicate it? Okay, it's difficult, but it's not impossible because minds are malleable. So you have the extremists that are probably dying in the war right now, but check this out. Like, what if, like, Russia advances gradually as it's doing and grinds down the most extremist factions? But my point is, what if Russia just leaves the opportunity for both the Ukrainian government and NATO, the West, collective West, to completely soil their reputation in Ukraine? You know, like, just give them space, as it's doing, to completely erode the public image of that ideology and that government and its consequences. You know, like, let it play out. Look what they're doing to your nation. Like, we wanted to protect you. We've been careful. Look what Israel is doing to their enemies. Look how we treat you as prisoners, as civilian population. And that's a compelling argument. You know, like, look what they did to you while we were being careful with you. We were trying to, that's a possibility, I see.
There's another aspect to this. Like, how did Ukraine end up in this situation? Well, the geopolitics of the 2 decades leading up to this situation was that Europe and the West was trading with Ukraine and Russia, right? There was supposedly the end of communism, and supposedly everybody was friends, and so everybody was doing business. Well, that's over now. Like, Europe and Russia, that trade link has been broken. And so in the new Ukraine, there won't be any Western business people visiting Ukraine. Everybody who owns anything in Western Ukraine or Eastern Ukraine, for that matter, is going to be dealing with India and China. And they're going to be dealing through Russian banks, and they're going to be dealing in non-US dollars. And there won't be the same environment where you have German businessmen and French businessmen and the smiling American turning up doing deals, right? That just won't be the same case. It'll be like the Iron Curtain coming down again. And, you know, like, the Iron Curtain was real. RL talks about Ukraine as though it wasn't a fabrication of the Soviet Union. The Soviets made that country out of other people's countries. The Russians can absolutely remake it now into a CIS member with no ties to the West. It won't be a free country. It won't be an independent country. But unless Putin wants to look like a loser to his own people and his own party, denazification and demilitarization means total capitulation. Once you start thinking about the amount of control Russia is going to need to verify denazification and demilitarization, that means total capitulation. That means if you do business with the West, you better leave, right? Because there'll be nothing there for you if you stay. All your stuff is going to get taken from you and given to a veteran, right? All that farming land, that's just going to be given to army pension funds, and that's nothing new, right? That's how armies move. That's how they pay their veterans since Caesar's time. So that's the thing, and that's the deal that's so hard for NATO to swallow, right? They're going to lose their shirt financially in Ukraine and in order to make peace.
Well, and that's why I think it's hilarious, because you see these BlackRock guys with Zelensky signing deals, and I'm just like, you guys, that's not worth the paper it's written on, you know?
You know,
Again,
Ukrainian for them.
It travels through space and time. We talk about denazification. Nazi ideology came in the 30s, 1930s in Germany, and it's still alive today in many countries around the world. Communism came with Karl Marx and Lenin later in the early 20th century. Communism ideology, Leninism, Stalinism is still alive today, even if you educate people.
Ariel, when I say educate people, I don't mean you give them better information.
Understand. You can't get rid of an ideology.
Ariel, fix your fucking mic, dude.
Yes.
Ariel, what I actually mean is you're not just giving them better information, you're completely giving them absolutely new information. Number one. Number two, these ideologies are only as strong as long as they're getting propagated. They don't have a very strong basis as people think they are. They have to be pushed. There has to be a media doing this. There has to be a professor who is for it. There has to be a book out there. So it has to be pushed. It's not as natural as you think it is, you know. And it's also specific to certain areas. For example, you can't go to Africa and start telling them about Nazi ideology. They'll be like, what the hell are you talking about, you know? So it's also specific, right? So those guys in Western Ukraine, Transcarpathia and them, most of them don't know where they belong, right? They're very usually confused. They believe in Ukraine as they say it, but personally, they, you know, did you see that video where a reporter from wherever was coming to talk to them in Ukrainian, and they couldn't speak in Ukrainian? He was walking around the streets asking them questions, and those are people in West Ukraine, and they can't speak Ukrainian. So they either speak in Hungarian or they're speaking Russian. So these are very confused demography. So as long as they remain that way, you can always push an ideology like Nazism to them, and they'll eat it up very, very easily. But all this has to be pushed by somebody. So that means for you to get that Nazi ideology from their brain, it has to be through the education system. And this is not 5 years. We're talking about many, many years. It will take decades for that to be rooted out, because there's always that grandfather who still remembers some nonsense from the past, right? So it will take time for it not to be a problem. It doesn't mean it will disappear completely, but it will take time for it not to be an active problem where people can actually take arms again and start murdering people. That's what I meant.
You guys,
decades, they made education, how nationalism is bad, how fascism is bad, and you now have right-wing pro-Nazi with Nazi tattoos on them in Western Europe, despite all their education for decades, with an obligation to go visit Auschwitz and talking about Holocaust and all those stuff.
No, it's not lack of education. The education they got is what made them Nazis.
Some of them are making attempts to make terrorist actions or something. So you can always have a resurgence. The potentiality is always there.
The education, the education is important. The education is important. You guys were born in the West and went to school in the West. How many of you studied the World War II that the Russia lost a lot of people fighting this war? Because when they talk about history, they only talk what Hitler did to Jews. They never ever say anything good about Russia. When they start talking about Russia, talk about Soviet Union, that after the Second World War, they came up with NATO to fight the people who basically won the World War II.
Yeah, but Voss, every country is going to discuss a war from the perspective of their involvement in it. So the United States, like, you know, I did grow up in the American Educational Institution and studied World War II. And you're right. Like, for the most part, like, I was basically taught the turning point of World War II was the D-Day invasion, which was completely bullshit. Now I've personally educated myself about it. And I know that over 80% of all Axis losses were on the Eastern Front against the Soviet Union. But one of the reasons is that another reason why it's taught that way is the Soviet Union was evil and Stalin killed more people than Hitler did. And he was the one that was responsible for defeating Nazi Germany. But he also had an alliance with them, before the war. He split up Poland. It killed many Poles. So it's World War II is extremely complicated if you're going to use that as an example. I mean, you know, we were enemies with the Soviet Union, and then we became allies with them, and then when the war was over, we became enemies with them again. So it's, you know.
Yeah, it's worth wondering.
You guys,
it's worth
you guys
wondering
never
if Germany had beaten Russia, would Germany be the great evil that we know it today?
No.
Or would the West have made peace with Germany?
Well, they would have been forced to make some sort of peace.
Oh yes, there would be.
I wonder how come when they talk about the Holocaust, it's always like a synonymous with Jew extermination, but it's never mentioned like the Slav Holocaust, because yeah, it's Russia, but it's also Ukraine and Belarus and Hungary. Like the Slav extermination was way further than the Jewish extermination, and that puts, like, even the anti-Soviet propaganda puts Hitler's numbers to the same level practically.
Yes, but Gabriel, that's because those who are in control of our media on the back end don't really care about the goyim and what the goyim go throughout the rest of the Holocaust, sir. I don't know how often that term is used here, but the goyim don't get the same treatment as God's chosen people. Let's keep
I don't think that's fair. That's not why.
I'm not gonna try and nuke his channel, but let's be honest, the goyim don't get the same treatment as the rest of God's chosen people do. And that's a fact. You can say that. You can say that's not the case. You can say that's not the case. But look at it. We have, after 18 months of war in Eastern Europe, look what happened after merely a week of war in the Middle East, and you had 3 American fleets show up. The goyim do not get the same treatment as the rest of God's chosen people do. And you can laugh about that, right? But
no,
I'll tell you right now, the world has had a huge red pilling over the course of the past 6 weeks. It has had a massive red pilling, and they need to accept that. If you are the goyim, you do not get the same kind of treatment.
Yeah. Listen, the reason that the West put their propaganda out about the Jews is because it wasn't because like the Jews control the world. The West had to justify to its own population, just like every country that goes to war does, what they were doing in Europe, right? The army, the military of the West had firebombed a lot of cities and killed millions of people in that war. They had to justify it, right? And so they had to be doing something noble and good. That's why they were saving those poor people in Germany, because otherwise what they were doing was claiming real estate before Stalin got Paris, right? So that's why there was so much propaganda. It wasn't some grand scheme. All armies do this. All nation states do this. They put out propaganda to justify why they're fighting wars, even if the wars are just. And you can make a whole bunch of arguments as to why that war was just if you want, right? But it wasn't some scheme of 6 Jews in a cave. It was a story that played well in the West, that made everybody feel they'd fought a just war. And you know, there are people who get paid to do this, right? That's their job in the army. They have to come up with this stuff.
Yeah. To add to Jay's point of to add to what Jay's just said about the goyim, the goys. After Azerbaijan took over Artsakh, the Armenian part, you have rabbis, Jewish rabbis, who went to Azerbaijan and made a congress there, and they claim that what happened to the Armenians throughout the history with the Turks and so on, and what happened in Artsakh can't be labeled as a genocide or a Holocaust-like thing, because only the Jewish people can be labeled as the Holocaust people.
Yeah, the average person is living in a lie. Like everything, like we swim in BS from the time we were born. And I know we have to find information to work with. At least there has to be some kind of historical reference. There has to be a book we can read to know what happened. But no, none of this is about religion. None of this is about any of that. It's just the geopolitics and just killing of people and people making money out of it, you know.
My history about
See you
World
guys.
War. My
I
history
can't wait to go to
about World
Argentina to
War.
visit Germantown.
I'm back.
Oh, you are.
Oh, Euro is back. Euro is in the backstage.
I mean, Macchiadi, for some group of people, religion is the core thing, and geopolitics only serve their core religious thing.
Well, that's the average people, though. I'm talking about the people who write history.
I'm talking about those who write history.
And I'm talking about leaders as well. Not the average person.
Why the creation of Israel in the Holy Land? It's geopolitics, yes,
So that
but mainly based on religious beliefs.
Religion was just convenient.
So
It was just an important tool. There has to be an operating system, you know. It's like a computer. You have to have an operating system. And religion is one of the most reliable operating systems that you can download it to a human being's brain, you know.
Look, I'm all about.
We're gonna get Wyatt's channel nuked. We're gonna get Wyatt's channel nuked. I know why he's doing
and me, yes.
We're gonna get his channel nuked.
As I said
like
before,
you and me, yes.
Israel.
As I said
You're not
before,
allowed to
these
talk
people
about God,
use
so
God
people
for
on here.
power.
Wyatt, we can't.
Stop
Okay,
Israel
I'm
What
kidding.
you all
was
saying?
created- Hello,
Why you all
Israel
like
was
to talk at the same time?
So the Jews leave Europe, okay? Because that's why we have to protect them. If they destroy Israel, they will come back to Europe and US, and we don't need we don't want them here.
They're already in the US.
That's the case. Okay.
No, Joe,
Yes,
it's
there
even
will be
worse.
more.
It's even worse, Joe. It's even worse, Joe, because if Israel got rid of Gaza Strip, all those 2 million plus Palestinians will come to Europe. It's even worse.
Yes,
And for a guy in Europe, which has kind of problem issues with the Arabs and the Muslims, it's better in a certain point of view to have the Israelis come instead of the Palestinians in Europe. Yeah.
Yeah, they'd have a lot more influence.
Don't get those far rights. So those far right Europeans who are pro-Israelis, I don't get them because they will have more Arabs and more Muslims in Europe.
Unfortunately, there's no country that wants Palestinians. Nobody wants Egyptians. Don't want Palestinians. Nobody wants Palestinians. Here's the reason why. And somebody actually made a joke.
I want Palestinians.
Somebody actually made a joke.
I'm telling you, they will come to Europe. I'm telling you, they will come to
They're
Europe.
not going to Europe. There's
And
no
we
way.
have reports, and we have and we have reports that the Israeli government are working hard to try to find where they can put those 2 million Palestinians in Europe.
Ukraine. But where?
Ukraine.
Where in Europe? Trust me,
Ukraine.
trust me. These people, they know welcome in East Europe. There is no fucking way these people gonna go to Poland and settle down. No way.
Ukraine.
This is gonna be in German.
They can
France,
go to Greece.
Maybe UK.
They can go to Greece. They can go to Spain. They can go to France. They can go to Belgium. They can go to Germany.
Germany, yes.
I mean,
France, yes.
That's what the people in the Israeli government are talking about right now.
Maybe
Where to
Belgium
put in
or
Europe those
Switzerland. That's
people.
it.
And because And
I don't agree with
because
you on that
the
one.
European countries are owned by pro-Atlantist group
Ariel, that's
and
not gonna happen.
pro-Zionist
RL,
group,
I don't think that's
you're off.
happening.
the
Actually,
You're off
elites
base on this one.
will do everything.
No, you're off base on this one, and
Ariel,
I'll tell you why. Because
Make it
if
happen.
people, because if Ireland, who is a minor player in both the EU and NATO, can sit there and riot about naturalized citizens stabbing their children and their teachers, right? Then the rest of Europe, the rest of Greater Europe, does not want even naturalized immigrants to go to their countries. They do not want that. They do not want the rest of what's coming from the Arab Spring. They do not want what's coming out of North Africa or the Middle East. They're tired of it. Go ahead, Wyatt.
So you guys
Ariel,
inspired
yeah.
me to create the new conspiracy. So the Ukraine war is not Russia's fault. It's the Israelis' fault. Israelis started the Ukraine war. They manipulated the Americans into brainwashing the Ukrainians into thinking that they can join NATO. So they start the war.
But why are you going to be talking about Victoria Nuland? We're talking about
Be
Victoria
careful.
Nuland.
I mean,
Be careful.
Everyone be quiet. Let Wyatt speak. Let
be
Wyatt speak.
careful.
Let Wyatt speak. Let Wyatt
No, don't
speak.
worry,
Let
don't
Wyatt
worry.
speak. Let Wyatt speak. Let
Don't worry.
Wyatt speak.
So they let the Russians invade, and then they will wipe out all the Ukrainian guys. Then you have a lot of space, and you need workers. You need farmers. Where to find these people to work the farms and create all the weeds to feed the Africans, Palestinians? And then all problems solved. You get all the space for the Palestinians.
These people don't work.
That was my suggestion from last
Wyatt,
open
you know, Ariel believes you, right? Ariel
Wyatt.
thinks you're serious. This guy.
But
No. Just one
about
thing
the rest
to
of the
change.
boys?
Just one thing to change to what Wyatt has said. Instead of Palestinians, replace it by Israelis and Jews. Remember one man in Russia, Zhirinovsky, a crazy guy, which is himself Jews. Several years ago, he said that the plan of the West is to make a war against Russia using Ukraine, make a big bloodbath to get rid of the population in Ukraine so he can turn Ukraine into the new Jerusalem.
For the love
Crazy.
of God,
Zhirinovsky said it 20 years ago or 15 years ago.
Totally drunk. He's totally drunk.
Ariel,
He doesn't know what
you're
is-
spitting facts
He's not.
until your microphone
Ariel-
can take it.
He's not drunk.
Ariel, your microphone is translating.
What about the rest of the Goyim?
Your microphone is translating. Your microphone is translating your speech totally incorrectly.
Microphone is fucked up. Jordan is 20 seconds behind everyone. You two need to sort out.
Ariel, restart your phone or your computer.
No, you want to go out and come in again to see whether you improve the connection. So because sometimes it could be the connection problem with StreamYard. So you quit and then come back in. There's no one in queue. Don't worry. Oh, he's gone. I wrote this
Thank
message
God.
in the private chat for how long already. He didn't even.
He's not reading that.
When he drinks red wine, he's
Wyatt,
unaccountable.
I told you he was believing you. He said, and to add to what Wyatt has said, I'm like, no, Wyatt was kidding.
But if you really think about it, it could become a solution. You see, we might lead into that kind of
solution. You say?
What type of
final
solution? It's the solution before the final solution. So it's like.
Hey, but if you think about why it said, it's not so far-fetched, actually.
It's not far-fetched because there's a lack of men, right?
Haircut.
You really think people from Eastern Europe gonna let the Arabs go to their country?
No, Ukraine have no choice.
I'm not talking about the West Europe. These people in the West Europe, they are fucked up, they don't know what they want. I'm talking about the East Europe.
East Europe, but they will not sending them to Eastern Europe.
You should lower the Nunez sound a little bit. Nunez is too loud. Can you lower his sound a little bit? Yeah.
Really? Is he talking?
Is it better?
He's talking.
No, when he's
No,
talking,
sorry,
he's
I was
too loud.
off mute for a sec. Sorry.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Fuck.
No, because he was very
It's
soft
just too
earlier.
loud.
No.
Is it better now, my mic?
Europe,
Yes.
better, so much better. You
Yeah.
should.
Wow.
Now we can send you to Ukraine.
Wyatt,
Yeah, it's way better.
Wyatt,
Yes.
the reason why I'm saying that the West will not accept Palestinians, not because they're Arabs or they're Muslim necessarily, is because these guys are very intense people. If you've ever met Palestinians, this guy who used to like make my suits, they do those Palestinian men, these guys are intense. And then they come with an attachment called Hamas. And Hamas is an amorphous kind of organization that nobody really knows what's up with them. People say they're funded by Iran, but they're actually funded by Turkey or supported by Turkey, by the Muslim Brotherhood. Somebody made a joke online and said, oh, they want the Gazans to go to Egypt so that Israel can attack Egypt and say, we're attacking you because you got Hamas there, because they want to take the Sinai, because they want to... But the point is, they are very nobody really wants them. Egypt obviously does not, because they're terrified of the Muslim Brotherhood. But I don't think Europe at this time would either take them either.
Yeah, but in Europe Western Europe is different. You know, they need these people to work for Uber Eats and stuff. You know, McDonald's.
No, they can get them from Yemen. They can get them from. They can attack any Arab country and destroy them, and then take their people like they did with Syria.
The thing is, a lot of these Arab countries, they are okay to live in their countries. You know, these people they don't have a place to go.
So, the Western Europe do not have they have more than enough immigrants from Africa and Middle East.
Oh,
so
no, they don't.
They will not want these Palestinians. But the thing is, let's say the hypothesis is true that there could be some kind of solution that brings all the refugees, all the Palestinian refugees that's in all the Arab countries into Ukraine. That could happen. For example, let's say now the West, okay. We are not bringing them to Europe, because they don't see Ukraine as part of Europe, in a way, like not in the real way, in a fake way. So, but if let's say they propose to all the Arab countries and say, we will accept all your Palestinian refugees, and then we will place them inside somewhere in Ukraine. We will call them, have you heard of New Zealand? Now we have New Palestine. All the Arab countries are like, go. Thank you very much. Leave. 100%. They don't want
I just had a question. What was your plan? Do you want to put the Palestinians on the western banks of the Dnieper River or the eastern banks of the Dnieper River?
I think they will prefer the West Bank because it sounds like home.
Yeah. Terrorists fighting Nazis. Yeah, I like it.
Well, they've captured.
Wyatt, you should have dropped
photos
this
of Hezbollah.
joke. You should have dropped this joke.
Romans,
I
anyways.
listen to you. Sometimes it just crack up. You make
that's-
this small
that's not
joke
really-
and kill me for like a week.
Your channel's
Yeah,
gonna get you.
they've captured.
Your channel's gonna get you.
Yeah, they've captured videos though. They've captured videos and they've captured footage though of Hezbollah throwing up Roman salutes. So I mean, Nazis and terrorists kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, but Euro Jordan basically summed up October 7th.
But if you really think about it, you see, Palestinians have a problem. They have a population problem. If you really consider all the refugees, like I mentioned in the Telegram channel before, I posted and people laugh at it. They think that it's a good problem. They don't understand. Suddenly you influx, right? 6 million people, your country will collapse. It's not possible. But then on the flip side, Ukraine have a severe manpower problem. All the men have died. Most of the men have died. And they're gonna have then all the people that run to the Western
That's
Europe.
propaganda.
They're gonna stay in Western Europe. They're not gonna come home for sure. They're like, oh, me French now, no, me English now. They will never go back. Why the hell they will go back to a totally gone case country?
Well, you think those Nazis will accept
Wyatt.
Palestinians?
Wyatt,
no more Nazis.
Wyatt, you forget the climate. You forget the climate. Arabs are not used to live in a land where it's -20 during winter. They will not like that.
You mean like
They need
Germany?
They can
Arabs,
Germany,
Arabs need
like Ireland.
yeah, they like hot weathers. Ukraine is more suited to Ashkenazi Jews. You understand?
No. If
You
Voz
s-
is from
you
Africa,
see-
you know, it's even worse.
see,
They also very hot.
Palestinians,
You know, perfectly fine in Europe.
Palestinians
You know,
in Ukraine wouldn't need too much supplies. They can fight in sandals, you know.
Hey, Wyatt, about what you said about the Palestinians abroad, you know, like the exiles, the diaspora. In the south of Chile, where I lived for many years, it's full of Palestinian migrants. All of Chile is full of Palestinians. It's like packed, you know, like here right now I'm living in central Chile, and it's packed with Palestinians, and in the south more so, and they're all really successful people. They came here. They're probably the rich Palestinians that emigrated when the situation wasn't so bad, and they're really successful. They have very big businesses and stuff like that. So most of the probably there's pointers, but I don't know any poor Palestinian here. Like they're all very well, doing very well. And so, like, I don't think most of the Palestinian diaspora would return to Palestine. It's very unlikely.
they don't. They have dual citizenship. You see which one went by. They rather go to New York, they wave their Palestinian flag, free Palestine, and then after that go and eat McDonald's and whatnot. What? Why go back to Palestine?
And that's exactly why, because once they got a taste of what Western life is like, they forgot all about all the hardship they dealt with when they were serving the Quran. We're going to keep it 100% honest. That's exactly why. Most people in those kind of situations, even if they're faced with serving the rest of their diaspora, would rather take Western comforts than fight the good fight of their people. And that's a fact.
You want to live in New York, California, or you want to live in Judea and Samaria?
That's not even a competition.
That's not even a choice.
That's not even a competition.
The reason people will go is because of religion. The Jews, they die. They have to go back to the land of Palestine and Israel because their religion tell them to do so. If you really have a choice, you go to a land that is comfortable.
Oh yeah,
There's a lot of background sound.
You see most of those guys from those
from forest.
Those guys who have the settlers around Gaza. They did a poll that most of them are from Eastern America, like from Manhattan, those areas.
Yeah,
I thought the whole time these were like Jews born in Israel who just get more land. No. These guys leave the comfort of their homes in Manhattan to go take the house of another person. It's insane. But
that's why most of the people that were born in Israel is against
Maybe they treat
Israel is doing.
Maybe they treat it as safari, just permanent.
Yeah, it's safari.
Temporary safari.
That's why there is a lot of nuances, you see, that people don't understand. People always say Palestinian. But the thing is, there is a lot of different type of Palestinians. There are these Palestinians that have dual citizenship. They work in Europe, in America. They're leading fucking good life. Then they go back to Palestine, to West Bank, just to buy houses and just leave it there, maybe for their parents, for their grandparents. And then they just leave and then just continue to live in the West. And West Bank, that's why it's a very different place from Gaza, because Gaza was
everyone do this kind of thing, everyone. We African, we live in Europe, we work like slaves, but we buy house back home, just in case, just to make sure one day, maybe it's not for me, maybe for my kids or something. That's what we do.
Yeah, so when we say these poor Palestinians, why not? We have to differentiate. There is really a lot of different levels, and it's very, very complicated. So, like, I think even in West Bank, I think they also even split it into like different communities. It's a bit different. Like this part is a bit like more towards Hamas. This side more Fatah. It's very super complicated. It's just like Israel. Israel is also super complicated. It's like in this conflict, I really went to read and listen more on Israel. It's like, wow, my mind was blown. It's like, what the fuck is this kind of country? It's so messy. You just look at the parliament. the number of parties that they have is ridiculous for a country of their size. The number of political parties is too much. It's too many. So that's why they can't make a good decision. They cannot form proper unity government. And what you end up with, Netanyahu. Netanyahu is always the prime minister.
And there are two, I think 1 to 2 million ethnically Arab people that have Israeli citizenship. They manage banks. They serve in the military. They fill all the roles within the Israeli society as well. But it's just it is what it is. Like when the nation state was created, they were in there. They happened to be on a certain side, and then they just got the citizenship and they got the paper, and they fill a certain role in that society.
But I sincerely feel like the ultimate solution is still a one-state solution. I think a two-state solution just can't work. The borders are just too weird. Israel will never accept that kind of border. How to defend your country in that kind of weird border? It has to be a one-state solution. They have to at least become a federation of sort. Maybe the Arabs and the Israeli, they have a different, administration or something. Or I'm not sure how they're going to manage it, but they have to be one people. They were living together. They have to live together.
Can we move on from that? Can we move on from that, please?
I just want
to give citizenship rights to Palestinians. If Israel gives citizenship rights to Palestinians, the solution is solved, right? But it seems like Palestinians don't want Israeli papers. That's the issue, because now the Israelis treating Palestinians as citizens of different states.
Jordan, it's way more
they have to apply for visas.
Way more complicated than that.
Because they don't want it, yes.
Let's talk about Messi and Ronaldo.
No, Voz, Shadow has been trying to ask a question here for a little bit.
I just wanted to summarize the idea of Wyatt by this thing. Your idea is basically to move the population of Gaza in another country, to create basically a new Palestinian in this country, so that in 50 or 70 years, we could move again the population who was already in this country when the Palestinians arrived to another country, and then in 50 years after that, to move again the population of this new country again in another country. So basically, you want to recreate this new Palestinian country, what the Israel did in Palestine in 47 and 48. And it would be a disaster because every 50 years we have to move a population.
Why they need to move
the population? You can kill it off right away.
Why do you want to send the Palestinian population? If you are going to send them in a place where there is already a population existing.
This the Ukraine one? No, I just that one is a joke. The real solution is actually a one-state solution where
so
there
you
is
want
some kind of constitution that allows
Israel to have the same political system as Lebanon.
Maybe not, but I'm not sure why
Lebanon is very
they have to invent something. I can tell you because even Israel, among all the different type of Jews, is so fucking complicated. They have different rules for different group of sect, Jewish sect. Some pay more tax, some don't pay tax. Some have more.
Wyatt, are you saying one person, one vote, and Palestinians would have an equal vote with Israelis?
Actually, I'm not sure if they will accept that. I don't think Israel will accept that.
Most
likely.
No.
What I can imagine is actually two states as a federation, and then they both have each government. So all the Arabs, Palestinian will vote and for one side, then the Israeli will vote for another side. But they have a combined government, so they make decisions together. They are equal. The two parliaments will be equal. So, but the thing is, how do they make this work? Is another story altogether. Which Israel, of course, they are the winner of all the wars. They will not agree to something like that. So it's really up to them. Which is why I always complain. You see, I always complain that if Palestinians have any opportunity for any peace deal, they have to grab it first, because you first must become a country. If not, you have no power. You have no rights to say anything.
You see, Israel might accept
this open
that
mic,
if
this
the
open mic has been going on for 4 hours and 14 minutes. 4 hours, 14
Yeah.
minutes. 14
Or you
minutes
can leave,
is
Voz,
mean
if you want.
about something else. The other
You
4
can leave,
hours
Voz,
is
if you
about
want.
a war with no solution.
Wyatt.
Yeah.
RL, shut up.
Wyatt.
You wanna
Wyatt,
leave?
you are right. You are right. Because the only solution is a one-state solution, but not the way you are thinking it. Either it's a fully 100% Israeli state, Jewish state, or either is a 100% Palestinian state, Arab state.
I'm smoking
Because the land
opium.
is too small, and because of the demographic, only one state solution is possible. And actually today in Israel, the main driving force don't want a Palestinian state. And in the Palestinian side, the main driving force don't want the Jews there.
Then find it
I
out, man.
sadly
Yes,
agree with you.
the one-state solution is the solution.
Israel might accept that if Muslims agree to remove Al-Aqsa Mosque from the temple grounds over there, because that's the ultimate desire of Israel.
That's absolutely impossible. They would never agree to that.
I mean,
Exactly.
the Arab nations, the Arab states need nuclear power before. If they
Wyatt.
don't manage to have nuclear weapons, Israel will do everything they want. No
How long
problem.
are you going on for today?
I'm hoping to end at 5 hours. If possible.
What the
Oh, I didn't hear you, Wyatt.
do?
Can you repeat that one more time? You kept on being interrupted.
So, you were asking how long should the open mic be? Is it
I'm asking you how long you plan on running it for.
running what thing for the open mic?
The open mic, yeah.
Yes.
5 hours, if possible. Unless the
Okay.
conversation is very good, then I will
Look,
go on.
the way it's going, I think
But
it's
just
gonna be
now,
7.
around half an hour ago, the conversation is going to die.
Somebody
So it's like,
paid
wow.
money to diss you, bro. Somebody paid money to diss you, bro.
You can score him in the.
I know. You know, to the super chat, we've been
this
talking
one?
about, yes, with my name on it. We've been talking about a war that there is no solution. That shit has been going on for almost 8 decades. There is no solution for that.
Voz,
So-
the problem
so
is that
for
there
me,
is a
I only
solution.
see-
There is no good solution for the Gaza civilian.
As long the United States is putting money on Israel, the
So
Palestinians
I
are
put
fucked.
it. I think of it a bit differently. You can call it hopium. It is some kind of hope from me. But the thing is, if you look at Armenia, Azerbaijan, the problem with the Karabakh, they solve it. But you have to have one side willing to give in. The problem with the Israel-Palestinian issue is that they always fight war. The Palestinians always lose, or the Arabs always lose, and then they don't admit defeat. So you need a point where the Palestinians will willing to accept that okay, there is no path forward to what we want. Let's take the peace deal and then build on whatever that's remaining. That could be a peace. At least that will be 2-state. Although I don't think that is a very tenable one. But but you from 2-state you can still federalize into 1 state depending on how they want to work it out, the differences. So, but maybe you need a new generation of leaders to to talk it out. But this generation is gone because they saw all the Gaza bombing. So it's like no.
See, and again, Wyatt,
yes.
The thing about Israelis is that, unlike many other types of occupations on the planet, Israelis are very, very unfair. Like they're really unfair. Like they'll just go take a power saw and start cutting Palestinian olive trees, and you're like, dude, that was not even necessary. You didn't even have to do that, or just shoot little kids in their legs on camera, like they do some of these things so much on the face of the world, like they don't care, with so much impunity. Many other nations have been very cruel, but they have tried to at least hide it or pretend as if they care, right? The problem with Israel is that they're so emboldened by somebody that they just do these things in the open and they don't care. So it's very hard for any generation or even their neighbors to forget that that's going on. I mean, if it was Saudi Arabia's choice, Israel will stop doing that bullshit and they would get along quite well. But the moment they keep doing most of these things, like doing it so unfairly in public, like, oh, if you take your fishing boat past 5 miles from the coast, a helicopter will come and shoot you. Like, who does that? It's like a bad movie, you know.
This is why, you know, I'm always against the Israeli solution to deal with Palestinians, because it's like you can do all the wars, you can do all the guardhouse and everything, but no, eventually you can't control every single soldier and keep them disciplined. There will be soldiers that, you know, they'll just shoot it for fun, bang, then you just shoot for fun. This will happen. You know, there's no way you can stop it. Bucha is a good example. You know, in Ukraine war, Bucha is like the VDV went rogue. Then
we not allowed to talk about that.
Not the Russian military. It's not the Russian military that ordered them to do that. No, it's a rogue element that they already know that from information that come out that this unit had always been very brutal or, you know, very cruel, and they are always, you know, very crazy. No, they are known to be like this. I wonder if they're still alive.
According to the BBC.
Where did you get this information from, Wyatt?
Oh my God, you want to put me
from what I know, that's a made up story.
Oh, he's over here fact checking. Okay, all right.
I wrote about this.
That's a made up story, right?
I'll look for it.
Be careful what you're talking about.
On Telegram, and I mean, maybe you search in the DPA Telegram, maybe you can find, you know, Bucha, you know, maybe you will come up. I did talk about it. I look at the documentaries. I look at the evidence that was given. I can't. Maybe it's BBC. Maybe it's not.
You know about is not about the last super chat. I just want to say, I'm on the Palestine side when it comes to this kind of the thing Israel is doing is wrong. I don't care what Hamas did on October 7th. What Israel is doing now is wrong, and no one is talking about shit. If the people with power, are ignoring that, there is no point on us talking like 5 hours about the same thing.
I think I actually do feel like, you know, when I was looking at some of the pro-Israeli, you know, media or YouTube channels, some of the things they say, they are a bit hypocritical. Like, they really don't want to admit that they killed a lot of civilians due to the way how they decide to bomb, and I find it very, very disgusting because it's like, just admit it, man. Then, but they don't. So you know, there is a lot of good points in the sense that, you know, the Israelis are really, you know, a bit unrepentant when it come to this. Like, they will just go back to October 7. It's like, yes, everyone know October 7 is shitty, you know, but yeah, also doing shitty stuff. So, you know, it's a good time to talk about closing statements.
Closing.
Okay. Want to start first?
Yeah, I agree with someone in the chat about bullshit. I'm not buying that bullshit.
Okay, never mind. No comments. We are not going to go into that black hole.
You see? If it was about Israel, we would have another hour.
No,
talk.
Yes, that's because they hate the goyim.
You see?
I know.
Bingo,
which means you want black hole.
I didn't say anything that wasn't true, though. Everything I said, what I just said was true, though. What about what I said was untrue? What about what I said was untrue, Voz? Seriously, what about what I said was untrue?
No. So we need to go to another black
hole.
I agree with you.
This is closing. No comment.
I give you another black hole. Is there a command center, you know, under the El Shifa hospital? You know, are there real tunnels? Is it false flag? Did the Israeli plant it there? No, let's discuss. You know,
are you serious? You really want to do this?
You know.
No.
You know that hospital. You know BBC is part of this shit. But even BBC is not buying that shit in hospital.
Reel it in, Voz. Reel it in. There we go.
I've worked in hospitals and construction, and every hospital has a very deep belly, underbelly. Like, All hospitals have a really deep underground. It's impossible for them not to.
Yeah. So is this a matter of, for me? I just want to add, El Shifa having basement, having an underground storage is even the Israeli admitted that they built it because they need to expand the capacity for the hospital because they cannot expand outwards. They can only expand downwards. So that's one thing. So that is already proven. It's just a matter of did Hamas build more tunnels? Did they use the additional space for the command? I don't think they use it for command and control because they really didn't find much. But they use it for storage, for military storage. That's possible because they did find a lot of weapons. But no, there are tunnels, and these tunnels can be built to link up all the different places. So that makes sense because you want to send your injured soldiers to the hospital, and that makes perfect sense. It's just that the Israeli keep jumping to conclusions about things. And then when they went in, they cannot find. Then the entire PR campaign went to shit, and then they have to like make shit up. And it's like, oh, that's so terrible. And it's like it's watching a shit show. And then Hamas don't even need to do anything. Hamas just show
just like US in Iraq.
They just need to show that heroic soldiers jump out, shoot an RPG, or go to the tank and play something. It doesn't matter if the tank is actually destroyed, and then they just win all the PR victory, because the Israeli just destroyed themselves, with all their terrible PR. Okay, closing.
For a country that claims to be the best in technology, they're doing shit job.
Talk about Russia. Russia
Closing
is the same thing.
statement.
I'm talking
Russia
about Israel.
Closing statement. I want to make a closing statement.
Okay, closing statement.
It was a nice open mic, talking with nice people. I don't know if we saw new faces, but whatever. Continue. So about Ukraine, winter is coming. Winter is coming, and it seems we have to see that in December, January, and February. It seems that this winter will be colder than last year. So winter will be maybe a real factor. So, and about Israel and Gaza, fuck them. Voila.
That I agree. Not our problem. It's not our war. Nunya.
It is our problem. It is our problem. Because
Closing.
big part of the elite of the West. It's my closing statement. A big part of the Western elites are Zionists. Voila.
Yeah.
Well, both on both fronts of Israel, Gaza, as we know, there's the temporary pause, and in Russia and Ukraine, we're going to see just an ongoing grind. So there's not a whole lot for me to talk about there. What I will tell you is, if you follow the markets, it's looking more and more dire, I think. And you see a continued trend of de-dollarization. And the early indications of Black Friday sales are not looking too good. So that's going to have a big depression on this quarter's earnings for a lot of companies. So I think what we're seeing is some headwinds in the US and Europe. Let's just write those guys off. They're done and dusted. Sorry, guys. And I say all this, but just now somebody paid $10 to tell Voz to go fuck himself. So the economy can't be that bad, you know? You know what I mean? Like, so maybe I got it wrong. So peace out. Love you, brother.
That's a good point. It's very hard to argue against that point.
See you next time.
It's hard to argue.
Why everybody just drop off like that? Okay, Jay.
That's the best way.
My turn. Okay, cool. Wyatt, this was a really good show, really great open mic. Thank you for reminding me how much I missed coming to these, because it's been a long time since you first started. I'm pretty sure I was one of the OGs, one of the first people who started with this. I think it was. I've been away for a while. Thank you for reminding me why I need to start coming back regularly. For everybody, for all my drinkers, my panel drinkers out there, I'm right there with you. I just know how to mask my alcohol consumption better. I know there's been multiple of you today. Don't try to sit here and lie. Okay.
I don't
Yeah, it's
drink.
really good talk. Okay. Well, for those of you who are enjoying your drinky drink, it's been great to be able to talk with you guys. You panel and chat. Salute to all of you. Once again, I'm pro common sense. We can make love, not war, peace, not war. Figure it out. Remember, you are a person. You are not just a goyim. So, till then, see y'all later.
Thank you, Jay. When Jay said make love, not a war, not among us, like don't make love among us. Don't misunderstand, sometimes things can be misinterpreted. This a very woke error, Gabriel. You're muted.
No homo.
On the topic, I say make love and war, because in love and war, all is permitted. So be free, basically. And life is war. Life is a constant struggle against death and all forms of decay. War is the base reality of everything. So, like, instead of making an end justify the war, make the war justify the end. Like, a good war hollows all ends. If you make a war properly, with honor, with dignity, with bravery, then whatever cause you're after is worth it. But the cause doesn't justify the atrocities that are, carried out throughout war. Like, if all the worst atrocities in mankind's history have been done under the best sort of ideals.
Excuses.
Like the post you made on Twitter, Wyatt, of how like Hitler was making good points, and so you can't make atrocities without having like some fair point, some good idea to rally. And so that's kind of my posture towards war. That's my criticism of Israel. Also, I'm like a realist. I don't think morality or laws of war are valid, like objectively, but you have to be consistent. Like if you're like the Romans that value conquest and military prowess above everything else, then you can basically do whatever you want. But if you live waving the human rights and atrocity porn and all that, you can't just go on and start doing atrocities because your whole posture is worthless. And yeah, one more thing about like conspiracy theories. I say that like the Nazis lost the war in the Eastern Front, but they won the war in the Western Front with Operation Paperclip. And so they conquered the West by infiltrating it with all their experts and brilliant minds. And so now they control NATO and the US, and they created the Zionist state. And the Soviet Union, since it was facing a nuclear opponent that was a total war, death cult, they decided to feint their own demise to avoid like the nuclear catastrophe of like the constant nuclear escalation. And now that the West is collapsing under their own hubris, now it can resurface. That's my closing statement.
I can
So
buy
you
that.
just,
I
so you
I
just,
I
you
can
just, you just call the West Nazis.
Oh, no. But yes.
Notice. Voz.
And yeah, I just want to say one thing. these people that claim to be Christians and other religions not around the world, please stop mix God with war. That's not a good combination, trust me. You can't convince people that way. And about things that's been happening around Europe and now in Argentina, that right wing are winning. I understand them. I don't agree with most of things these people on the right say, but I understand them. And this is just the beginning. Wait when people far right in the UK, because there is not even a single one in parliament. They just wait when the UK start electing these people in parliament. And German, France, we got a right wing in Italy, but I don't think she's that strong. But just wait when a proper far right start getting elected in Europe. It's gonna be really, really fucked up. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Voz. Similon posted a shocking prophecy. Simpsons, always, everything turns out to be true.
Quick question: what is that ARS 2000? Is that money?
Argentina.
Argentinian peso.
How much money is that in dollars?
$1.2.
Oh, okay.
Let me find. It's $559.
So
Argentina peso.
So that's inflation we're looking at there, or has the currency always been like that?
Over a long time inflation, yeah.
I think this is stable for over the past month or two.
Oh, okay.
The past few months, this is stable.
Careful what you say. They got a new president.
Okay, Euro.
Yeah, so my closing, it's variety of conversation, really good opinions on everything, but we could look at the long-term, short-term periods to see how this trend is not gonna last forever, right? We are really doing worse and worse and worse. Chaos is spreading faster and faster, and this cannot continue. There's going to be a reverse, just like 80 years ago. I'm going with a fourth turning about generations that change like seasons in a year. After the winter, it comes spring. So this is the winter time where there's so much changes happening, and the crisis, and there's going to be a reaction to it, and the spring will come, and new generations that actually like the institution, that don't want to destroy it, like the present generations hate institutions, hate the state, try to destroy it, and then show it as a proof. Oh, look, you see, we told you they're bad, because they keep trying to destroy it, weaken the institution. But the new generations come that would like to improve it, like to enjoy the institution, just like in 30s in United States, in the depth of the crisis, they implemented Social Security. Suddenly there's money for it in the deepest of the crisis, because they wanted the institution that work, that helps people. All the green programs, it's institutions they implemented, and they were working. They produced so many good things that we today still enjoy. That was built then, right? So this is maybe in the next year, it should flip. All these 80-year-old leaders that are just doubling down on their failed policies, they're going to die off. That's what's going to happen. So the future should be bright. And let's remember, those that with anti-Jewish sentiment. Yeah, at this time also, there was a huge anti-Jewish sentiment in Europe, right? At this time, before the spring came, during the winter time, 80 years ago, there was a Nazi and Holocaust, just like suddenly flipped, huge anti-Jewish. I'm saying there's I'm not talking about is there reason or not for it, but there is suddenly again huge anti-Jewish sentiment in the world. But after some struggle, they come out on top of it. They recovered, and they created the state, their own state. That's what's going to happen again. There's a reaction to the action, and then reaction to the reaction, and go on and go on. But future is bright, I would still say, after some suffering. We that destroy the world like this, we have to suffer so that the new generation can learn from it. That's my closing. Thanks.
Thank you, Euro. Shadow V.
Yes, I would like for everybody who are listening to us to have a thought about the civilian in all this conflict. And they could be in Ukraine, they could be in the Gaza Strip, in the West Banks. And don't forget, we mustn't forget about the ones who are in the other wars, what we never speak about. In the Sudanese civil wars, the Houthi and in the Yemen civil wars, we still ongoing, even slower now. And the Myanmar civil war too, and all the other civil wars that I forget and I don't know about, because we just follow, maybe, I don't know for you, but me, I just follow the Western media mainstream, so I don't know a lot about this war. But I think it's important with the winter coming, with the Christmas coming, to think about all the civilians who are now suffering and to have a thought about them. So, Makedi, your turn.
You're muted.
Yes, good open mic. I haven't been able to participate in open mics for a little bit because I was running around all over. But as somebody said earlier, this is why I remember how much I missed them. It's really good conversation. Now, I discovered this channel because of the Ukrainian war. And my last comments are going to be about that particular conflict, saying that I have a feeling it's almost over. It's definitely past the half point of the whole conflict. And as I said earlier, one of the things that made me realize that something is happening is the fact that Russia moved their strategic bombers back to the Engels Air Base, meaning there's a possibility that the US is not sharing intelligence with Ukraine like they were doing before. So that may mean things may be winding down, but you never know. Some things may surprise us, but which would be a good thing to just end this really tragic conflict, a conflict that personally I believe is one of the most avoidable conflicts within our living history. It could have been avoided very, very easily. But other than that, thanks, guys. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Makeri. So next is Toby.
Yeah, good to be on the open mic. I haven't been here for a while because the time zones don't suit, but interesting discussions about Ukraine and less so about Israel. One thing that I think is very interesting, we see in the news a lot about the far right-wing populists are gaining traction. I find this really weird because globalism and the modern left is entirely dominated by corporate money. No one would really argue about that. And the traditional definition of right-wing is when the wealthy dominate politics through the influence of money. So I think, there's a bit of nonsense in the world where the left is now supporting the military-industrial complex and forever wars and banks. And the idea of liberty and the voice of the people has just become lost. It's populism is being described as right wing, but actually a lot of populism these days is against corporate influence of politics, which is traditionally a left wing situation. So I think we're in a very confused time with regard to what people believe about politics. Personally, I don't think politics is everything. I really enjoy the opportunity of getting on an open mic and talking to people from all over the world. Like, my grandfather couldn't have dreamt of that, and my father couldn't do it. I get to do it on the weekend, and it doesn't cost me anything. It's a pretty amazing time to be alive. There's a lot of opportunity to share ideas, to talk about interesting things, but especially to experience completely different perspectives and cultures, to learn about the world. We're the first generation that have had this opportunity. This StreamYard and the internet is a major, major opportunity to improve our own lives, to enrich our own experience. We are not defined by what political parties do or what banks do. If people want to be coin operated and chase money and go and demonstrate on the street and learn nothing, they're free to do that. But we're free to talk. We're free to listen to other people and ordinary people. And I think it's a very great blessing. And you know, I'm grateful to be alive in a time when I can do that. I think it's amazing. And so I'm pretty optimistic. I think that a lot of people are very aware of what's going on in these war zones for the first time. I'm not a doom merchant. Like, the good old days were not good. Even in my lifetime, I saw millions of people die in Iraq on a lie. You know, I think there's a lot more truth. There's still a lot of lies getting around about the Ukraine conflict and about all conflicts. Lies are inherent with war. But there's also an emerging opportunity for truth and honest discussion. And so I'm reasonably optimistic, and I really enjoy the open mics because they're like the opposite of the corporate mainstream media. There's a lot of arguments. There's a lot of ill-informed ideas that are put forward honestly instead of being dressed up as the one truth that we're all supposed to follow, like an agenda. So yeah, thanks White for doing the open mic. I really enjoy it. I think it's something new and interesting. And thank you guys for taking part, and maybe see you next time. And RL should get a decent mic. All right, ciao.
Thank you.
Shots fired.
And, Forrest.
All right. Well, thanks for hosting. I haven't been out here for a while. I remember Wyatt said something a while ago, a long time ago. Any information you see, you hear, someone wanted you to hear that and see that. And same thing with goes with these conflicts. And there's a huge thing about priming with certain information that came out, such as certain medical facilities, certain places. I'm not going to name names. They later turn out, well, true, not true, we don't know. But that information has been primed into people's mind, and that does something. And that shortcuts your pathways here, and it will stick with them. And doesn't matter, they debunk it later, that whatever objective they wanted to achieve, even they're aiming for a small percentage of viewers, a receiver, they have achieved that. And there are organizations, whether government, non-government, state, non-state, that have huge budgets to create, disseminate, produce, let's just say, information for specific populations. And we're all on the receiving end of that. And because they're very smart people and they know how to use them. So, and my last point is adults, we adults can choose, but kids can choose. Little babies, little kids, they cannot choose. It doesn't matter what color you are, what kind of genetic components you have. I mean, we're all Homo sapiens, right? Species appropriate. They can't choose. I'm just gonna leave it like that.
Just one more thing. Just one more thing. For people who always say Slava Ukraine, please try to find this interview about the guy that was doing the peace talking between Russia and Ukraine. The interview was this morning. Just go look this morning. Just please go and watch that, and you're gonna see who fucked this shit up. We wouldn't be in this mess if that deal was made. That's all.
And I just want to say, I'm just surprised that how unfazed Voz is by somebody paying $10 to just insult him, and it doesn't affect him at all. Like, it's just amazing. Like,
I
for
live,
real. He just
I live,
shrugged it.
I live in the UK. I deal with people like that all the time. Plus, I'm a chef, you know. I hear a lot of bullshit when I'm working. So
That is why he's.
it was funny. It was funny. It was funny. And plus, DPA just made $10 because
Yes,
of me.
that's the most important thing. I think that's what we should have more often here, so we could earn for the channel a lot of money.
Voz
Just
is
like that.
Voz is officially a money maker now.
Exactly.
Bro, you cash cow right there, man.
Wyatt, you should have Voz every time when you make a recording.
He's always around. Voz is one
Yeah.
of the super regulars.
I saw
No,
$5
no, I mean
come
for
in, and then
every
another
recording.
$5. I'm like, wow, okay.
Use Wyatt as Voz as a guest for every recording you make. You should try that.
Yeah, I will have to pay him a full-time salary. You cannot expect people to do for
Nah,
free.
I've got my own money. I do it for fun. Nah, hey, trust me.
Oh, shoot.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. No hard feeling at all, you know.
Yeah.
Up to another
He-
$2.
And
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
backtrack, you know,
you
Tommy.
are one. You've been a member of the chat for as long as I can remember, and you always doing super chat and stuff. So I'm cool with you. I'm not offended at all, you know. I'm cool. And plus, Viva Arsenal.
Yeah, Arsenal 1-1-0.
Yeah.
Please don't
We
talk
are
about
top-
Chelsea.
We are top of the league. Yes.
Don't
Yes,
talk
you
about
have to
Chelsea.
enjoy it because it's not so often that Arsenal could make something in Premier League.
Yeah, I get offended when you talk shit about us now. Shall we? Be careful with your language.
Hey, okay, I live in
I'm
Lille.
joking.
If
I'm
you
joking.
follow the French football, you have to know that Lille is very
I
bad
know,
at soccer
Yeah,
today.
but you
Oh.
won two leagues that in the last 5 or 6 years. So
I don't like
No-
PSG, so I'm very happy with the
No
result
one-
of PSG.
no one
They lose every time, so it's funny for me.
France's
No
soccer team is the African Union.
Oh yes, but don't say that loud. even one of the players is Angolan, you know. Yes, one of the Angolan, the one who played for Real Madrid, was born in Angola, not just he was born in Angola and moved to France when he was like 8.
You know that the Paris region for soccer is the most prolific region for soccer player in the world. It's even easier to find very good player near Paris than in Brazil. It's very funny.
You know that guy who always says love Ukraine, John Scott. Fuck off. You know the only reason Newcastle beat Arsenal was because of the referee.
So Wyatt, we are basically doing an after open mic now.
Please not.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go.
Guys,
I think
thank you.
White
Thank
needs
you.
to do the closing.
Thank you, Wyatt.
You didn't catch that.
What is the meaning? Feels so Argentine. I
I
don't
think
get
we
it.
talk about football because Argentina, they are
Yes,
not,
if we
they are
speak about
nuts when
football, the
come-
Argentinian have to
when they
speak
come
about
to
it too.
football, these people, they are nuts. They're like, you know, the American football fanatics.
Exactly. Way more than Brazil.
Yeah, they
supporters.
are nuts when it comes to football.
They got
but you're not
a new
talking about
president.
football.
And clubs are the best supporters of football in the world.
They got a new president, so we shall see.
Yeah. Do we know with
I'm
Team
very
64?
curious about what will happen in Argentina now. Like, no, he said so many things. You do not know which one is true, which one is not true. So it's going to be very, very interesting.
99% of it is bullshit.
Of course
99% of
it is.
it is
He's a
bullshit.
politician.
Maybe he will do exactly like the Italian Meloni. He's like, oh, I'm so right wing. Then immediately
Yeah.
he's like,
We everyone was wanking. Yes, this bitch is gonna change
And
things.
Wyatt,
2
don't
weeks
forget
later,
in
one was like, "What the fuck?"
In Greece, a few years ago, it was the same thing. It was on the left side of the political spectrum, and it was very against Euro. And basically, it ended by doing everything that Europe wanted.
Yeah.
He may also be one of those agents of somebody who's been put there to give Argentina shock therapy, like to basically friggin'
Yeah, absolutely.
you give them 1 year, look at the people who surround him and the people. That's when you're gonna know exactly what they're trying to do. If you see a whole lot of guys from the IMF, former IMF employees, just know Argentina is about to be hit with some shock therapy.
Most
Yeah,
likely,
And don't forget,
they will be heading
look
that
at
direction.
where the people make their studies. If you have a lot of people who make their studies in US school or British school, it's a very sad news for a country, South America or Africa.
Yeah, but what Maciel is saying is true. The guy is 100% web. He wants to sell Argentina to the IMF. He says he's a nationalist, but he's 100% for selling the country out. So it might stabilize the economy for a while. But he's
You know, Brazil
whatever's
Brazil-
left of Argentine economy.
Brazil worked so hard to put Argentina in BRICS, and now this guy comes up.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, it's not done, okay? We have to be careful with this kind of thing, okay? Like we said earlier, the guy make a lot of speech in his campaign, but we are still waiting for his decision. And I have Macron as the president, so I know what matters is the decision, not the speech.
Yeah, but no one believes Macron. Even Macron doesn't believe
Maybe he's
Macron.
the same kind of guy, you know?
If I was
Maybe there is
Argentinian,
only
though,
speech on the decision.
if I was Argentinian right now, I would be really uncertain. Like the country can take any direction, even a good direction, but it can take any. You may wake up one morning and you just open up the news and your mouth would fall open.
So, Wyatt, are you ready to cover a new Malwin Wars? A new Falklands Wars?
Huh? Again?
Are you ready to cover a new Falklands Wars between Argentina and Great Britain? Because in his campaign speech, he has decided to invade the Falklands again.
What the fuck?
I will
They
confirm
don't
it
even.
because
They don't
the war
even.
will-
They
will
don't
be
even.
quite-
They don't even have money to buy food, and they want to go to war against UK.
They're going to hire
Yeah, but
Wagner.
UK doesn't have an army anymore.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but
They
you
could
know,
win
but-
against UK. Don't forget this
Oh,
one.
hey, listen. UK doesn't have an army. You don't have money to buy fucking bullet.
We can throw it with slingshots.
And don't forget that UK has a lot of things to do. They have Ukraine, they have Israel, and Taiwan, and so they are going to the Falklands too. I'm not so sure.
That's
It's
why
so
it's
easy.
It's
You
a
know,
moment
the
for
only thing
Argentina.
UK can find the army just like that. The only thing they just need to do is just go to India and say, if you come join us, you're gonna have a British passport.
Yes, but they are not going to swim to the
Hey,
Falklands.
no,
You know, they have to use boats for that.
remember the World War II?
Yes.
All these Caribbean
They have
people,
to ask US for cheap.
these Caribbean people, they came here. They brought their
They
families.
came here in US ships.
Yeah, they brought their family and they went to war.
Is the US going to lend ships to the
India,
British Navy to attack the
there-
Falklands?
There is 1 billion people in India. I believe more than 100 million would be okay for a UK passport with the families.
And after
Yeah.
Ukraine
Okay,
is
but how
and
are
after,
you going to send them to Argentina?
and
Yeah.
after
They are
Ukraine
not
is
going to
defeated,
cross
they're also
the
gonna go to
Atlantic
Argentina,
by
just
swimming.
like the Germans. After Ukrainians are defeated, a lot of them are gonna run to Argentina too.
You know what? I
That's
think
a
you
good
know.
one.
I think
Someone,
you said
When we
that.
are speaking about the Nazi
someone is
invading
shot,
other country, I
someone
think
is
the
shooting,
most probable one was
someone
not
is
the
shooting
Western
fire
country.
at the UK.
It's a
They go
different
12,
operation, but
12
Argentina.
challenge tank left. So
I think Renee said that he would invade Falklands because he's such a globalist that his hope is that UK will invade Argentina and turn Argentina into Britain, part of Great Britain.
oh yeah.
He wants.
Who need to
There
watch
is only
Korean
one
drama
problem
if you
with this
have
plan.
geopolitics in
What
this way?
if he wins
That's his brilliant
against the
solution
British?
to Argentine problem.
And British decided to cede to Argentina the Falklands. That's going to be a mistake in this plan,
He's gonna invade the Falklands. He's gonna invade the Falklands.
Anyway,
and
it
the
doesn't matter.
moment
It doesn't matter how weak UK is. They still can
he's
kick.
gonna
They still can kick Argentina ass in about a month.
he's gonna invade the Falklands, and the
Oh, you know,
moment
I'm
the
sure that
moment
the
Britain-
Russian was pretty sure that Ukrainians were
Oh,
not
come
able to
on.
keep the Moskva.
Huh?
the moment the British set foot on the Falklands Island, he's gonna say, "We surrender now. We're your colony. Take care of us."
Exactly.
That's his brilliant plan to save Argentina.
That's a good idea. No, then UK will absorb all the debts. They have to
Yeah.
pay for all the debt.
Yeah.
Well,
After they
the
absorb all the
debts are
debt,
They don't.
it's
You
like
know.
immediately no independence. They're like,
Yeah.
we do not want UK anymore.
They might not have a lot to offer, but trust me, they have money. They still have money.
Gabriel, you're from Argentina, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, you're gonna live in some interesting times.
Yeah, it's gonna be
That's a
It's gonna
Chinese
be interesting.
world.
I'm bracing for the ride.
At this point, you can confidently say anything can happen.
Yeah.
One morning,
By
your money,
the-
your
by the
money
way-
can rise in value or drop in value.
By
Anything is
the way, there is a guy in the chat saying that black people is gonna fight for UK, not me. When it was my time to join Angola and Alma left, I'm not gonna fight no white war. Fuck off.
Yeah, I
No,
don't
and
think
you
they
know what's
can
gonna
do that
happen next?
either.
So what we're gonna happen next is the open mic will close.
Anyway.
This closing never ends. No, after the closing, you keep talking.
That's the funny part, it's good. And everyone in chat is enjoying that.
Yeah, nobody left. No, there's still 100 over people watching.
You see?
Like, usually after closing, like while you're doing closing, the views will get drop until like 50, 60. Nobody left. No, everybody still.
Yeah, you see, I told you, when you do open mic that starts at 5 UK, 5 or 6 o'clock UK time, you're gonna get a lot of people.
Those
See,
are
a lot of-
bots. No, I'm just kidding.
Because in the United States, I believe it's afternoon. Now it's night. I believe it's night now, but when it's
Now
this
it's like
time,
evening, late
it
evening.
was afternoon. Yeah, it was night here in Europe, and I believe it is almost the same time in most of countries in Africa.
No, so
It's just
because
an hour.
sometimes, right? Sometimes
Yeah.
I'm very tired.
I
I
know.
cannot do a 5-hour stream. I will like go crazy. Like now, I'm already feeling very tired already.
And by the way, you've been very active on Telegram, on Voz, on
Yeah,
Voz.
because I was triggered.
Yeah, all these weeks I was like, wow,
You're wrong.
something is wrong with right. He's everywhere commenting and everything. I was like, that's not usually because
I'm pretty sure Wyatt has like 3 identical twins.
Yes, that's what I believe.
And they're always
Maybe
tired.
2 of them, at least 2 of them, maybe 3.
No, because recently, because the main channel got have very low views, then mainly because there's, I think one of the good reasons is because a lot of people unsub, and then the YouTube take it as a bad signal. Maybe that's one of the reasons. So and then the thing is, a lot of the things that is like the people are commenting is like these are things that I tell people not to do. Like don't believe the propaganda that much, but people still do it. So it's like so I got triggered. So like, no, you're wrong. I have to prove you wrong. And honestly, a lot of the things that have developed have proved me right. I said that Arabs will not get in, they didn't. I say Hezbollah will not enter the war, they didn't. I say that the like for example this truce is going to likely to be disrupted. It happens, it went to shit now. I'm not sure if they started war already. I do not know. So I say that the Israeli is going to be fucking ruthless this time round. That was what I said right at the beginning before the airstrikes have begun. I say that the Israeli is going to be fucking ruthless this time around, and there's a good chance they're going to do a final solution, like push everyone out or do something very brutal.
Fear
I
that
was
they are
right.
going to just kick everybody
Yeah,
out.
you also
and
said
don't care
that
anymore about
Hamas and
anyone.
Israel. You also said that Hamas and Israel are in cahoots.
Yeah, it's possible, and I say that Hamas wins the moment they start the war. They win. There is no loss, and I was correct.
I don't agree with you, Wyatt.
But then people keep disagreeing with me in the comments and like argue with me. It's like, what are you arguing about? It's like no.
The thing is, people don't have a way of telling whether somebody is speaking genuinely, right?
No, but
like I can look at Wyatt and I can tell. That's one of the reasons why like I watch you in Military Summary, is because you guys are not lying. You may be wrong, but you're not lying. That means I can prove you wrong, but your intention is not to lie, right? So a lot of people can't tell that somebody is actually arguing in good faith. And if somebody is arguing in good faith, you shouldn't be angry at them, you know. But if somebody is lying or trying to manipulate information, that's something else. At that point, I'm like, I don't want to listen to this guy, you know. But these situations are very emotional, and the Israeli conflict is way more emotional than the Ukrainian one. So
yeah, it's so emotional.
Yeah,
It's
very
actually emotional for the Ukraine war. But it depends on who you're talking to. Like if you're talking to the Ukrainians, the Polish, the Baltic people, no, they are very, very emotional. They're just like the pro-Palestinian people right now. But the thing is, if they are not discussing with you in good faith, sometimes it's just they just insist on their point. They're not
It's
listening
not
to
their
you.
fault,
This is
though.
also in bad faith. You're like, you're wasting my time. I'm fucking busy, I'm spending my time to reply to you, and it's like you're wasting my time, like by not
most of
listening.
these people, they're trying to cope. Like these people, like I know we say it like a joke, but these people, they have a big problem, even eating up information that's coming to them. Like they have some of it, and some of these people are mentally ill too. Some of these people are mentally ill. They're not okay 100%. Like
that's why they're so fanatic.
So there's that too.
So I made a comment.
The information
it's also
creates a
it's
lot
also
of
hard
discomfort
Mm-hmm.
in their
It's hard
brain,
to-
and the brain want to make it comfortable for them, so they'll do whatever they can. Or the brain will do whatever they can, consciously or subconsciously, to make it feel good. So it's not necessarily their fault. It's just the interns who make those PowerPoints and PDFs at those consulting firms are really good at their jobs, and they probably get a raise.
And before the open mic started, I also made a comment inside the Telegram chat, the Telegram DPA chat. I said, you can say 10 things, 9 things is accurate and they agree with you, but you say that one thing that is they don't agree, suddenly they just go turn on you and just say that you're pro-Israel, pro-propaganda. What the fuck, man? I just said Israel bomb civilians, and then it's like they go around, oh, you are Zionist, you're pro-Zionist. That's off, man. Don't waste my time. It's like, what kind of logic is that? Because they will totally lose sight of the 9 thing that I was saying that they agree with, and then they like take on that one thing. How can I possibly?
And most of it is sickness in Western countries. Western countries are the ones who cannot debate and include free minds.
I agree with you.
I'm like, like my brother, I disagree with my brother 100% on almost everything, but we have the best time of our lives eating, drinking together, and whatever. Man, go run into an American and start talking about a topic or another. First of all, they avoid conflict at any cost, so they avoid disagreeing. And then when you tell somebody I disagree with you, they're like, oh. But instead of saying that, you have to tell them, I see where you're coming from. I see your point. You have to use like 100 words to disagree with somebody. Something is really wrong with that side of the continent or of the planet. Like, People
Yeah.
cannot. There's a lot of antisocial madness going on. That
There is a saying that some Americans say, yeah, is like if you want to save money on Christmas, bring your political view on Thanksgiving dinner. So everyone is gonna see what kind of person you are. So they're not gonna talk to you. You're not gonna buy a Christmas present to someone who is arguing
Yeah,
with
you were
you all
saying
the
it's a
time.
super artificial culture, so people are
Yeah.
really alienated.
Yeah,
and,
just
and
tell
then
them what you think
their
about.
psychology goes to shit. But
This
it's
is
hard
also
to evaluate the level of damage, like the level of pain that a person feels, like the emotional damage that they feel when their side is losing. It's hard to measure that, you know. And
But that is
also,
very real. But that pain
I
is
don't think it's
real.
about the side losing in itself, because if they have integrated that the side were losing from the beginning, it would not be a problem, you know. But it's the
yeah,
fact
the
that
problem is
believe
hope.
for a long time they are sure to win, and suddenly
Yeah,
they realize we are losing. That's
yeah,
the problem.
absolutely.
Remember
It's
how many
devastating.
people in the West were like, fuck Ukraine. This is nothing to do with us.
Yeah,
Just stopping giving them this and that. And then Israel happened. And these people were like, hey, we gotta go to war. Let's finish
yeah.
them off. I
Fuck
was like, what the
Iran.
fuck? Last week,
man,
USA.
there's this guy who was telling me that Russia only has 3 Ka-52 left, and then I told him, I'm like, dude, they have 3 Ka-52s at the Dubai Air Show right now. Are you saying they took their only 3 last helicopters to the Middle East?
no,
This
And
person,
don't forget, Michael, they can
and this
beat
person
basically 2 or
completely
3
got
a week.
angry at me.
So
I'm like, yo, like, what is wrong with you, bro? Like,
no, the same problem happens on the pro-Russia side. So a lot of the pro-Russians automatically went to support to become pro-Palestinian because Israel represents the West, so they're anti-West, right? So they just go straight to pro-Palestinian with, and it's the same thing. It's like they are behaving exactly as the pro-Ukrainians, the exact same problems, the same issues, the same talking points,
But
and they were
Russia,
laughing at the
if you want
pro-Ukrainians previously.
to have a fight with the Croatian,
Russia is a bit different, you know, because there is a lot of Muslim people dying
Yeah,
in Ukraine.
There's
There's a
always
lot.
a lot of Muslim
Yeah.
people dying everywhere all the time.
Yes,
Serious
but these people
fighting.
are fighting for Russia. You need to be careful
yes.
when you say Viva Israel. You need to be careful in Russia. You say this wherever you want, anywhere you want, not in Russia.
I just want something about what you said earlier, Wyatt. If you want to have problem with pro-Russian, if you try to criticize the Russian air defense, immediately all the pro-Russian is going to say you are doing stupid stuff, saying stupid things, and you
Yeah, I
don't
don't
know
know
your
what I'm
stuff.
talking about. I
The
don't
air
know the
defense
history.
is something that very important for Russian, for pro-Russian, and they think basically that the S-300 or the S-400 is miraculous weapon which is able to destroy everything in the sky instantly. And it's not the
When
case
co-
because every day there is some strike on Crimea. So sorry guys,
when
but not.
when comes to Ukraine war, the pro-Ukrainian always say, there is this and that. When you ask them, what's your source? CNN or
If it's not
Google,
directly the Kiev
yeah,
headquarters.
Yahoo News. What
at
the
this
fuck?
time, I
All
think
this?
pro-Ukrainians hate Elon Musk more than they hate Russia now.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
That guy is
They
a
basically,
crazy troll, bro.
Yeah.
they try to cancel Elon Musk because it's about free speech. You know, it's a
No,
pro
but
free speech,
he
and
wanted
people is against that.
negotiations.
No, but that meme about begging money from Ukraine he posted, that was kind of a low blow, man. I was like, Elon Musk, come on,
Yeah,
man.
that wasn't the best one was when he said, "Look, United States, Iran wants to a war against United States that they build their country next to the USA bases."
Yeah.
That was the best one.
So you know all these crazy crazy people or crazy way of thinking, whatever. No, that's why it's important that DPA open mic we show our faces, because when people show their faces, they behave differently. They suddenly cannot be so gung ho. They don't say like crazy shit. But if you close the camera, you see what kind of thing they will say. They'll say the craziest things. Just look at the spaces in Twitter. It's nuts, man. Some of the things that they saying is like, what the fuck you talking about? Show your face. You talk like this face to face. You see they will change. Unless
So
they
I
are
can
very
say
well,
whatever I want.
they are very well trained people at saying crazy shit. No.
So
anyway,
I can say whatever I want now.
Hmm?
I can say whatever I want now.
Yeah,
We can see your face.
Your name is still there. They know you are. Trust me.
So anyway, I want to close now.
Okay. Okay,
thank you
guys.
everyone.
But that was.
See you later, guys.
Yeah.
We'll talk
Come
next week.
on. Bye
Bye, guys.
Sayonara.
Sayonara. So, thank you everyone for watching the episode 54, which is super extended post closing discussion or chit chat, which is I know this is actually what they do often after the open mic in the lounge, the open mic speaker lounge. So this is a group chat exclusively for open mic speakers. So it's very similar to DPA forum. Actually, DPA forum is actually built built as a mirror, as of how I organize the DPA open mic lounge. So anyway, today's open mic is super good. I think we have very, 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 very freaking good discussions. We have a lot of the guys that haven't seen them for a long time have come on, and we don't have any new guys come on today. So everyone is someone who have came on the open mic before. And I'm very safe in Singapore, so don't worry. Don't need to worry about me. Singapore is a very, very safe place, and we have freedom of speech. As much as the people like to say it's authoritarian, I say whatever I want. Just cannot be an asshole. Don't be an asshole. Don't talk shit about religion. Don't talk shit about race. You'll be fine. So, because Fireback was saying this. I'm very safe. So, thank you everyone for participating. Thank you for all the super chats. Today we have a lot of super chats, which is very good because last week we don't have a lot, so it can cover up the cost that we need to incur for last week's. And thank you for participating in the discussion in the chat, and then also on talking to us on screen. And thank you for all the one who come on to chit chat on screen. And also, especially the super chats I can go through. Thank you, Acting Sane. Thank you for Oosties. Thank you, J. Rilo, John Steele, Tamid, NGS, and Samilon. Yeah, thank you, you guys. So this is not all the super chats, but that's the people. And Von is right. Press like and subscribe if you are not subscribed. Please support the channel, because open mic is a very, very acquired taste, because it's a bunch of nobodies essentially talking, and it's very hard to sell to people who are uninitiated, and especially if they don't know who I am, it's even worse. So do help to share and promote this. This is our community. Is basically not about me, it's about you guys. This is a platform for everyone to have a voice. So this is my vision for the DPA open mic. So because the DPA community is a community that's very special, so I want to let the community take the front stage. So because if I want to say anything, honestly, I can just make a video and then just talk about it, or I can go live on the main channel. So this open mic is your home, is your community. So cherish it, build it together. I don't really earn much money at all, to be honest, on the open mic channel. It's almost like charity, because on every of this open mic, I actually put it through an AI tool, which I have to pay for by a per minute cost. And so when this thing keep dragging on, I actually pay more money. And then it helps to create the timestamps and all the clips. So I have way too many clips to post, and I'll see how I'm going to deal with it. But and then also do check out all the lounge mic. We used to call it the voice chat. The lounge mics no chit chat sessions or panels that is created by the open mic speakers themselves. It's a ground up initiative. I have no involvement at all. They do it everything themselves, and then I just publish it for them so that they talk about things way more in depth than on the open mic. So yeah, do support, check it out. The lounge mics, and yeah, and that's why I say it's your home, it's yours. So yeah, so you have to nurture it together. So because I can only do so much. So yep, and yeah, that's it. Thank you for watching, and yeah, I will see you guys in the next update. Bye bye.